the gravy, please.
7 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We're off and running on this Friday edition. If you are headed this way and part of the Golden Ticket seats, and we've heard from some of you that will be here today, drive safely. We look forward to meeting you and seeing you in studio. That means the wheel of meat should spin today. You never know about that. I mean, who don't want some Spam? So that's on the table today. A lot to talk about, some stories that you just won't believe that are just part of the everyday news, and they're crazier than ever. The podcast is ready to publish Saturday morning with A.J. Rice. The Woking Dead is his book. It was published about a year from now, but he was joking. He said he could keep releasing it because it never gets old what the left is trying to do with this woke America. So we talked to him. It was a great conversation, and I think you'll enjoy that. The Woking Dead, you can just search that on Amazon. You'll see the links pop up. But it reached number one in that category a number of times on Amazon. And so look forward to getting the reaction from that interview with author A.J. Rice. And we'll talk more about that today with Rick and Bubba on the main show. Well, let's bring everybody in. Most of you just saw Lord of the Jacket just run through the camera shot because he's late. You know, we talked about being on time.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring them in. To my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
And I was on time.
Yes, you were.
I want to know what
got the light off.
I want to know what he was running to.
Yeah.
What was that? There was no need to run.
I guess he wanted to run in there and start his little switching and get going.
Also, he was 5 minutes late for that.
Yeah. Super P is here. He was not late. He was early.
Yeah, he was a little late.
And it is his last day today. He will fly
he said,
away.
I'm out. Y'all can kiss it.
With his degree
in
in common sense, making the world a better place, just full of knowledge. And so we'll celebrate him today. And Super P in there holding his head in disbelief that he was just a little behind today. He can't believe it. Look at him. Either that or he's asleep or has a headache.
You talking about Lord of the Jacket?
Lord of the Jacket.
Yeah.
What'd I say?
Super P.
Okay, yeah, Lord of the Jacket. Please look at him in there.
I think what he's frustrated at is here's my, and you shake your head yes or no on this. He was frustrated he was late, and it wasn't that big a deal, but he made it worse by running in front of the camera.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's got him right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was trying to make up time, gain a little ground.
He's wait, hold on.
Wow. So we want to talk too. We'll see.
Let's see what we got in here. What we got? We have car trouble, flat tire, get pulled over. What's up?
Don't care about our time.
Yeah.
It don't matter. He can't.
What you got?
He doesn't have the mic on.
You don't even have the mic on, buddy.
Yeah.
I got Adler's mic on right here. There it is.
No,
you're not,
no,
bud.
You're not.
Never
No,
mind.
you're not.
That's third strike.
Never mind.
Yeah. If you'd been here earlier, you'd probably
Yeah.
had it on.
Yeah. Never mind.
Oh, now.
Awkward shuffle.
Oh, okay. Awkward shuffle. Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Don't
Fine.
even. Yeah.
Didn't know what to do with your hands.
Right.
I get it.
Super P, you want to try your board in there? You
That
want to turn
one
that
never
mic
works,
on?
does it?
No, I don't know.
I don't know when the last time that thing
Huh?
worked.
What you got? Nope, it's not working either. I think 4 has to be in.
Wait,
on
how
that.
about now?
Hey,
There it is.
There's
Oh,
Super P.
figured
Look,
it out.
see, Super P, you can't do it.
Got here on
Lord.
time and can talk in a mic.
Good night, and his last day. Golly.
And didn't do an awkward shuffle.
And apparently got a haircut.
Yeah.
Or either that or he combed it. I
Shaving
don't
a
know.
haircut.
All right, so here we go. Speaking of shaving haircut,
What?
you're looking good.
That was 2 days ago.
Was it 2?
Yeah.
Something about today. It looks.
It's
Yeah,
that
it
blue
does.
shirt bringing
Huh?
it
It
out.
does that sometimes.
Yeah.
That blue shirt.
Either that or you ran a little comb through it.
No, I got
You got a comb in the car?
He looks fresh today.
He
Got
does.
it cut off.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Huh?
But I'm thinking
I
it's
got-
the shirt.
I got in bed a little earlier than normal last night. I got
Oh.
sleepy.
Yeah. Why are we
That's
whispering
right.
today?
Yeah,
Am I?
you
Yes,
are.
Yeah, speak up.
You got like a soft talking
Good night.
DJ.
I know.
voice.
It's like, how you doing? I'm doing good.
I'm doing good.
Okay. All right.
You ever talk
Got
to
some
people like
extra
that that just
sleep
they have
in the
a very
valley.
soft voice and you kind of always leaning in?
Yeah.
We call them low talkers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
They're
but-
bad to get what we used to call fish down when you say something and for some reason nobody hears you and they
Right.
just turn around and walk off. Some people have that voice.
Yeah.
It's in that area that
Right.
people just can't hear you.
Yeah.
You go, hey, man, how's the day going? And they turn around and walk off and never even acknowledge you. That's called getting fished on.
Getting fish.
You don't want that.
You don't want to be
You
fished.
do not want that.
No.
Does it bother y'all when that happens when you're
Yeah.
like maybe in a
Oh,
store?
you
or
kidding me? Yes.
It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it does. And I'll even say something out loud. Oh, that good, huh? Okay.
I
great.
like when
Great talk.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts.
It throws secondhand on you.
Yeah.
For the person. If it's somebody, you see them get fished on, you're like, oh, man, that's bad.
Yeah. The worst is, what's this one? Is this the same thing? All right, so somebody is at the production room. They're coming at me, and we're the only two in the hall or the entranceway. And we look up and make eye contact, and I smile at them, just like, hey, how you doing? And they just stare at you.
Don't acknowledge it all.
Are they locked in? Do y'all think they're locked in to thinking about something else and they just kind of looking through you, or are they just jerks?
I feel like they're just jerks.
Huh?
I feel like they're just jerks.
I mean, we don't have to stop and have a conversation, but you can like raise your eyebrow. Hey,
I don't even care if you say a word to me. Just acknowledge that I was kind to you.
Oh, hey,
said hello.
Hey,
how about that?
We deal with people now in our new setup.
Mm-hmm.
We normally used to didn't have to. Do y'all acknowledge people when they walk by?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. It was right out here in front of our old entrance that we were coming. They were coming from the men's bathroom, and I was going to it, and we literally walked right past each other. I was like, hey, how are you doing? Just very nonchalant, and he just stared at me like, how dare you say hey to me?
I don't do it every time. I try to feel the vibe. Mm-hmm. Should I speak? Should I not? And some people, you just have that feeling, well, ain't no sense me speaking to him because he ain't going to acknowledge. You can just feel it.
Yeah. Feel it.
There's some guys that we see, it's one thing if you're at a gas station and you never go see them again. You just kind of run into them. It's one thing. But when it's somebody like you're talking about that you see every day, I now then make it a mission to get something out of them at some point.
Yeah. I know.
I'm going to change who I am.
Day after day, just keep doing it.
Till you get a reaction.
So we'll, anyway, so that's just, it's just part of our life.
Felt like somebody was behind me.
As now we are in.
That's why I looked around.
That's what I thought.
I felt like something.
I was a ghost, bro.
Yeah, probably.
What was going on? But being a part of just in a corporate environment, you have so many people with so many different businesses, and I don't know. Some people might just be thinking about something and kind of hung in a stare and daydreaming, and not even really realize that you said hey to them. I got that, but some people are just I don't know.
I know what it is on you. They're intimidated by your celebrity.
Oh my God! Is that
hey,
look at him. He's sitting up.
I've seen a lot of that.
Little man got at least.
We probably shouldn't have said anything about him soft talking and just let him do it all day.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm gonna tell you,
we've stirred the giant.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying.
Take us to break, bud. Go ahead. Walk it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Lord of the Jacket could if he get his mic on.
Yeah. Go ahead, buddy. Oh wow, I can't hear you.
Yeah. What am I thinking?
Rick and Bubba at the top of the hour. We'll be right back. You can eat it.
What? Is it top of the hour?
I don't know. That's when they'll be back.
It's not. Oh, okay.
Rick and Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. They say you are what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread or a chicken cutlet with creamy cheese cheesy zucchini, or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap. At the very least, be well and eat well too with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News & World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you're headed this way today for the golden ticket seats, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours from now, as that is part of our Friday tradition here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It means that the Wheel of Meat is open for spinning today, and we can't wait for that. On the board, canned meat. Spam. Yeah, hey, look, if you can win some Spam here, are you kidding me? And we've been shipping those out, and we've been hearing from some of you that are like, hey, thank you for my autographed Spam. Lord of the Jacket, he is here. He's got YouTube covered. And Super P is here. He has got radio covered as well as pulling show prep, and that is today's his last day today. Lord of the Jacket, when's your last day?
Lord, Father.
Huh?
That was weird.
You don't know?
Weird.
Huh? Next week, but I'm sorry, I'm just trying to read your lips there. I don't know.
Okay.
So next week is his last day, but today
Oh, Lord,
we celebrate Super P, and so he is here today, ready to go. All right, so
Keep talking to that microphone. We can't hear you.
Yeah,
I
please
want
keep
you to
doing
do it
that.
the whole time.
And switch to your view too, so we can see you just moving your mouth. And what I love too is he won't stand up, so he looks like Ziggy in there looking over the monitors. All I can see is from his nose up.
Forgot about Ziggy, by the way.
Yeah,
I immediately thought Wilson from Home Improvement. You never saw him over the fence.
Right, that's good. All right, so Greg, you said there was a little pocket of weather that came through your house yesterday.
The only place in the whole state was the area I live in. Well, yesterday afternoon, we're sitting there, all of a sudden it gets dark outside, and I'd seen no chance of rain in any forecast, I'd say. Well, all of a sudden the trees get to just rumbling. The wind is blowing unreal, and it starts raining. I mean, just pouring down tons of water and blowing limbs, leaves. You know, when the wind's so bad that it just strips the trees. It blow, and I just watched my truck, blew it all over it, and it was ridiculous. I got a tree down, I got to get up, and it's just a mess when all them little twigs break off and they go over. Between 4 and 5, maybe.
Okay.
Wow.
No. And then
no heads up. It just showed. It
hung around longer than I wanted it to, and then it moved on, and of course then everything cleared up. But my yard, I mean, I got so much to do. The gutters, little twigs they're hanging out of the gutters and all this crap.
Good night.
I finally got, of course, the satellite TV went out because when it rains like that you can't see.
Yeah.
And I finally got it on, and James was pointing, and he said, "There's one storm right up here around Jacksonville," but that was the only one in the whole state, I guess. But it was strong.
Huh.
I was crying a little bit.
Well, anytime you got trees down, that's strong.
Yeah, it's a mess, too. You know when it just blows all over the concrete, you just got twigs and leaves, and they're wet, and you can't get them off.
Oh, we talk
knives and guns.
Yeah.
And everything. Millie was pinned on the back
for some
porch.
reason,
Rain was blowing in on her, had her pinned up against the wall. Lisa had to let her in.
Cut my
Wait
beard
a
and
minute.
forced me to eat it.
To eat it.
So Millie went inside?
Just threw it into the garage.
Ooh.
She didn't get to stay. But I don't know what happened. But, I mean, it was blowing.
All right, so give me size of trees. Is this chainsaw or is this?
Well, I'm going to have to be a chainsaw, but it's not a huge tree.
Okay.
But,
You can handle it by yourself.
oh, yeah. Drag it, pile it up, and light it.
Did you say how he said?
I love to burn stuff.
He loves them. Hey, throw a couple of boxes in with
Oh,
that,
I
too.
am. That's how I get it started.
Hey, you have enough. There's enough delivered to your house.
I got more boxes than you'll ever need. And that old packing paper, that old brown paper, that's a good starter to get the boxes burning. Because you can't just get a box to burn.
No.
You got to have something.
Something about on a cool day being able to burn some stuff. You stand out there.
It's not as fun on a hot day.
No, it's really not. So, all right. So you're in handle at the house.
Yeah, I got a mess. Ridiculous. I think it even hit what James even said there was some wind damage up around Pleasant Valley School. So.
Okay. So maybe something came through a little bit. A little straight line?
Yeah.
Or are we meteorologists now?
You need me to come by and help you today?
I'll
be in the area.
You ain't got to do that.
Hey, Coach can come by and help drag some limbs.
I got a remote till I'll be home probably.
Now he wants me over.
Now he wants you.
Yeah.
Come on, get your work gloves and come on.
Speaking of that, you do have a remote today that you didn't tell anybody about. So it's a lunchtime remote. If you're listening
Andrew
live,
Cooper Automall, come on by.
please look at.
Hey, the new building's coming up.
Helmsy, don't stop.
Hey, y'all seen the new building?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, I have, buddy. Yes, I have.
Yep.
Just a little
Good deal.
we have
making deals other dealers can't. I'll tell you that right now. You know why? Huge inventory.
we have a place on our website that says upcoming events, and that's where we put stuff where people
know I'm there every other week.
All right, then. All right, so there's your
Murphy's
update.
Pizza, bring it on.
Oh, okay.
That's good stuff. Hey, you know what else they got? Meatballs. And they bring them. They're awesome. You think Papa Murphy's, you don't think meatballs, do you?
I like meatballs.
They got them. These got cheese and
I don't eat
sauce
enough
on 'em.
meatballs. I really don't. You're the one that brought it up. I'm just saying.
Do you know, completely off the subject, do you know what
talking about
Amanda...
spaghetti with meatballs. I mean, I have not had
this
that.
is when you buy them in a pack, and there's like 8 in it.
We normally just have
these have
ground
cheese
beef.
and cheese and spaghetti sauce. Ooh.
Amanda will make some meatballs sometimes.
I like them.
Where she'll do this kind of I don't know what kind of noodle it is, but it's a certain kind of noodle. And she uses the Asian Zing wing sauce for the meatballs.
I bet that's good.
And it's awesome.
Ooh.
What about
meatballs and Asian Zing?
When I think of meatballs, do you know what I think of?
I'm scared to ask.
No,
I got a feeling what you're going to say.
No, I was going to say a meatball sub.
Oh, yeah.
I used to go into Subway and get the meatball sub.
That is good.
And it was so good.
It's
The
delicious.
little melted cheese on it.
It'd fill you up too.
Oh,
Get a foot longer.
melted cheese on the top.
Oh, you
Talk
gotta
to
get 'em to
Daddy.
heat it.
Somebody talk to me.
That is good.
Oh.
What about at restaurants when you order meatballs and spaghetti and they bring out one giant meatball? I would rather just have a few of the small ones.
Like a big one,
Oh,
like
yes,
a
just
softball,
huge, sitting right in the middle of the pasta.
No, I
And you just have
want
to-
little
right.
meatballs everywhere. Right in my spaghetti. I'm
do
just.
too.
What are y'all
I do
talking
too.
about? I thought we were talking about
I'm
food.
a fan.
We
I
are.
love any spaghetti type pasta anyway. I'm
Yeah,
all about
yeah.
it. Tear it up.
Boy, I really want a meatball sub.
Yeah, those are good.
Those are really good.
Mm.
Really hungry
They
now.
fill you up.
Yeah, they do.
But anyway, Papa Murphy's got.
Okay.
You can just order just
All right.
meatballs.
All right, so
Really
that's
good.
how we got on that.
Yep.
They do offer that. They're very good. There is a Papa
Come by the
Murphy's
remote today,
and
I'll let you have one.
there's one in Helena now.
That's right.
That's
I knew
right.
that.
It's a very nice one too.
Kevin.
Thought about you yesterday, and really the show. We talk about the Eagles a lot. The group, the Eagles.
Oh, yeah. Love the
And we love the Eagles here. Founding member Randy Meisner died yesterday at the age of 77.
I don't mean to be Rick here,
Okay.
but I kind of thought I thought he had already died.
Did you?
Yeah, because he's been out of the band a long time.
Mm.
But now, Take It to the Limit, that huge hit, he sang that. He was,
Yeah.
he was a really good bass player and really good singer.
When y'all hear 77, is that I'm not going to say young, but do y'all feel like, oof, he could have gone?
There was a time when I felt that way. But,
Yeah.
But now, as I'm in my late 50s, suddenly it doesn't seem as old to me.
Right. He died from complications from chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
I think he had a solo run. He had a couple songs out, but definitely Take It to the Limit with the Eagles. That's what
Take
he's known
it
for.
to the limit. I could listen to the Eagles all day long. The Eagles said on their official Facebook page yesterday that Meisner passed away, age 77. And we'll talk more about that
today. Did you ever
today.
see the documentary? It's like 4 hours long. It's 2 parts on the
Yeah.
Eagles.
Yeah.
At one part in it, he's tired of singing that song live because it's up there.
Uh-huh.
And they talk about a big fight they got in about him.
Oh,
not wanting to
really?
sing it. Oh, yeah. They said it wasn't pretty.
Ooh. He was done singing.
Glenn Fry was like, "No, you're gonna sing it. We're gonna sing the hit." He said, "You think I ain't tired of singing all them others?"
Right.
But yeah, you
people
gotta
came
sing
here
the
to
hit.
see it, and hear it.
Randy Meisner.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is why.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you are hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn per week? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Bubba. You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a frequent listener, well then, you've probably heard us talk about Simply Safe. You know they were named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably sitting around resting on their laurels, right? No, definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's next generation hazard detection that distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so your home is protected and you get fewer false alarms. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring service, trained agents stand ready to respond to an emergency. Monitoring service costs under $1 a day. Simply Safe is easy to set up yourself, or you can have a certified technician install it for you. Financing through a firm, you can secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Right now, get 20% off when you sign up for interactive monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We're off and running here on the Kickoff Hour. That's why it's called the Kickoff Hour. We're kicking things off for the show, and we thank you for being a part of it. Super P, intern, it's his last day today. And so he flies away with a degree in common sense. We'll talk to him today, and we thank him for all he's done here, part of his internship program. Lord of the Jacket, he's got TV handled. I think his last day will be next week, but today he's here, and we appreciate him running things. I know we have a number of stories here. We just talked about one of them, and also internally we got a lot going on as well as we move through the day. I can tell. What were you going to say, Helms?
Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing.
You're going to ask? Okay.
No, I'm good.
You were leaning in. I could tell.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I promise.
All right.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing here. Move on.
I yesterday, JC was coming through, and he's like, "Dad." I was like, "What?" And he, Shohei Ohtani. Okay.
Yeah.
He said, "Dad, all
ball
right, let's look at Babe. Just hear me on this, because he, in the day of exaggerations." He said, I know Babe Ruth is the GOAT, Dad. I got it, especially of his time. And he said, but look at Ohtani's numbers beside Babe Ruth's numbers, the amount of time they've been playing, and they're almost identical, okay? Yesterday, they had Ohtani had a doubleheader. In the first game, he pitched a complete game shutout. In the second game, he had 2 home runs. He's leading the majors in home runs and doing that on the mound. It's insane.
You never hear of that.
And he said, if again you got to stay injury free and to finish out your career. But he said if he finishes it out, could he be the greatest of all time?
Greg, were you about to say something?
And that was the discussion.
I'm gonna stir
to
something up.
compare
It's hard to compare eras, but I will say this: in a day and age where everything is specialized, I think it makes him the greatest. Because back then you're expected to do, hey, if you can throw a couple innings, throw a couple innings.
Yeah.
If you can do this,
they're
you
looking
do
for
this.
arms. Yeah.
Right now, you don't see this. We haven't seen this.
It isn't like this team's got one that does that team. You
Guys,
never hear and hasn't in the past how many years. You
Yeah.
haven't heard of anybody do that.
Right.
And so I do think that we are witnessing something that certainly hadn't seen in I don't know 50, 60 years or more.
I mean, we've had the guys that go, he hits good for a pitcher.
Right, we've had
But
that.
we've never had.
No, it's amazing. I think on his last home run, he grabbed his oblique when he was running down first base and then went beneath the dugout down in there, and I don't think he came back out. But just an amazing day yesterday, and that was just a discussion. You don't want to exaggerate and go, oh, let's but I mean, if you look at the numbers, and I know everybody loves to do that. When you put them side by side, at this point in his career, he's right there. And I just think it's something special that's going on. And I don't get to see any of their games really. I see highlights, and we have TVs up here. They're playing a ton of highlights from yesterday because he had such a big day. But
so
it does have to be talked about.
Yeah.
When the Angels were considering trading him,
Yeah.
was it just because they knew they could get so much for him?
I think so.
I mean, they were wanting to.
Yeah, and then they pulled him off
week,
that. Yeah, they pulled a couple of days ago. They pulled him back.
I guess
Pulled
they
him
were
off
just
of it.
thinking we can get so much more just for him.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they said not only are we keeping him, we're shopping too. So I don't know.
Well, it's obviously got to play out, but I think it's worth the discussion at some point
It's
for
really
sure
something
because
else.
it is something else what he's doing.
And he said, and this was JC, my middle son. We were talking yesterday. He goes, "Okay, I got it too during the Babe Ruth time and all this kind of stuff. Hey, look, you're throwing 85 miles. If you're throwing 85 miles an hour and that's what you're hitting or whatever back then, that's what we're facing now. But imagine that era type of player." Hitting a 99 to 100 mile an hour fastball. Times are different.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
hard.
it's
That's why
to Helmsley's point, it's tough to compare numbers because things were so different then. But that's all they knew then. So an 85, 90 mile an hour fastball back then was what they're facing now because that's just what they knew.
The specialization alone. I mean, I'm 45 and really my entire life everybody said if you're when you get to college especially it's very rare that you've got somebody that does both.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
And so we're living in an age where we've got high schools now that have POs and that's all they do.
Yeah, that was unheard of.
And a lot of the main guys don't play other positions.
Right.
You got your rare athlete that does. But most of the people, once they get a certain age, whether that's 12, 13, 14, they either make that decision, I want to try to play college ball as a pitcher or a position player, and not both. That's not a discussion.
Well, because because there's
special.
it's always one facet of the game suffers because like when you're trying to do both, the pitching coach wants you and then the hitting coach wants you and how you need to hit whatever, and something always fades off. And if you're good enough on the mound, normally it's the hitting part that goes away, and you're not that dual player anymore. You're just on the mound. But it's amazing that he can do both. It really is.
And we're not talking about just
to this level.
We're not talking about doing it okay. We're
Right.
talking about
he's
with
leading the league,
excellence.
right?
We're talking about leading the best in the world.
Right,
Yeah.
right. We're talking about throwing the ball 100 miles an hour,
haven't seen nothing
and
like
at the
this.
same
No.
time leading the Major League Baseball in home runs.
Yeah.
All in the same time. So that was a discussion.
That's amazing.
I said, I think the guys would love to talk about this.
team-
Yesterday, I was discussing with JC. He's like, I'm not trying to exaggerate, but if you just look at what's going on, some people aren't paying attention, and it's pretty special what you're seeing from that guy.
Yeah. No, when he goes, he's a obviously excellent pitcher, but when he goes to the plate, it's not this guy does enough to maybe help us out from time to time.
Yeah.
It's,
Get a hit.
This guy can bust open a game or get us back into it.
How about he's one of our better hitters?
Yeah.
And
If
you
not
know,
the better, best hitter.
Best one.
Yeah.
Right. And best pitcher on the team.
And you know, when you hear people like John Smoltz and others that have been the best and pitched at the highest level, when you hear them say, I think we might be watching the best to ever do this. You know, when they come out and say that, then you go, okay, wait a minute, they might have something there.
Yeah.
So anyway, just pay attention. Again, I know you don't see a lot of their ball games, and if you're like me, you just see highlights, but that was a discussion yesterday. Side by side, there's a side-by-side comparison of all the stats between the two at this point of their career.
It's like Justin Verlander and Bryce Harper had a baby.
You know,
it's
weird as that makes you feel.
I'm just saying. It's a really strange deal, but it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it really is. Wow. Very special. All right, so we're moving on along. I have one story here for Greg that I might regret bringing up, but if you don't mind, I'm going to do that. Dylan Mulvaney posted a defiant video.
What product is getting trashed now?
Well, the transgender influencer, who's 26, celebrated 500 days of being a girl.
That celebrating the days is what started this whole problem. Wasn't that why they sent her Bud Light? Because they were celebrating a year, you know?
Yeah. Anheuser-Busch has had to lay off hundreds of corporate staff following the $20 billion trans
well, they get to
marketing
celebrate
disaster.
how many days they've been out of a job.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I
enjoy
just-
your 500. Yeah.
I just did you hear what I said? This is a biological man said they're celebrating 500 days of being a woman.
Got all that. But yeah. How about that?
I just thought that would. Yeah, it is. It's raised some eyebrows for you.
Yeah, I don't even. I mean,
you can.
I'm trying to think what I'll celebrate today.
I'd like to celebrate just the day and get some meatballs.
That way I am hungry.
Yeah. Now you've got me wanting that. That's all I'm thinking about right now. The meatball sub.
Boy, that's a good.
I got a really good one right now too, and I'm just letting it go because I'm mature now in my 45 years.
I think you may be where I'm at.
Can you make?
With the last story.
I've asked you.
Yes, absolutely, and it has to do with meatballs.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that I'm wearing you out, Helmsy, and I apologize on this whole Blackstone griddle thing because you've got
No,
one.
it's fine. You ask away, friend.
And I
Just
thought,
buy the griddle.
well, I know, and I think I am, but I'm just we're they're hard to find in the store because everybody wants them, and we've had some moving parts. We've had some moving parts here that I think we're about ready, but just trying to. They have different models, different things.
Hey, just
but I've seen a lot of folks making different stuff on them.
Yeah,
and I saw some meatballs on them the other day.
Oh yeah,
big old. Just look good. The guy had some cheese on top of it.
Get creative. So
On
he's
one-
nervous about this grill. He
really
don't know
is.
what to do. He's hung in neutral.
I know.
I'm getting pressure. Terry really would like
Well,
it.
and here's the thing: if it is, it's tough to put together. Okay,
Yeah, that's what I heard.
and
can't
now
you
they
pay
make.
the
Hey,
place
they
for-
have people that can come do that.
Yeah,
too,
but
by the
I've
way.
heard that's a disaster.
I've had people put up basketball goals before, and it was.
Oh yeah,
okay.
no, come to your house. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, ask the place you're
Oh,
buying
no,
it from. to
never
put it
do
in.
that because they're gonna halfway do it.
Yeah.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español.
Gracias, Babbel.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Now,
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
The $5 Cravings Box is back at Taco Bell, and it's the real thing. We're talking a Chalupa Supreme, a cheesy, beefy 5-layer burrito, a crunchy taco, cinnamon twist, and a medium drink, all for just $5. That's a lot of food for not a lot of dollars. In other words, a wise business deal, like greeting clients with a firm handshake and a delicious 3-course meal. That's only $5. Order your $5 Cravings Box on the Taco Bell app today. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for price and participation which vary. Drinks exclude freezers. Price excludes tax.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. All right, we've covered a lot of different things. We got one more segment here until the main show starts, and Rick and Bubba join the crew here, Adler as well, Lord of the Jacket, and Super P on the phones today. If you're calling in 866-WE-BE-BIG, tell Super P good luck. It's his last day today, and he's done a great job. Look forward to catching up with him a little bit today and talking about what's next for him.
I need to clear something up. This
All
is
right.
the second time I've got an email like this, and I just want to just air it out because people are watching on TV.
All right.
They're asking if I'm dipping now, and if this is my spit cup.
It looks a lot like.
And I want to say no, it is not. This is an energy drink plus Field of Greens.
All right.
So that's what that is.
Together.
So it's usually red, but when I put the Field of Greens in it, it turns at this dark color.
Oh.
And I'm not dipping. This is not my spit bottle.
So all right, I know you're a sipper. You're not a gulper.
Yeah.
I got that. I'm opposite.
You've always got on me about that.
Yeah, because I'm just being a gulper. It's like sometimes I like talking to sippers and just go, hey, how do you do that?
Yeah.
So you just sip Field of Greens?
I enjoy the taste of that.
Okay.
I'm enjoying it. I enjoy this just like I would a cup of coffee that I'm going to get here in about 15 minutes.
All right.
Check that, 9 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
But
And
this
is that
not.
a spark with that?
Yeah, it's a strawberry spark, Advocare spark with Field of Greens.
It's an odd color. I'll give it that.
Well, Greg, you've made some comments off air about what it looks like in this, and you'll do that with food and things that people are enjoying, and you'll trash it, and then where all of a sudden our mind goes that way. But no, I'm not. This is not a spit bottle.
So my routine is.
How about there's nothing worse than spit bottles?
No, yeah. You ever? Never mind.
I let Tyler drink spit one time. I wasn't paying attention when he was a little boy. Then I just act like he had a stomach virus.
No.
Really? I messed up one day and grabbed Dad's, and I thought it was a Pepsi.
Golly. Worst thing I've ever done is drank Terry's breast milk.
Yeah, well, that's good, Speedy.
Yeah.
I'm getting emails from people saying that if you buy it from a certain store, and I'll tell you what that store is in a minute, that they will assemble it for you for free. The Blackstone.
The stores?
Yeah, that this particular store will assemble it for free.
And I was going to take advantage of that, but then I started reading the reviews about how people did that, and it was missing screws and
it's
all
almost
this.
worth the chancing it, though.
Yeah,
you're right. It's almost worth chancing.
Because
maybe I'll be the one that
it's
did
like
it.
maybe it's the one time I
I'll get the
got
good person.
somebody that's really good and cares about what they do instead of half-aing it.
You know, these services that
I thought about that though, Helmsy.
That Amazon has, where you can go in and have somebody come. Like we actually had somebody put a basketball goal together, and then I think there was like something else that we did.
Right.
And I've had nothing but good experiences with those, and because that's what these people do. They supply. They like putting things together, and they realize there's a market out there that I can actually do this and make some money.
Years ago, Tyler was really young, and we got a basketball goal, and it was a big, it was one of those you can
that's
lower, raise, and all this kind of stuff. And we actually had a guy come out, and that's, to your point, that's what he did. He's like, all right, I put things together. That's my
and you can read
my
reviews
gift.
and stuff that people have had experiences with those particular items, and you may get you a good guy that can knock it out.
I really do try to do things on my own, but it does get to a point where you go, all right, I can't do this. I'm gonna regret this and just end up kicking it and calling somebody. But I think I can do this. But we'll see. But that's kind of
you're capable of it. I did it. So if I can do it, anybody can do it.
Right.
But it just takes time.
Yeah.
Patience and time. Couple hours, you'll have it done.
Interesting story here. I've never been, even when I was growing up, I never did get into this. I'm going to throw things at cars. When you're young, I'm going to throw rocks at cars. You did?
No.
Greg, your look, though, told us that you threw something at cars.
Not
Eggs.
a lot, but yeah.
Now, have I hit a sign? Have I leaned out and hit a sign with a bat or something? Maybe.
His look when you brought the subject up was something else.
Right. Well, we have an issue in Pennsylvania. Police are looking for a person in a pickup truck that keeps throwing frozen bananas at random vehicles and
that's
people.
Not a big deal. You think that's a big deal?
Sergeant Peter Whitman says that they're hunting down the culprit that's just slinging frozen bananas at people.
First of all,
how about a frozen
so
banana? A frozen banana can be pretty hard if you keep them frozen. Now, if they're starting to thaw out, they can soften up a little bit. But if you got a good frozen banana, I mean, it's pretty hard. So you did throw things at people?
Well, you got to run.
I never did that.
Yeah, well, nothing bad.
What'd you do?
We threw a few sticks at some cars coming by when we were kids.
Okay. Big sticks?
Not real big, but you could hear them hit.
Okay.
And then the guy got out and chased us. We figured that wasn't a good idea anymore.
He chased you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How old were you?
Oh, I was young kid.
When you say young, you talking about early teens?
No, I was younger than that.
Oh, so you're what, 7 years old? Throwing
Nah,
stick?
10 maybe. I don't know.
Throwing sticks at cars.
Yes.
Okay. There we go. That's that one.
Yeah.
Also, we have another one here. You talking about, getting things from Amazon and burning boxes. We have a woman that has received over 100 Amazon packages she never ordered. On July 27th, a Virginia woman received more than 100 Amazon packages she didn't order, including headlamps, glue guns, and binoculars. Cindy Smith
Is that
said,
that weird thing like you were saying that you keep getting stuff?
I don't know.
Not that many, obviously.
But how about this? Cindy Smith said the boxes recently started showing up at her, it says Prince William County home, and soon she had received about 1,000 headlamps, 800 glue guns, and a dozen pair of binoculars.
Good night.
It says here, she said,
glue guns you need?
Yeah. She said, a lot of people told me, hey, this is weird. I would drive around with like headlamps and glue guns in the car and give them to anybody I met.
Anybody need a headlamp or glue gun? What a combo.
She thought originally that it was that brushing scam that we talked about, that you just mentioned, reverting to the process of an online vendor creating fake sales of their product in order to artificially inflate the 5-star rating and reviews and all this kind of stuff. But she quickly learned that these packages are she didn't even order. And Amazon officials said they looked into both incidents and discovered that the packages were the result of vendors having shipped to random addresses in order to remove unsold merchandise from the fulfillment center. They just want to get them out of the center. So she's the recipient of it.
The glue guns just didn't sell that well this year.
1,000 headlamps.
I wouldn't mind a headlamp.
She would ride around and literally go, hey, you need a headlamp? I got some.
1,000.
1,000.
Good night.
1,000 headlamps.
Yeah.
That'll let you know what these folks make off these products and these packages. If they're just getting stuff, hey, let's just get rid of all this.
Get rid of the headlamps.
We've really made our
guns. We got a lot of them.
We've really made our money off this already. Let's just go.
But maybe spread them out amongst the population, not just send them to this one lady.
Right. How many boxes a week y'all get?
At least 6.
I want to say ours has got to be where it's one every 2 days.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. My favorite is I see the truck pull up out front, and I'm like, honey, did you order anything? No, not at all. And they just walk to the door, and they set it down. I'm like, well, apparently you did.
Somebody did.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's the
That's
one.
a good one.
So Sherry saw that deer, and I got to see a doe at 5:20.
I know. I know. Many times we've been out, and we used to hunt over. It was almost 2 hours away from where we were, and we'd go during the week. Rick, don't forget, we'd go during the week and come back pulling 4-wheelers on trailers.
Yeah, right.
And many times I would go sit out there in the middle of nowhere, see nothing, come home, and I had to shoot deer off my driveway.
Yeah.
And I thought, what is wrong with this?
Well, it was so funny to hear my wife scream, "I have seen the rut." I said, "They act a fool, don't they?" She goes, "Boy, they do." She goes, "I kept thinking he was going to ram into the side of the car."
Oh, I know.
And
good one, Rick.
But what was wild about it is that is that she said there was a spike that was trying to join the game, and she said, but then when he came out, she said he gave up the game.
Yeah.
And he went on back to where he'd come from.
Really makes you want to get good with the crossbow, doesn't it?
Well, it does, and that is the plan. For some in the neighborhood, because they can where we're located. If they can hunt with bows, and somebody's trying to head him off. But
hey, now
if that's look at the
buddy,
look at the mass on. That's him.
He's eating good.
Yeah, he nearly He nearly took out a Subaru. but look,
he could do it too.
Look how lean he is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not an old deer.
Well, he's running.
Rick,
And
when
she
you
was
run miles a day,
Yeah.
it's gonna-
He ain't eating wheat.
Yeah. if you notice what he's standing
Yeah.
around now?
Yes.
Oh,
the
yeah,
yellow
yeah.
seeds.
Yeah, we
there.
had that.
He's running right through them.
Yep, he is headed off to find a lady. God love you.
It's so funny too. I just
same thing's gonna get him, gets everybody.
Yeah, it's funny to watch him because you'll see a real nice dominant buck come out and he'll put
Dominant.
that nose to the ground and he makes a trail, and then like you said, some little spike will come along, and he makes the exact same. I mean, they're on the exact same scent. They almost step in the same spot as they work their way around the field.
Yeah,
it's funny to watch.
Yep. So that's I told her I hope she learned something by looking at that. That is and so she was funny though. She said
a lot of life lessons.
She said I've heard you describe that, and I've heard you show me still pictures of it. She goes, when you see it full blown,
Oh, yeah.
right through the neighborhood
In the middle of the day,
Yeah.
just complete disregard for safety.
Yeah, she said the spot kind of did that hopping thing to do away. She goes, but that one that was on the move, the dominant buck, he was grabbing dirt and pulling. He was running as hard as he could go. You kind of find yourself kind of pulling for him.
Yeah.
You know, thinking God love you. I hope things finally slowed down.
Yep.
You know,
so you can get back to eating and sleeping.
That's a lot of work. Don't worry, it'll be over soon, and you'll be back safe again, never moving except under the protection of darkness.
Never see daylight again.
No.
These neighborhood deer that have these sanctuaries where they got it like they like it.
Yeah. What's going to come after?
I wonder if
Other than
I wonder if the message ever gets out to those that are struggling. Just trying to,
Yeah.
they don't even know if they should go to a green field and eat. Like, hey, you ain't going to believe what it's like right here.
Do you think
we get to just do whatever we
Yeah,
want.
they put pretty flowers out for us. We eat them every night.
Yeah. Like you can see the journal of the neighborhood buck.
Yeah.
Woke up again today when I wanted to.
Yeah.
Enjoyed corn that seems to be laying everywhere.
Had some nice flowers.
Ate a few pansies, chasing another doe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Almost hit a Subaru, got away from it.
Right. Coyotes came out, looked at me, kept going.
Yeah. Didn't want none of me. I shook my antlers at them.
That's right. Not worth it.
A couple of dogs bark, but they do that every day. I'm not worried about it. They're behind a fence.
Not worried about that at all. Do you know what came through the field where I was? Straight up. Sitting there struggling. Sherry's seeing a gigantic 8-point chasing does at home. You know what I saw?
What?
A chihuahua.
What?
A chihuahua came through my field. Let me tell you something. This is why I love young Broderick, my son. I texted him. I said, didn't think this was coming. I just had a chihuahua come through my field. He texts back, is he down?
God bless you, Rick.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Another opportunity for us to spend some time together, break down the stories of the day, have a few laughs, and we look forward to meeting those that are coming to our studio today. It is a Friday edition if you're listening live, and that means it's golden ticket seats again today. Here's our national anthem. right, everybody ready? Let's go. 7.5 minutes past. Another hour on another day. As I mentioned before the national anthem, the Elite Eight will join us today in the golden ticket seats as they will make the decision to sit not too far away from where it all happens. Live in the studios, we put together another Rick and Bubba show. Kickoff hour behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsley knocked that out. Eddie Van Adler settles into his spot. He'll be talking to us and providing the visual look at the Rick and Bubba show. Catch that live if you're one of our over 100,000 subscribers. You can also catch the daily archive and a best of hour that finds itself on our YouTube channel and on Blaze TV's programming every day. On the audio side, the podcast channel has audio archives for you every day. Listen to us live on America's boldest radio stations or our TuneIn app. So you got those options, both live and archived. No reason you should miss a minute of the program. Super P says goodbye today. A Rick and Bubba University intern. We sent him out with a degree today in common sense. Lord of the Jacket also helping out today, still in classes. And sitting right here is a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba. How about it, Rick Burgess? Curtis Lowe. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Ready to unpack another one, buddy?
It is. It is. We are ready.
We are ready to go. So I don't know what has happened since we were away. I know the last time we left, we were discussing the UFOs. We were talking to people about various parts of their lives, and I know that we have baseball thing going on. I thought that discussion earlier in the program in the kickoff hour about Ohtani.
Yeah.
I don't follow baseball much anymore, but that's remarkable what he's doing. I mean, it really is.
It's like Little League again. The best player is pitching and hitting.
Yeah. The one thing I wanted to ask about that, since you guys were just discussing it, kind of jump on that since we were hearing, Bubba and I were hearing that in our office or on the way in. So, and pardon my ignorance about this, I know that in modern day baseball, the pitcher bats last. If you don't, before the DH and all that. If you didn't have the DH and your pitcher had to bat, he bats last. So does Ohtani bat last?
No,
he does not.
Does he bat fourth? Is he third?
He's right there.
He's in the mix. Yeah, he's the go-to. He's one of the go-tos.
So in modern,
I'd get him in that 3 slot. So he had to bat the first inning.
Yeah.
You know?
So you're telling me that in the era in which we now live, and like you guys were talking about, it's been so long since I remember any pitcher that at the plate was of any major consequence. You had some that had flashes here or there that you go, oh, thank you for that. I can't remember the last time, like Bubba said, like might have been Little League, that somebody could throw 100 miles an hour and be the best hitter on the team and lead the league in home runs. I mean, that's
it just doesn't happen.
It's almost like I don't even think I'm hearing the right thing.
There have been a few pitchers, and it's very few, that could hit.
Yeah, but I mean,
Tim Hudson comes to mind.
Yeah.
And
they didn't hit like this.
No, you don't lead the league in home runs. So he really is an incredible baseball player.
So what happens, Rick? So just so you know, because where he plays, you have the designated hitter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so there is actually an Ohtani rule that they've come up with. Speedy, you may have to correct me if I get out of balance here, but that allows him to be clarified as the designated hitter.
Okay.
And then when he's taken out as far as pitching, he can still bat. Does that make sense?
Okay, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And I believe it's actually called the Ohtani rule.
It would have to be because it's unprecedented.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So
Okay.
that's an interesting rule that we haven't, that they had to create because of this. So
okay. I thought that must be presenting some modern day baseball obstacles, and it has, but they've addressed it.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So also
yesterday they had a doubleheader, Rick, and he threw a complete game. He gave up 1 hit, walked 3, struck out 8 on 111 pitches, including fastballs at 100 miles an hour, which you just said. And then in game 2, he hit 2 home runs.
Unbelievable.
You wonder because he I assume he started playing in the was it the Japanese leagues, or where did he come up?
Yeah, wherever he's from.
In the U.S., it just always was considered you had to, as Helms was talking about earlier, you had to decide, are you going to be a pitcher or are you going to be a position player? And you wonder, could there have been more people have done this if the mindset here had not been that you had to do one or the other?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Because he came through a system that allowed you to do that didn't have that prejudice, if you would.
Yeah.
But, from playing, it is hard to do both. Because you got to take care of your arm when you're not pitching, and it takes a lot of time to put in the hitting, and you just have to be a very incredible athlete to pull it off.
Well, it's in Major League Baseball.
Oh, I know. We're not talking about him down at the old industrial league.
That's shocking.
Yesterday he became the 5th player since 1900 to throw a shutout and hit 2 home runs on the same day.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
How long did
crazy
I
what
heard
he's
you
doing.
mention what JC said, but how long did Babe continue to pitch?
I don't know, Rick. That's a great question.
Yeah, he did,
I don't know.
I know.
Did he ever pitch for the Yankees, or was it just when he White Sox or
Boston?
Red Sox.
Boston. Yeah. Yeah, and he came in as
a pitcher before.
He could pitch and hit at one time, but I don't know how long he kept pitching, because I know he ended up out in right field eventually. But all right, 15 minutes past the hour. We'll come back. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. We'll give you kind of a preview on that, so you can be looking for that coming up this weekend. Your phone calls are coming in, and we'll give you more updates on stories that we've already brought you today as well when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We make our way back. A couple things also from the Super Bowl, and we did a recap earlier, but we were talking about how weird was that at the end? Is it Tracy Wolfson? Is that how you say her name? The reporter for CBS goes to interview Tom Brady. She gets to him, relatively quick, and is there for the interview. They go down,
and then the mob.
Let's go down to Tracy, and then the mob got around Tom Brady to the point that it almost looked like somebody was going to get trampled.
I've never seen it like that.
And then she got squeezed off to the point. Then he turned around and started talking to Edelman. Then he talked to Belichick and started talking to members of the Rams.
Yes, Kraft on the mouth.
Yes,
that was weird.
Yeah. Him kissing the owner on the mouth was odd. But the
I missed that when the game was over. I went.
I think that was a mistake. I don't think he meant to do that.
I think it was that awkward.
Yeah.
I've never seen the camera people do with that, though, the way they were.
Yeah, it's like, you remember I told you the incident I had that time when we went out of the country and we were in Prague and people started closing in on us for the Christmas tree lighting. It looked just like that, and I could tell people were about to panic because you can start getting squeezed to the point that, hey, I can't breathe. And, I mean, and then you never heard Jim or you never heard Tony, which was shocking. to ever say anything. They just sat there silent, and all we heard was the mic getting knocked around inside the mob.
Yeah.
And then one guy.
I saw it being passed by people at one point. You saw the flag go, and you lost Tracy.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's almost like security? Like, okay, this is bigger than I thought it was going to be. That now we're They finally got it figured out, but that was a long time. Yeah. Do you think on Mr. Kraft? Now I understand Mr. Kraft wanting to kiss Tom Brady, but I don't understand Brady kissing him.
Yeah.
I mean,
I missed that. Is that in this?
This is just we're having B-roll for you.
Well, let's keep watching because you're in this is when it all happened, but this was when he and Edelman, were. It was very emotional.
Yeah. Tom's a close talker, I noticed. Too.
Yeah, he is too.
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
look, there goes the mic.
There goes the mic. I mean, you have nothing on audio other than them.
I mean,
going. Don't you think somebody should have said, "All right, when we get Tracy, we'll come back to her." They didn't know what to do. Yeah. I mean, I thought we were about to see something really kind of unprecedented.
I think what they were trying to do is pick up just the raw conversations of the players, which I enjoyed, but it was hard to hear at the same time. I wish they'd had that microphone right in front of their face.
And we knew if something bad was saying, they could cut it off because they did the rapper. We didn't hear half. We didn't hear half of what he said at halftime.
Yeah,
just weird cones of silence.
He was on stage for what 2.5 minutes and 30 seconds.
There it was.
From the other angle, it looked like they kissed, but I don't know if they did. They
watch right here.
Oh my gosh! Well, he's really a close talker. He's got good.
Oh my gosh! They kissed.
It does. It does look like
golly. If we got
Kraft, open his mouth. That's terrible.
We got another angle on that.
Oh my gosh!
Look, hey, Rick, 6 Super Bowls are a big deal, but they ain't that big a deal.
Look, like I say, I understand Kraft wanted to kiss him, but don't kiss back.
All right, I got to slow this down.
Oh my gosh!
Okay. Maybe it's just the angle.
Greg, I don't think it is.
We need another angle.
Where's Kraft's other hand?
Quick, show us another angle.
Oh my gosh! I've heard it
much worse.
Oh gosh!
Look, watch. Right there.
Of all the things you thought his wife had to be concerned about, you didn't think it would be Mr. Kraft.
No.
Well, he writes a big check every
Look,
year.
he loves Tom, guys.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
Boy, does he.
That
He
was
loves Tom more than I thought he did.
That was a 6 Super Bowl kiss if I've ever seen one. Oh my God, that was a straight up.
Well, I hope
kiss.
they don't win the next
There's no way
year.
around it.
We got to see another
There's
angle.
no way around it.
There's
Bubba.
got to be another
I know
angle.
you don't want to believe it. I certainly
You know how
understand.
angles are confusing.
They are, Bubba. You're
Angles are
right.
confusing.
Let's see here. Hold on.
We've all seen the other camera from the other
That's the
side of the
same
field. Go,
angle.
well, that wasn't even close.
Yeah, but this one was right above.
We need the other camera.
We've zoomed in here. This is
You know
what
we need
got.
is instant replay.
Yeah, we do.
Can you make that out?
The call on the field was a kiss. Bubba, what's key here is what the call on the field was. And the call on the field was a kiss from Mr. Kraft on Tom Brady on the lips.
Oh, my gosh.
So we got to see enough evidence. Well, that right there.
We need some more evidence of something.
Y'all,
Yeah.
Mr. Kraft had knocked a few back. You could tell when he got up there and started talking to the fans, a little slurry. First, I thought it was age.
Look. Did they just kiss?
My gosh, why is Tom Brady kissing Lee Corso?
Wow.
But anyway,
Rick Burgess.
if you just look up,
Wow.
it's Mr. Kraft.
Another angle, somebody.
The other angle's from Tom.
The other
angle is from Tom's back, so it really looks like they're locked up.
But I'm
this is
afraid
the
that
best
was the
side
best.
angle.
3,000 cameras right there. Surely
Right
there's
there,
a,
Bubba.
there's a
Right
still,
there, right here. You
There's a
gonna see it?
picture somewhere
Rick,
that
play a
clears
song
this
for us.
up.
It was clearly a kiss.
No, gosh.
Rick, play I Want to Kiss You All
I'm
Over.
glad I was asleep.
I don't. It is 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Who wants to ride that chrome three-wheeler? Who wants to make that first mistake? Who wants to wear those gypsy leather? All the way to Fire Lake. So, Bubba, as we come back, let's talk about this weekend. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be coming your way wherever you get podcasts. We recorded that yesterday. We talked to the very energetic A.J. Rice, and you'll agree with us on that. Bubba, we said it yesterday. If you've never heard A.J. Rice, because he's been kind of like a behind-the-scenes producer type for many, many years. He now is stepped into the spotlight as an author and commentator. It's as if a combination of Mark Levin and Conan O'Brien were possible.
Yeah,
you know,
enjoyed meeting AJ. The Walking Dead.
Yep.
And he really has a grasp on what's going on here with this.
He does.
Very entertaining, very full of energy.
Yep.
And I hope we can have him back on another podcast in the near future. But I really think you're going to enjoy him this weekend. You may have never heard of him.
Yeah.
But I think you're really going to enjoy it.
He is an interviewer's dream.
Yes, he is.
And
he's funny. He's energetic.
Yep.
You just tell him go.
Wind him up and let him go. And as you said, extremely knowledgeable. And what we like, he talked about this a little bit. He comes from the world that he is a conservative, and he is trying to communicate why the conservative principles in that point of view are the correct ones for the country. But he does it a la Rush Limbaugh with comedy, too. He's very humorous and clever, and he says really those seem to be the most effective ways, because when someone says something that's important in a humorous way, you tend to remember it more.
Yeah.
You know?
True. Well, we learned that a long time ago. I think Norman Lear was the first one who figured out I can influence people politically by using comedy.
Sure.
And he was the mind behind All in the Family and the Jeffersons and a lot of those 70s sitcoms. So, it's very interesting what he's talking about. I'm shocked he doesn't have his own late night talk show.
Yeah, and he's worked behind the scenes, with Laura Ingraham and what's the judge that gets so
Judge
mad?
Janine.
Yeah, Janine that gets so angry and upset.
Yeah.
And
she's on the Five a lot now.
And Gutfield and all them too. So anyway, it's all about how we got to where we are in his book, The Walking Dead. But the chapters are short, they're funny, and it's an easy read. But you learn a lot, and it kind of prepares you. It shows you how we got here, and then it gives you some ideas of what you got to do to combat it.
Yeah, it's like a conservative handbook.
Yeah, and I would listen to him. He made. I've never heard the suggestion he made for the Republicans to take the White House back. That was an interesting suggestion.
You need to catch this podcast.
Yeah, so I won't tell you, but catch it over the weekend.
A little tease.
I was a little. I understand what he's saying. I was just surprised by that.
Yeah. Well, there's a certain some veins of that thought out there. So,
yeah, because we've been thinking, is it too late? Has the country drifted so far that there's really no way for just a staunch, true conservative to win? And so he comes up with an idea he thinks might.
Yeah, you're gonna have to build some bridges, and the first person to build that bridge may be the person that can run the country.
So we'll see. Yeah, but we'll see. But so that catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Rick and Bubba University, our interview with AJ Rice. Bubba, we got a text from you last night. We couldn't believe it was a weeknight. I couldn't believe what I was reading.
Well,
and
I will pay the price for it today.
Yeah, I almost saw that you were going back to that marathon movie now in IMAX, and it wasn't going to start till 7.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Wow.
I did want to go back and see it. Now this is just me,
and we're talking about Oppenheimer,
right? After reading up more on it, some of the people involved. I think the second time I could make more sense of some of the things going on and picked up on little things I missed before. And it's just, it's a big part of our history. It's very interesting, very complicated topic, very complicated person. And I enjoyed seeing it again. I really did. I can't remember a movie in recent history that I paid to see twice.
Well, you did give it 3 slices.
Yeah. So I followed that. I mean, I made good on that.
Was the IMAX experience, was that much better, about the same? Could you tell?
I guess once I started watching the movie, I couldn't really tell. Now, it wasn't the dome IMAX. It was just the screen IMAX.
Okay.
It was.
Okay. What was the difference then?
It's probably a little clearer. It's shot on the 64, 70 millimeter film. Yeah, a little bit
bigger screen.
Well, no, I mean
that
overall.
one scene was
Well,
something
you know
else.
what?
How clear was it?
It seems like we got through that quicker than we did the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, because I was
You're disappointed.
I was focusing on the story.
Right.
All right. Adler says you can see up to 26% more in IMAX.
Yeah,
Maybe so.
I mean.
To me, the IMAX I grew up with was the dome. Presentation. So I guess I was expecting the dome.
Do you know I'm not a huge fan of the dome thing?
Yeah, I'm not either.
Well,
it kind of weird. It kind of weirds me out a little bit.
Yes.
Can I tell you what the worst part of it is? I don't like when I first get in there.
I feel like I'm falling.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm trapped in there.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not a big IMAX guy. So.
But it was good. Robert Downey Jr. again, wonderful job in his role.
Yeah.
But it was good. It was it's a very interesting topic to me. Again, personal reasons for that. But the second time through, knowing some of the scientists, knowing some of the German scientists involved, and have read up on them a little bit, it was even more entertaining.
Did Sleepy Bubba walk beside Awake Bubba to the car? How did that happen?
When did Sleepy Bubba start screaming, "What have we done"?
Well, Sleepy Bubba took a preemptive strike and took a little bit of a nap ahead of time. And then Full Awake Bubba enjoyed the movie. And then Full Awake Bubba tried to keep Bubba up even after he got back home.
No.
Uh-oh.
And,
not Big Eye Bubba.
Yeah, so Sleepy Bubba paid a price at 4 bells this morning.
What time did Sleepy Bubba lay down?
Movie was 10. We were probably in bed by 10:30. Easy.
Could Sleepy Bubba not go see it on Friday night where he could sleep on Saturday?
Yeah.
It didn't work out this time.
How about a matinee?
It was we had a little group going. So
okay. We were with a group.
Well, see, remember what's the first thing we learned when you and I took on morning radio?
Yeah, you can't do that.
You say goodbye to your late night friends.
Well, it doesn't happen much.
No,
hardly ever.
No,
and I will remember later today.
Sure, you will.
In your group, was it some of their first time to see it? Or was it everybody's second time?
Some first, some second.
Okay.
Yeah.
But enjoyed it still. Interesting story in our history.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. So much bigger screen, more clarity.
You could say that, yes, technically. Yes.
Oh, boy.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't think that they wanted that to happen.
I'm finding another angle.
It was an uncomfortable moment. It wasn't planned that way.
Wow.
It wasn't planned that way.
Oh, man, they do. Look.
Y'all, come on now.
Oh, my gosh. It's like, I hate to say this, but can I say this? I don't know if I can. It's almost like Tom pulls him to him. Just a little bit. He's got the back of the head.
Now.
Look.
Watch. Speedy.
Watch.
Look,
watch. Look, he's got his hand. Wow, what a big hand.
None of
Look,
watch.
Listen. I know.
Watch him get the back of his head. Look, that's it.
We all realize Giselle can be a handle, but not this big of a handle.
No.
Watch his right hand.
Stop.
Follow his right hand.
They checked Tom for a concussion.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it again. Let's see it one more time.
All right.
You got it?
Yep, I do.
Well, there's a lot of stories about it out there.
Be my girl. Cool to rule my world.
Out and he's finally at home and goes, honey, I just want to let you know.
Mac in Athens.
I don't know what happened.
Mac, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, guys. I just want to tell you one quick funny thing that my 85-year-old mother said during the craft kiss. She was like, "Is that Tom Brady's mother?"
Okay.
Tom's mom's
looks kind of manly.
But now didn't she pass? Didn't she pass? After,
Y'all have a
remember
good day,
she
man.
was sick
I don't
after one of the
know.
Super Bowls. Guys, be
No,
careful.
I think
That's not
she was
good.
there.
Did she make it?
I think she was there.
Hey, Rick, you
Seemed
got
like
it.
I
There's
saw a
another
picture
one,
this
Rick.
morning.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Wow, look at that. Look at him.
Tony in
Well, I tell you,
Mississippi.
when you search it, it's not good.
Tony, go ahead.
I was just calling to say you have to look up. Tom Brady kisses everybody on the mouth. His son, other people. He's always.
Oh, he's a
people on the
mouth kisser.
Oh,
Okay.
I remember when you had that
Yes.
reality show. They talked about that.
What?
Really?
If you Google it, it's the first thing that comes up. Tom Brady, and it'll say kissing son on mouth.
So he let's dial that back. Do y'all agree with that?
Yes.
Oh, look, I'm slow-moing. Look, coming to him. Look at him. Look at him. There he is.
Please stop, Speedy. You've made us all very, very uncomfortable.
Look, watch his right hand. Just watch. Watch it. Look how big that hand is, by the way.
He's palming
All right,
Mr.
look,
Kraft's head.
All right, so look, here we go. It's going. Look, it slides down the right ear.
Oh, no.
Look in the head. Look, and then he's got the back of the. See, look. See, y'all thought I was kidding.
No.
Now watch the hand appears. Watch. There it
I
is.
need another
See?
angle.
No, you're right.
Look, there's 4 million cameras. Surely we got some more pictures here. Somewhere.
Bubba,
Look at
the
that. Look,
call on
look.
the field is a kiss on Mr. Kraft's mouth.
Well, we're trying to find some more cameras. Look,
Rick, I don't believe we have
look at
enough
all the
evidence to
cameras.
overturn the call.
We don't. The key's what the call is on the field, Bubba.
We can't find any other angles here.
Indisputable evidence. Aldean.
All right.
$35 minutes now past the hour. CarShield.com/Bubba. Go there for all the information to get your automobile protected if it has drifted out from under the original warranty. And you're thinking, okay, no protection now. Well, yeah, you do. CarShield.com/Bubba. Protection plans are available. And on their protection plan, if it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic that you chose. They'll pay them directly. And don't forget, 24/7 roadside assistance part of these protection plans. Courtesy towing is an option, and rental car options, all there. So you can put together a protection plan that kind of says, you know what, I'm driving this automobile with peace of mind and confidence. Again, we get you 20% off, and these plans are not expensive, but we get you 20% off at carshield.com/Bubba. Or if you mention the Rick and Bubba Show or the code Bubba by calling 1-800-451 and then the rest of them was 451-7776. And, of course, that link's at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. So we are approaching election time, and then you got all kinds of representatives and senators that are up for re-election as well, including, Bubba, one of our favorites.
Well, we always enjoy hearing from Senator Kennedy, Republican Louisiana. Always entertaining.
Yes.
His approach is somewhat unique.
Oh, yes.
And you will see that in this little video clip that he's put out that I assume is part of his re-election campaign.
Oh, I'm sure it is. All right, here he is.
In Washington, D.C., common sense is illegal. I swear to God and all the angels, that's true. You know, I remember when the kitchen table issues mattered more than pronouns. When boys weren't allowed to compete in girls' sports. When truth mattered a lot more than political correctness. Maybe that's why the aliens won't talk to us.
There it is. That's I
find that humorous.
I just always just get such a charge out of just hearing him talk, because back to what was said even in the podcast this weekend that you'll get this weekend, it's when you take on a humorous approach to obvious things, it makes it harder for the opposition to argue against you.
Right.
Because you're using humor to point out the absurdity of some of the things that people are talking about now.
I know you probably feel the same way. He reminds me of many of my kinfolks.
Oh, yes.
Uncles
Yes.
and cousins and great uncles that I had growing up, just his whole delivery and the way he talks. And it is funny to me somewhat that he is a Kennedy from Louisiana and has those.
Well, every time I hear that.
He's just so fun. I mean, that alone is comical.
Yeah, every time I hear a Kennedy, I'm sorry, you have sort of a reaction that's uncontrollable, and you don't know, and you start thinking, oh wait a minute, he's on the conservative side, okay, yeah. And of course, I don't have time the podcast this weekend, but Bubba, on the note he mentioned at the end about aliens, did you see the email yesterday from Mark on the Mississippi Gulf Coast?
I did.
Yeah.
Refresh my memory.
Yeah.
I read several.
Did you love my reply? So anyway. Here it is from email yesterday.
He was in Oppenheimer last night. He didn't see that.
I have been a fan of the Rick and Bubba show since early on. Yeah. Lately, it seems some of the cast have been very mean-spirited to Bubba.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
And some of the items he brings to the table. On yesterday's program, that would be, that he was saying July 27th, that was yesterday.
Okay.
Bubba was trying to discuss the hearings on UAPs. And it seems as though some of the crew were mocking Bubba.
No.
For bringing a story that has lots of interest to lots of people. Some of the crew's responses did not surprise me, but some really disappointed me. I have never have been so frustrated at the show as I was trying to watch that segment. The name of the show is Rick and Bubba, not whatever Rick wants to talk about show. And what I replied back is, I said, Mark, I agree completely. Thank you for holding us accountable, especially Speedy. And then I said, thank you for listening.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mark.
So, Bubba,
we appreciate that.
We want to apologize.
I want to take a moment.
Now, I did listen to the archive on the way in today, and I have no idea what he's talking about, because it seemed like yesterday when you were talking about this.
We were pretty engaged, I
that,
thought. Sure
that you had the table, and we really went to you to kind of update us on what was going on.
I had serious questions.
But what I'm wondering, is it possible? Because honestly, I had to come to the conclusion after I heard the archive, because you know how you don't remember things. Maybe. But when I heard the archive, I've come to the conclusion that maybe later in the show there was an attempt to bring it up again, because it couldn't have been that segment, because Bubba had the floor for 2 full segments. And kind of updated us.
3.
And then we played clips.
And they're saying we were being rude to him.
It was like we wouldn't have let him.
We had some pretty serious questions about it.
To your point, Rick,
it doesn't seem like. I know we're always delusional.
Yeah.
But when I listened to it, I couldn't even find one jab at you during it.
I almost thought he was listening to a different day.
Yeah. Yeah, now that's possible.
That's what I thought.
And I even thought maybe later in the show a caller on the phone segment, and Bubba tried to walk it out again, and we would talk all over him or interrupt him.
That's possible.
But it couldn't have been the original segment, because we almost couldn't wait to get into it and pitched it to you and said, "Let's go."
You know, so we've talked about having a short memory is sometimes good here.
Right.
Really, I don't remember the details. I saw the email.
Right.
Were you hurt? You don't remember being hurt?
I don't. You know, I
know we apologize.
Sometimes we get into a feeding frenzy.
No doubt.
Here, where everybody's talking at one time. And sometimes those are a little hard to plow through.
No doubt.
There was nothing offensive on my part.
Yeah, I mean, and I know we're, like I say, you don't remember things right, and we're all delusional, and we think we don't do things that we do. But I went back and, I mean, we have archives now.
Right.
So, and this one was easy because it's right at the beginning of the show, so it wasn't hard to find.
I believe I was seated and silent. It was just
Greg.
I do.
A little much to say that.
You got to go that far with it.
No, but I mean, I was.
Yeah.
Hey,
we were
buddy.
fine.
Yeah.
I think, and we spent, I think, a total of an hour.
I was going to say at least 3 seconds.
I know it was from 20 after all the way to the top, and then the first segment of the other.
Because I know at one
Maybe
point
this guy wanted off
Greg
flowers.
looked at me like, "Are we still talking about this?" So I remember that. Remember?
Yeah, was that what that was?
Yeah,
but you didn't say anything.
Well,
But
it was somewhat historic hearings yesterday.
was, yeah.
And it was interesting because of the oddity of what they were discussing.
Yeah.
I mean, usually it's kind of boring stuff.
I was
they
hoping
talk
Aldean
about.
would walk in and pull his skin off.
Right. That would have been a big moment. I'll
He's
give you
getting
that.
mad at you right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, pal.
I like when you're talking about the room killing creativity.
Oh, that's funny.
You mean the chilling effect?
Oh, it's so good. So good.
It happens.
And it's true. I mean, look, this show, it's like I realize, like as I talk to other people, that they don't deal with what we deal with. Like they'll bring up something, and I think, man, I bet you got destroyed at work, and they look at you like, what are you talking about?
Well, I bet they made fun of you. Why? Why wouldn't they?
We've got clothing we won't wear. Yeah, I mean, Now, some of you, when you see how we dress, you go, you mean there's actually something y'all won't put on?
And then there's some clothing we stick with.
Yeah. Oh, buddy.
We got it archived.
What I love is when somebody will come in and they'll have a picture, say, of being
Oh,
here.
yes.
I want to say, I'm going to say 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But in many cases, it's longer than that.
Oh, yeah.
And when they're showing us the picture, we have the exact same clothes.
Absolutely.
That's happened several times.
Absolutely. So many times.
Or I'll look up on TV when he shows the old bits.
Yeah.
And I'll look down and go, I got the same shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
That was 8 years ago.
Well, I mean, not kind of.
No, the shirt.
same
Yes.
shirt. Yeah,
We'll hang on to the wardrobe.
That's a problem I have. I really need to update mine terribly.
Oh, well, I mean, but the thing is, we treat it kind of the way we do everything because we're, heterosexual males. And that is, once we get things in this category that work, we think, well, why do we need more?
Well,
I mean,
you want to feel good at work. You want to be comfortable. And once you get something that fits that mold, you just kind of stay with it. You're obviously, well, in my case, I'm just glad to have clothes on because I did come to work shirtless one morning many years ago.
Yeah, probably not a great idea.
And Rick has been out in the afternoon pantsless. So
Yes, I have.
Yes, I have. Sometimes clothing is not the primary concern.
No,
when you're focused on something.
No, it
Probably
really
needs to be more priority.
So anyway, Bubs, I just want to say we're sorry.
I didn't realize it.
Right.
And I apologize. I think I was seated.
I did see that email, but I didn't.
Well, you didn't love my reply. I thought you would love it.
I did. I loved it.
Especially Speedy.
And Speedy, thanks.
We'll come back. Phone calls are next. Look at Super P on his last day. We're going to do a little extra interview OP.
I can't believe he's leaving already.
I know.
Sounds like he just got here.
And he got his hair perfect.
What was this, a mini master or something? What was it?
Summer.
Yeah, it was. You're right. It actually was. Yeah. That's not even a joke. It actually, yes, it was. We'll come back. Phone calls, anything you want to talk about. P's ready. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so if
It's not a real good Tim Tebow.
I got it. All right, so he's approaching.
I'm concentrating on how he runs out of air when he talks.
Yeah, he's approaching. All right,
I'm
the
not
ball
doing it.
here.
Y'all making me feel bad.
What's going through his mind, Greg? You ready? Hold on. Be the mind of Tim. You ready?
Y'all sit here and get on to me about it, and then you tell me to do it.
Okay, well then watch this.
It's life on the show, Greg.
You ready, Greg?
I'm finna kill this thing.
Go ahead.
Watch this. Now I'm taking up golf after baseball. I hear that stroke. Did you hear me? Heard it.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of that.
Greg. That guy's obnoxious.
I tell you, I don't like that guy.
I know.
Back.
Yeah, he's the guy who cackle.
I'd take Greg doing impersonation over that guy.
I would too in a second.
I'm not doing it no more.
Why?
Wade
Wade
didn't feel bad. Said he won't come on the show.
Wade in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK.
Plus, he might beat me up.
Wade, go ahead.
Yes, guys. I think that Beth Moen got word of y'all having Bruce Pearl on the show Friday, and she called the game Friday night, and she said that Chandler Cox dunked the ball. He had 23 rebounds.
Okay. See, that's what I'm talking about.
No, the funniest thing about you know what the
I
title
wouldn't come on this show either.
You know what the title of that show was? You know what the title of that call was? Tim Tebow.
That really? Wow.
I mean,
he left that out.
Yeah, it wasn't the game Saturday. It wasn't Friday, was it? It wasn't the game Saturday. That's what I started getting all this stuff.
Saturday night.
Can Chandler Cox for rebounds?
Prime time.
Yeah,
Like pretty cool atmosphere and all that.
So she's doing the college games. I mean, a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Because I'm hearing
2 or
about
3
that a
a week.
lot. College
Just the lucky teams that draw, Rick.
Did you happen to hear about any chance?
Oh yeah. I
So
did.
she calls football, basketball. What else she call? Racing.
No, she didn't do right.
Now she
Here's a wine and a pitch. That's low inside.
she made reference that she was supposed to be in a Super Bowl commercial right before halftime.
Really?
Yeah, she did. I didn't see it, or I didn't hear it.
Did I miss that? I didn't see it either.
Here's another angle of Tebow here. They got it.
There it is.
Not bad.
Oh, guys, that's terrible.
I think that shot of that may be even worse, Bubba.
Rick, there's 900 cameras
there it is.
Surely.
No, there it is.
Surely,
There it is.
look,
There it
all
is.
we got is this side
what
and
more do
one
you
stand,
need?
one
What
from
more
up
do
top.
you- what more do
I
you
want to
need?
see the other side. I want to see the other side. Okay.
Play stands.
Here comes Tebow in to see Mr. Krabs. Oh, he puts one around his lips. There's your kid.
Tom Brady's on target yet again.
I've heard of hey, Rocky. I've heard of Kraft Foods. That look yummy.
Greg, act like Tim's giving play.
Oh, I'm not.
Just say he's going to give him the best kiss ever.
No. ever happened?
Tell me how far you hit that golf ball a minute ago.
Further than anyone's ever hit it.
Greg, you gonna call us in, or you?
I'm trying to stop, Bubba. They won't shut up. That's right. I'm out. I'm not doing it again.
That's it. That's the last time.
That's the last one.
All right, one more.
No. You see? Tom's tearing that sugar up.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We're right here. Phone calls coming in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we chat with you, Super P, on his final day in Rick and Bubba University, taking your phone calls right now. Crestview, Florida, Emmanuel Baptist Church tonight kicks off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com with their first man church service. Blake Prime time, speaking there tonight. Men, if you live in that area and you'd love to get plugged into one of our small groups and one of our curriculum, you can do that tonight at Emmanuel Baptist Church in Crestview, Florida. Thomas Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Thomas, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how are you?
We're good.
Great. We're great.
Well, there's been another coach that's been accused of a toxic atmosphere by what we think are disgruntled ex-players who reported anonymously. So you can take with that what you will. It's P.J. Fleck of Minnesota.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Rowing the boat.
I was wondering if you got any calls about it yesterday.
No, I saw the
Thomas,
the
we
article,
didn't.
though.
What are they claiming?
I saw the story after the show yesterday, and he's a very high energy guy too.
Yeah.
and
Well, they gonna make coaching difficult.
Boy,
He handled the presser about this and questions about this very, very well. Of course, I'm biased because I'm a PJ a fan, but I don't really understand
what's
going on.
What are
I
they
heard
claiming?
Something about there's some coins and punishment for. The whole thing didn't make sense to me, but I heard his response and I thought, well, this is not going to end up like Pat Fitzgerald. It looks like he has his ducks in a row, and the administration and university have their ducks in a row. It looks like he's going to come out of this perfectly fine. Yeah, his presser was really good. Now, I don't understand what the allegations are.
And that's what I want.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I didn't get that far into it.
And Thomas said he said that he just used the term, and this is, I love these terms we throw around now. He created a toxic atmosphere. Can you explain me?
I mean, for you or for everybody?
Right. We might listen
that
to.
just means you didn't like him, then.
Yeah, right. We might
cheat you out.
We might listen to the facts of the case and not agree that that's the definition of a toxic atmosphere. It may be a preference, but it doesn't mean that it's something that would lead to the removal of a coach.
He's probably got about a 2-minute answer to a question that may be worth playing, and it may help us all understand what's going on.
He had what they call the Fleck bank, and that is where it was a point system, and that's what they called that. And it's if you violated rules, then you accumulated enough goodwill through the point system called Fleck bank. Players would be punished through excess workouts,
Count Burgess.
and they basically called it like a cult-like culture that contained significant intimidation and blah, 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 blah. But also the players went to the front office and said that he would overlook positive drug tests and other team violations and all this kind of stuff. So there was a lot of accusations. Of course, he defended the program and called it all baseless, but that's kind of what the front office is saying that other players claim.
And he even went as far to say anytime there's kind of punishment needs to be put down on an athlete, he doesn't even do that. There's no physical activity for that. That's actually turned over to the administration, which I didn't realize that. So the athletic department as a whole, they just turn them in, and then they have them like clean a team room, or do they have that type of punishment versus running suicides?
Yeah, he would make them watch videos of tardiness.
Yes, that was another one. That's
as
good.
punishment, or to your point, they'd have to go through and clean the entire workout room.
Yeah.
Well, what's the big deal?
Give them chores.
Be on time.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
Thank you.
Time blindness.
Yeah,
whatever
they might have that.
I think I'd rather
all
clean
that's
than
fine,
run.
Greg.
Absolutely.
No, all that was fine. That
just came up on that.
Right. That's what he was. He was defending himself by using those points of, hey, this is what we actually do for punishment. We don't run suicides or make you do this extra stuff and all this.
I got you.
So if we find that, we'll try to play that next
I'll try to find it and send it to you, Ed.
Garrett, Harpersville, Alabama. Garrett, go ahead.
Hey, guys, roll tide.
Roll tide.
So, back when I was in college, the first time I heard Fast Car by Tracy Chapman, I thought to myself, hey, this dude's got a pretty cool song.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then eventually I saw the video for the song, and I still thought, hey, this dude's got a pretty cool song. I was like, this dude's got a cool haircut. And then y'all let me know that, he's a chick. I was like, what is this world doing to me? And that threw me off a pretty good bit. I just wanted to let y'all know that y'all opened my eyes to something I wasn't even aware of.
After all these years.
Appreciate that.
Hey, Garrett, can I ask you something? Garrett, can I ask you something just from a, over here in my world as host of the show? And what you've talked about is funny and it's fine. But why does it say on the board that you wanted to talk about aliens?
Well, I told whoever was answering the phone, I said Tracy Chapman and aliens.
Okay. All right.
You think she's an alien?
Yeah. Do you have an alien comment?
Yeah. So, and with all due respect to the alien professor in the group here, Bubba, I have a hard time. It's entertaining, but I have a hard time listening to your information when you get it from the Real Housewives of Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, my. Oh, wow.
Practice that one.
A shot at Skinwalker. I don't know if that's allowed here.
Wait a minute.
Let's go to Mitchell in Coleman listening on ZZK. Mitchell, go ahead.
Hey guys, I am actually getting married today.
Wow, that boy
And-
Mitch.
Up early.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I'm pretty excited about it. I'm marrying an amazing, God-fearing woman. So one thing that we do, we always ask guys or couples that have been married a long time, what is y'all's best piece of marriage advice?
Pray together
And I'll hang up and listen.
pray
Thanks,
together
guys.
every single day. I'm gonna tell you one of the things that, and we've talked about it, and Bubba and I talked about this in the letters from the audience. And I'm not just saying that because it sounds like that's the right thing to say. I got an email just recently and had an interview. When Rich Wingo goes out to speak, he usually, if he's doing this one message, he talks about that he made a decision that he was going to pray with his wife every day after he got his life right with Christ. And he said it didn't happen immediately, and he said he went in and told his wife that one time because he'd heard somebody else speak on that. And her quote was, "Well, it's about time. I've been waiting on this." And then they listened to Wingo, and now there's men that are emailing me that have heard him speak that said they started doing that. And they said the radical change it's brought to the environment of their marriage is, now it shouldn't surprise us since there's power in prayer. But they said, I can't believe that something that sounds so elementary has had such impact. Now, again, that's us forgetting the power of God.
Yeah.
And so instead of being like a lot of us that have to decide to do that after we've been married a long time, do that from the very beginning, and it'll be the greatest gift that you can give to your marriage. I don't. There's nothing more important than that. If the spiritual dynamic of the marriage is right, you can survive most anything. If it's not right, you probably won't make it.
You're right.
And I agree totally as the umbrella principle in that. I think from an operational principle, it's hard to have two people write checks out of one checkbook.
There you go. There's another practical.
Either have one person do it or have two checkbooks.
There you go.
I've seen it work either way, but not in combination.
Right. So there's two things, honestly, that can really get you on a pretty good foundation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So congratulations to you and your fiance.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Top of the hour, and thanks for trusting us and calling. We'll be back. I also see. Look at this story. Here's a guy. We ran out of time. Says Jason Aldean is suing The View.
Really? Go get him.
Ben, hang on. I at least want to.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
Or we could just look and see if we can find that story. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Lord willing, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey.
Aerosmith. Living on the Edge from Bubba, your favorite Aerosmith album, Get a Grip.
Get a grip, baby. What's up?
Have you seen the album cover?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. It's been a day.
It's been a day.
Yeah, a hot mess over there, Rick.
Yeah.
Huh?
You throwing out hot mess?
Hot mess.
I like it. Isn't that from Bruno Mars? No, that's right. That was when our friends Act of Congress.
Right. They
sang
put
it.
that in there instead of something else.
Yeah, right. All right. Well, we got a lot to do going forward. It is Helmsley's birthday. I feel better. I don't know why. I don't know why this was. Certain things just hit you in a certain way. Helmsley has always felt very young to me here on the program compared to the rest of us. And you do get to some point where numbers don't matter. I talk about this, even in the dating circles when you say, if somebody's 18 and they want to go out with somebody 10, that just doesn't work.
No,
but if somebody's 48 and they're they got a person who's 8 years younger than them that's 32. I mean, actually, if they're 8 years, they'd be 40. That ain't
Hard to say. Wait a minute, Rick.
That ain't. I went
Your
18.
numbers,
I went 18 years. But that's not a big deal. And so for some reason, when Helmsley had threes, it just didn't feel right. And then you get to 40, and that still didn't do it for me. But today at 41, I feel like he's a man now.
Okay, good.
So he's not standing on the fence anymore. He's over on the other side.
Even 40 didn't do it for me, but now 41 does.
It really didn't do it for me either, to be honest.
Right. So happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all.
And we have our Edgars birthday cake in there, and they did the artwork this time. Just they just outdid themselves.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's Helmsley's little dog and a medicine ball, and we'll just leave it at that. Helmsley loves his dog, and his dog loves the medicine ball.
And if you've ever, I'm
and
telling
it's captured on a beautiful cake.
Guys, the picture of Lexi is ridiculous.
It really
is.
I mean,
I don't know.
It's so close. I thought my dog was in there eating cake.
I know. Yeah.
When I saw it, I almost petted it.
Right. I thought. I went as far as to say, what is Betty Bussey's dog doing on this cake?
Yeah. Oh, I know. Gracie is strong resemblance.
They really are. Are they the same kind of animal? Same
close.
kind of dog?
It's close, but not.
Ours is a
exactly.
Mauser. What is yours?
Pauser.
No, it's a.
You don't even know what it is.
None
of us do.
Yeah, it's
Mauser's a part
Just let it
Maltese
go.
and part something else.
Schnauzer, maybe?
Yeah.
I guess.
That's it,
it
Maltese
is.
and Schnauzer, yeah.
And ours is a Maltese and, goodness gracious, it's another little dog.
It means a lot to you. Huh?
Yeah. Well, that's kind of goes to the point.
Well, let me tell you,
I love that dog.
When I see the dog that you have, the dog that Bubba now has, and the dog I have, we have turned in our man card.
Yeah.
Big time on these 3 dogs.
Yeah.
Well, I still got a yard dog too.
Well, that does offset it a little bit. I had some
real
yard
dog.
I had some yard dogs, but they ran off and they never came back.
Now that's a yard dog.
And I didn't look for them as hard as I've been accused of not looking for them as hard as I should have.
Right.
but I liked having a backyard that was not dog inhabited. And all
just
that goes
because
with it.
I didn't want to do this because it makes it even. See, I think Bubba's dog is, even though it is, and your dog too. Now that I've seen Buddy and I know Gracie, I love schnauzers, so that helps me when I see his girly dog. But mine is a Morkie. It's a Maltese and Yorkie, and I didn't want to say it, but
Morkie. No.
But
I say Mauser sounds better than
that's
Morkie.
what I'm saying. Morkie is goodness gracious.
But let me tell
A
you,
Mauser
Morkie
sounds
from
like
Morkie.
a Mauser is like a gun on a tank.
Right. Yeah.
I got a Mauser.
No,
I'm going to shoot at you.
Bubba does better in this thing than any of us because I'll see your Malky with one cavapoo. So try that. Try a Cavalier King Charles with a poodle. Try that one.
So it's not King Charles Springer Spaniel?
No. It is cavapoo. You know, from what I've gathered, if you want a dog with outright, you got to throw some poodle in there.
But I don't shed, I think.
Yeah, and I don't like poodles, so I have to have some sort of mix. But smart dog, though. And pretty resilient, sadly. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And here we go. A brand new hour, No Name Studio, golden ticket seats coming up later in the program. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out this weekend. A.J. Rice, the author of The Woking Dead, our guest. Catch that wherever you get podcasts. So it's VEN. Is it Ben standing by? Ben? Ben, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. We talked about your topic going to the break, this Jason Aldean thing. So tell us again what you're hearing out there, and we've been researching it too. Go ahead.
It's pretty simple. I mean, I just want to know if y'all knew anything about it. They supposedly, I see two different things. One saying he's filing a lawsuit for $58 million. One says $40 million. And also, I was wanting to get y'all's opinion. Do you think that'll be a big enough number to actually get the View's attention to stop doing what they're doing on some of these things?
Well, first of all, we can't find and look, when I say the word credible news source, I don't know that applies to anything anymore.
Yeah.
Other than this show, of course. But we did find some obscure places that are reporting that, but nothing that you would call, hey, we know who that is. Mm-hmm. And however, on another note, I will say, in the story we saw, the fact that, I do like people standing up if this is going to happen and say, I'm not going to sit here and have you call me a racist or a bigot when I'm not one, and I am going to defend myself, and you're not going to get away with that. So I like that, but the only thing that we are seeing that says the same things you're saying, the one we saw was the $40 million, it's not really coming from a source that we've ever heard of.
Right.
So let's just make that point. But if you want to have a laugh about it and how absurd this is, Jim Brewer, is he on Gutfield? Is this his new show? Yeah, I think so.
He's had one late. It's more of a kind of a talk show format.
Yeah, he does the late, and then he's also still on the 5.
Yeah, I knew about the 5, but I know he's doing this new thing where he's taking that slot that used to be Laura Ingram's.
Yeah, they moved him down. He used to be after Laura. Now they moved him into her spot.
Yeah, and so I don't know which show this is from.
That's
whether
whether
it's the 5 or that one. But Jim Brewer makes, of course, and we think he's hilarious. He's been on the show, and we've always found him to be very funny.
Better known as Goat Boy.
So, we keep pointing to this kind of absurdity, and comedy is usually one of the best ways to do it. So here we go.
I listened to the song. I watched the video. What baffles my mind is, okay, you can burn the place down. You can drag innocent elderly women out of a car and beat them, kick them. You can light churches on fire, but just don't write no songs about it. Exactly. Now you're crossing the racial tension line.
That's so good. He is funny.
That is solid.
Now you've crossed the line.
I was waiting for him to go.
I love that.
Oh man!
All right, so we've also found the PJ Fleck thing.
Yeah.
So as I just got a text, and of course this is not good because I thought just when Scott Gorosky, I thought had therapeutically aired all of his grievances.
You could tell it was built up.
Yeah. He now just simply says on the whining of these players, it's called playing college football.
Yeah.
College football is difficult. It's hard. It usually requires a tremendous amount of discipline, and coaches usually work you pretty hard, and they hold you accountable. There was a time when it was just understood if you played college football, you're going to have to work through some of these things, Buttercup. So Adler, you have the video.
Yeah, Speedy sent this to me, and it's a little long, but I assume
it asked the question about the allegations. Look, this is courtesy of the Big Network, Big Ten Network, and I guess maybe they had their media days. I'm not sure, but he was asked the question. We can come out of it whenever he starts to respond to it.
Question in the back.
Hi, PJ. Scott Docterman with The Athletic.
Hi,
In
Scott.
a story that ran yesterday, there was some allegations that you probably found troubling regarding your program made by some former players. And there was a reference to a Fleck bank and Fleck coins that could be used. In some cases, there's allegations of violating team rules with those Fleck coins. Could you kind of describe what a Fleck bank is, those Fleck coins, and maybe respond to some of the allegations made?
Yeah, first of all, the Fleck bank, mostly used in 2017 and 18, was an analogy in a team meeting, talking about the more you invest into a program, the better experience you're going to get out of it. And as a head football coach, when you come in and you don't know anybody, right, the guys that do really good things are going to have a really good experience. If you're not doing all the right things, you're probably not going to have a great experience. There was no currency ever exchanged. There was no coins that ever existed. It was an analogy simply to explain investment for life, a life lesson of investment. Simply that. No one ever got out of any type of punishment for that. And just so everybody knows, in punishing our football team, that word punishing, in fact, our athletic department has taken over our disciplinary type actions. We do not use physical activity to discipline our players at the University of Minnesota, and we have never done that. Our players do things like they wake up early and clean the weight room. And whatever you did, you watch a video on that. If you were late to class, you watch a video on tardiness. You then write your professor a letter. Those are the disciplines we actually have within our program, that our athletic department changed their policies and made sure that no physical activity of any sport could be used as punishment based on what we created as a football team. These allegations are baseless. We have full support of our athletic director, Mark Coyle, and our university leadership. This is a similar story that gets peddled every single year. And the majority of the players have been dismissed or removed from our football team. We also have around a half dozen anonymous reporting avenues within our football program that players can go to if they have an issue. Protection for All, EOAA office, mental health support, SAC, Leadership Council, and our athletic director, Mark Coyle, gives his phone number, his cell phone, to every single football player to call them if they have any issue. And to this date, there have been 0 claims on this issue.
Nice. So, yeah, he handled that very well. I think this is one of those mistakes that people make who try to do this thing. If you're going to do this kind of accusation stuff, and I know that P.J. Fleck's not a perfect man, don't misunderstand me, and I don't know that we would even agree on everything. But I think he kind of carries himself in the sort of way that there's some coaches out there that if you bring this kind of stuff up, people might go, hey, you know what? We need to look into that. But now we're saying that P.J. Fleck's too hard on people.
Rick, I was thinking the same thing.
I mean, that P.J. Fleck's abusing people.
Don't you know people that play for Bobby Knight are going, really?
Right. P.J. Fleck?
Are you kidding me?
Do you find it amazing that they don't allow physical punishment?
Oh, yeah.
Because that was standard procedure when I played anything.
Get there,
even
get there
if
before daylight and start running.
I remember.
I'm in touch with that emotion.
And it wasn't just for breaking a team rule or something. As negative reinforcement, like if you missed a ground ball, you had to take off and run and come back. And boy, it really made you want to get that next ground ball. I mean, it had a profound effect. So it's just strange to me to hear him saying that.
What a bunch
and that they're proud of that.
What?
You know, to me, that sounds
well.
He's
adapting to this.
Yeah, I know.
I can't imagine with the state of young people today and their inability to cope. I can't imagine the circus it is to try to, especially football, with all that it requires. I just...
Rick, do you remember report card day? Do you remember that?
Oh, I do.
In front of the whole team,
Yeah.
you get your report. They get your report card out, and D's were licks and F's, and you get up in front of everybody, and they'd wear you out in front of everybody.
You got licks based on
all
how
your
many-
buddies are watching.
You're in a
That's
pair.
negative reinforcement.
You're in a pair of gold gym shorts.
Bring me your report card. Okay, I have 3 licks for you.
And you brought your report card, and you got a lick for
While
every,
everyone watches.
While everybody watches for every D and F you had on the card.
Wow. I thought having to run stairs was bad.
And we had no complaints from parents.
Not one. They would thank the coach for trying to see if their kid would get more focused academically.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I am too old for this environment. 15 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Looking back, and we won't spend a lot of time on the Super Bowl today because, let's face it, we're all burned out on it, and it was not thrilling. But anyway, Super Bowl numbers are in, and they are the lowest in the last 10 years. But there's more.
Rick,
these are early numbers. They're overnight numbers in metered markets, so there'll be more detail on this come out later. But as you said, it appears that the Super Bowl that happens Sunday will be the lowest rated in 10 years. Now, why is that? There's questions. Mm-hmm. One, it was a boring game by everyone's account, okay?
Well, but people wouldn't have known that until they got into it. So these are people that
probably tuned out.
This looks like people didn't watch it at all.
It also appears that the halftime show was less than spectacular on everybody's radar.
Yep.
That did not help. The TV commercials, as we have talked about, seem like they maybe were not as spectacular as they were in years past. And I went back and looked at what the USA Today had ranked as the top 10. There were still some pretty good ones in there. But I think the overall batch, if you look at the top 40 of them, it wasn't as strong as it has been in years past.
Okay!
But with all that being said, there's also another factor in this that has now come to light. Could the protest of the Super Bowl by the Saint Nation have had an impact on this?
Now we're back to the call again. Did it impact now Super Bowl ratings?
Now, don't forget, this year's regular season ratings were up.
Yeah, that's why this is. This is why this
is tied to this particular.
Yeah, absolutely, because they were having a good year.
Oh, a real good year.
New Orleans, which is usually one of the highest-rated TV markets for the Super Bowl, in the upper half, almost always, was dead last in the 56 metered markets. It only had a 26 share, down from 53% share a year ago.
I mean, they lost half the audience.
So, but New Orleans is not the largest metro market in the country. You think, well, could that tank it? Well, you put that it was already a soft number for the game, that the halftime was not that good, that the TV commercials were not outstanding. So you already had a rating that was kind of going to be on the bubble anyway, and then you take New Orleans, which dropped half its audience, and there also appears to be some surrounding support for that for other metered markets along the Gulf Coast, including Kansas City, which was down. Now, was it down because their team got beat and they didn't make it? Or were there enough Saints fans in the area boycotting, because a lot of the people in the New Orleans area had been calling for a boycott of the NFL because they would not do anything about the bad call? So if you read the headlines today, a lot of people in New Orleans are taking credit. Hey, we sunk the Super Bowl. Good job.
No, I think there's something to that.
I think
obviously,
Patriot fatigue too.
Yeah. No doubt. And really, like Bubba said, I don't think L.A. is as intriguing as it once was as a market, because it's become so diverse that American football, you're not going to pull the kind of numbers out of the L.A. market you would in our past.
You would think that
right?
the L.A.
You get that L.A. TV market, you're in.
It's the second largest market,
not so much
and
anymore.
you think that any boost there could cover a loss in New Orleans viewing and all that. But as you said, we don't have all of those numbers yet. One of the markets they're interested in seeing, and it's that those numbers are not in yet, is St. Louis, how they did, because the Rams used to be there. There may be some sour grapes there because they left, that they're not going to watch it. So those numbers will become available the next few days. But we do know this: lowest Super Bowl in 10 years. Now we start taking it apart and looking at it and doing the autopsy on it, so to speak, to figure out why it happened.
Well, I think Greg's point is...
I think all of them combined had something to do
with
the
storm. Well, I think the reason why it's worth looking at is because of how well the season did. So you can't say that because last year we were saying, well, American football in general is starting to lose professional level. But we said, college football and other football was up, so it was an NFL.
And the playoffs were up.
Yeah, but this year, the NFL, professional football, rebounded. So the Super Bowl is not indicative of the season, which means there was something wrong with the Super Bowl.
Well, and to the point, the protest, a lot of that hurt the ratings.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later. So we were talking about this outrageous PJ Fleck's too hard on us. You keep hearing all this toxic environment of coaches and things like that. And we were talking about, the comparison of how it was, when we were all coming up. And apparently, I don't know how this happened. The president, who likes to let us know that he was he played a little ball.
Yeah, he did.
And he literally just made a comment. Was it yesterday about when he played football, the environment in which he played in, and then Adler's got a story about something he got into.
By the way, as old as he is, this does not sound like.
Oh, is he doing it again?
Well, just
like the dude's kidsing.
Just listen and tell me what y'all think.
All right, here it is.
For example, the idea that you can't have mandatory water breaks when you're working on a construction. Hell, when I played football, if you had a coach who during the summer practice didn't provide water, on a regular basis, he got in trouble, got fired. I mean, what are we doing here? What's going on with some of this stuff?
Seems like it's opposite of what.
But that's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true. They didn't even drink water. Our dad is about his age.
Yep.
And they believed in that time that giving players water would make them soft.
Right.
It would make them weak. That went on into the 70s.
That's opposite of what
until
he
Gatorade was invented, and they proved it wrong.
They were drinking out of mud holes after a good rain.
They gave him salt pills.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yes, sir.
So you
They had a
retain water.
He doesn't have that right. And by the way, I don't believe that there's construction sites where they don't allow people to drink water.
What is he talking about?
Nobody believes that.
He's talking about this Texas bill that's going on right now, and that's so untrue. OSHA has laws for construction sites that apply, so it's a total fabrication.
Let me raise my hand. Guys, no human being, no grown-up that owns a business or is making calls for big corporations or expecting people to get out in heat and not drink liquids. They're not going to do it. One, it's dangerous. Two, you get more out of something you put gas in the car. It's going to go. That's what the football thing. They finally realized they actually give them water. They do play better.
Yeah, because they thought it was making the players soft.
But there is not one business that works outdoors that is requiring their employees to not drink water. That's a lie.
It's just not true.
No.
Total fabrication.
Adler, I heard you were flashing back on some of your athletic prowess.
Yes, I'll tell you all about the worst punishment I got, but then I want to hear about y'all's if you guys have.
No, you have the floor.
Well, we had a coach, and his name was Coach Shoemaker.
Okay.
And he found out that some of the guys was calling him something else.
Right.
What were they calling?
It rhymed with shoemaker.
Right.
It rhymed with shoemaker.
They come in Phillips and Flathead.
Right.
Yeah.
So we ran a lot that day,
you,
and
so you were one of the ones that were.
Were you doing it?
I blame my brother. I had the older brother.
No, we're not asking who you blame.
I had an older brother.
He's not on this show. He has nothing to do with it.
When you run with the older brother crew, you're gonna do.
Oh, so now you're throwing me under the bus.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Greg knows what I'm talking about. But we had a flight of stairs on the backside of the gym that was 4 flights. And what's 4 times 1,000? Whatever that is, because man, we ran those 4 flights of stairs.
4,000.
I'm not a mathematician, but 4,000.
Here, let me get a calculator.
I don't know how to break this to you, but AOC even got that right.
And it was outside in Texas, and we just ran stairs just forever.
I bet you never got cute with that name again.
No, we didn't.
How did he find out you were doing it?
Well, he had a kid. His
kid told on
and
you?
we called
an empty skimp. An empty skimp.
Well,
a company.
We were calling them both that.
Rick, I mean, we played with guys that were talking bad about our dad, but we were talking right there with them.
Yeah, right. Man. I was just as angry as they were.
Yeah, maybe more.
That's good.
Yeah.
What's the worst punishment y'all have had?
The worst?
Yes.
I was punished so much I can't think I can put them in categories.
There were several times we had to run things for being something. I never was late. That wasn't a problem. Usually.
Probably our biggest in there goofing off. That's what, and it was usually licks.
There were various paddlings, various running, but I think probably the worst trouble I ever got in was actually in college, and it involved a misunderstanding between the trainers and me. And what happened was I came in as a freshman. It was the summer of 1983. Go catch those temperatures. It was August.
First year of the heat break.
Yeah, and no, I don't think it was it.
I mean, that's when they implemented it.
Yeah,
well, it's because of the death of the Auburn
that was my
football player,
senior year in high school.
Greg Platt.
And we didn't
Wasn't
get
that his name,
exactly
Greg Platt?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was playing at Troy, and Greg Pratt was at Auburn on the exact same day, and we had a player that was dying on our practice field, and unfortunately, Greg Pratt did die on Auburn's practice field the exact same day. So I remember that's when the trainers started doing this humidity thing where they would try to, and they were supposed to tell the coaches, hey, and the heat index thing got around 110. And so anyway, the freshmen that had just arrived, normally when two-a-days first started, there was a freshman practice for them to get an idea of what they had. That lasted about an hour. Then the guys who were already there would come out, and most of the freshmen then would be out of the drills and standing off to the side. The program that I was at that time, Troy was struggling. They had some few bad seasons, so they were looking for players. And my roommate and I, as freshmen, not really because we were all that ready to play college football, but because they desperately needed numbers, we were immediately second team, day one. Okay, well, the trainers didn't know that. So they thought we were like the other freshmen and we're not really participating in the main practice yet. But we were, because we were called in when they give me twos and we'd go in. So we were practicing 4 times a day. And they thought we were only practicing twice. So when the varsity practice was going on, a training student that was studying to be a trainer reached up and grabbed a water bottle away from me while I was trying to live and said, hey, freshman, give that to somebody that's been doing something. And I don't remember what really happened next. I just remember the coaches.
When you woke up?
Yeah, the coaches screaming, Burgess, Burgess, Burgess. And apparently I threw him on the ground and was choking him. And so I got in a tremendous amount of trouble.
So you got to keep your water?
Yeah, that'll get you in trouble.
And I do remember the Bubba Mueller, who was the senior returning nose guard, as they picked the boy up and kind of got us back in 2 different places. And, of course, I was going to be punished, and rightfully so. But Bubba Mueller said, I think you better let freshman have all the water he wants. And but it was a misunderstanding. And I probably would have been better off to explain that I actually was participating, but it was just an instinct. You know how ill you are when you're out in that.
You just wanted it back.
Yeah, I did get it back.
Okay,
good.
But
that's one of those blackout moments. You really don't know what happened.
But the strength and conditioning coach told me that I would see him before the sun came up the next day.
Yeah.
And that went on for about 2 weeks, and it was ugly. Ugly.
Hey, at least the sun's not up.
Yep. Then I started helping the trainer pass out water. It was so bad.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Last year of the season, and I think one of the things that helped this year, that was not a storyline, so to speak. And you had some very exciting offenses come on the scene, the Rams being one of them, Kansas City being one of them. A lot of teams were scoring more than they had been scoring. They're moving the ball, and a lot of people came back to watch the games. So then we get to the Super Bowl, the grand finale, and numbers are down. But keep in mind, this is relative because even the lowest Super Bowl in 10 years still has like a 44 share, which is dwarfs anything that we have the rest of the year.
It's not a failure.
No.
They're just down.
No, you're just comparing, this to
year to date.
And we were talking earlier. I think the only thing that would have overcome people kind of tired of the Patriots would have been Drew Brees against Brady because they're both 40. That would have helped. If the Patriots made it, playing anybody else was not interesting to people. I don't think. I think it could have saved it if it had been them, the Saints. A lot of people were interested in the Chiefs. I'm one of them. I was like, hey, they hadn't been in forever.
And they were fun to watch.
And they were fun to watch. And when they didn't make it, and go the Patriots again.
Right.
But again, if the Saints would have been there, which they probably should have been,
I think that would have helped the Drew Brees, Tom Brady.
No
We're
doubt.
both 40.
No doubt.
And pretty much across the board, everybody agrees that if the Vikings were good in there, everybody would.
You're right.
Talk about waiting on one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's go back.
I wish the Vikings and the Bills would play and get one of them off the off
give
the list.
one of them a
Can't win
victory.
one. But boy, the losing one.
Get a
woo,
Lombardi to one of them.
Well, I want to ask this question because I did still get some, and they weren't even.
And some of y'all thought football's over, but it ain't.
Right. So
That's right.
Yeah, but by the way, I had a conversation yesterday that would have owned you on that. Please be sure I tell you. But anyway, well, I've only got a minute left, but I want to ask this question because we do have some phone calls. People saying they didn't watch it because of the Saints call, not even in New Orleans. But
That's ridiculous.
I got some emails.
See, there may be more of that than we think.
I got some emails over the weekend, and they were not mean. That's the reason why it wasn't anybody being unreasonable. They were just making their point. There are people who said they will not watch the NFL anymore because of the way the protest was handled last year. Military people, veterans. My question is that forever? I mean, does that mean that the NFL product for you, they're dead to you forever? Is there would
drastic, isn't it?
Would there be anything? I mean, what I'm talking about, and that's fine. I mean,
yeah, maybe.
And I certainly understand. But so does it never ever heal? Because they said they didn't watch this season either or the Super Bowl, and I made the point. Well, there really hasn't been any kneeling or anything like that, and they were saying, well, no, this is still my view of them because of how it was handled. Nothing was resolved, and anybody that allowed that to happen, I can't be part of that product anymore. So and they were saying they're still out. So, and I was just thinking, so is that forever? I mean, will there ever come a time where does the NFL need to do something for those people to be back?
Well, probably so. But to Greg's point, the regular season ratings were up, so those people evidently weren't watching the game, but it was still up. So
yeah. Oh no, I'm just interested in their psyche. I don't think they impact anything.
Yeah.
And I understand it, but bottom. All right, as we make our way back, it is Helmsley's birthday. Edgars Bakery provides us birthday cakes for everybody's birthday.
Get him a little pointy hat.
Mess with me, I'm 41. Happy birthday to you. Here comes this cake. Happy birthday to you.
Bring the cake.
Happy birthday, light the candles. Happy birthday to you. All right, Helms, get over and blow out the candles. Boy,
Helms, what's that dog doing?
What's that dog doing? See that medicine ball in there.
Helms loves his dog, and his dog loves the medicine ball.
Yeah, see that. Happy birthday, Helms. How about that right there?
Do you love the little bones and dog print around the side of the cake? Is that not the cake?
Maybe one of my favorite Edgars cakes we ever had.
Now, my suggestion on what they should have had the dog doing.
I got you, Greg.
Got vetoed.
There's some things, Greg, you just shouldn't put on the cake.
I guess you're right.
I know.
You do some of those things, the sheriff will come visit you.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's absolutely right. So there it is.
I love how they have Lexi's collar and got the L on there. I mean,
everything.
Nothing is left off.
It's amazing what they do.
What is the dog made out? Is that
coconut?
Is it coconut?
Oh, you're getting that, Bubba.
I don't think it's coconut.
Oh,
Coconut's usually wide and flat.
Coconut sits on the hoop.
That's loads of coconut right there. That's going to be good.
That's Coconut City.
And the inside, and we did the inside like you wanted, Ham, strawberry.
Strawberry for Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. Fieldofgreens.com. Got the Field of Greens yet? Got another email about it yesterday. Here's Greg. And it's not our Greg, but it's Greg that listens to the show. Greg said, I want to thank you guys for turning me on to Field of Greens. I've been taking the product, and the results have been great. This is the second time my doctor has practically come into the room dancing. A little bit of exaggeration, he said practically, but he said he was praising the results from my latest blood test. And he said, credit has to go where credit is due, guys. Thank y'all so much for pointing me to Field of Greens. It's been a game changer. Each fruit and vegetable they use medically selected for a specific health benefit. Some support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others give you a healthy energy. Also, people have been talking about, and I agree, the immune system really is strengthened through this as well, which all of us need that. So go to fieldofgreens.com right now. Use the code Bubba. Get 15% off. That's the promo code Bubba. Get 15% off. Also, you can find the link to fieldofgreens.com at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we're ready to send out another one. We're going to send out another Rick and Bubba University student. Greg and I, this is our nephew.
Yep.
Super P.
Super P.
Super P is, I know everybody wants to know about your time here, but the audience has been emailing. They've been asking, what is it like to have Greg Burgess as an uncle?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's God love you. I mean,
it's definitely an experience.
It is an experience, isn't it? You
hear all the horror stories all the time, and then sometimes you get to see it yourself.
Right. That's funny. That is funny.
But it's awesome. It's entertaining though.
It is.
It's
entertaining.
100%.
Well, P, you ready? I mean,
look at him all grown up.
It's time. Y'all, we remember when you were just a little bitty punk. We were messing with you.
Oh, he was a handful.
Just stirring you up, getting you ill.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They didn't pick on you at all, did they?
Oh, he can handle it.
Pretty good bet.
He can handle it.
I did. It made me tough.
Yeah. It just seems like you just got here, though.
Yeah.
Because
it's like some mini master deal or what? What is it?
It's the summer. I got here, mid-May, I think is when I came in.
It just flies by now. We've talked about it.
Doesn't it? It does. But yeah, it was a summer internship for graduation next week.
All right, so
you had to have this to get out.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Can I give you a pointer if you could deal with something today?
Yes, sir.
So I talked to your mother yesterday.
Oh, Lord.
Our sister. And she was trying to figure out when you're graduating.
And she don't know?
And she said, I can't get my son. I don't think he knows when he's graduating.
Well,
and she said, I asked him, when do you graduate? And he doesn't seem to know.
Well,
so
your
mother would like to know when you're actually graduating.
Yeah, and this has been a recurring question.
You're right. It's an important question.
Well, the time itself, typically from previous my friends who've graduated before have said that they'll send an email close to time of when the actual time is, because there's two going on.
To a couple of sessions that day.
Yes, sir. And but I've yet to see mine. And some of the other people. We've got the instructions that have came in of what to do. Be there an hour before. Yeah, of course. The day's next Friday.
Okay.
And
you realize it's a week from today.
Correct.
But you just don't know what time.
Okay.
Out of the two sessions. So we've been looking at what's going on each session, just kind of debating. Is it that one? And
she'd love to know.
But it's going to happen. We're walking across. It's going to happen.
She would love to know.
I'm going across that stage.
The other concern, and I'm speaking on behalf of your mother again. Another concern is, have you got us all the paperwork we need to be sure that you graduate?
Yes, sir.
Mom brought that
we
up.
got that.
It's covered.
What if Pearson didn't graduate and it was Greg's
I know.
fault?
This would be the great moment in Burgess family.
That would have been something.
Terrible.
Oops, sorry about that. But
my bad. I do have all the stuff ready to go. And,
Okay.
And I'm a little upset. Mom doesn't think that much of me to get that done. At
No,
least.
she just wonders.
Well,
she just
She's flying cover. That's what moms do.
That's what it's called,
course.
flying cover.
And of course, this team that actually does the work will say this. I just did what I always do. Oh yeah, we're all over it.
We got it.
Well done. That's good.
And then Speedy and Helms and Greg actually make it happen.
So, Pearson, what are you going to be doing, assuming you graduate?
Yeah, what's the plan?
I just want to do something really in sports or maybe broadcasting and stuff like that. That's what I've been around my whole life. I did all through college. Looking to stay potentially around the Birmingham area for the most part, at least for a little while when I get out. I'm not going to be too picky, though, with whatever I get. I just really want to get my foot in the door and just, get rolling, show what I can do.
Get that paycheck started.
So you've worked in the sports information department at Jacksonville State, right?
Yes, sir.
You've got some experience there.
Yes, sir.
Of course, your dad's been in the sports PR business, forever. So you got the, of course, that's mainly NASCAR. But do you have any desire would NASCAR draw you at all?
Kind of. I'm interested in it, but I just don't know as much as the extent that he does. So I've gotten into a lot of other sports.
Of course, yeah. But don't be afraid.
Pearson, the answer is yes.
Right.
Well, I'm really interested in any sport.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, and you know this, Bubba. I mean, this is just truth. This is not a dig on anybody. We all are in this position. Is one of the glad you got your college degree. That's a great accomplishment. all these internships you're doing to get experience, all that's the right thing to do. But do not overlook contacts.
No, not at
contacts
all.
are
That's
big.
right. That's right.
Contacts
people
are
like
big.
doing
Of
business
course.
with friends.
Yeah,
no doubt.
And Dad's talked to me a lot about that as well. He said whatever he needs to do to help, we're going to do it. We're going to make it happen. And I'm very thankful for that.
So what has been the most eye-opening thing working here? Or what have you learned that you didn't think you were going to learn? Or what are you taking away from this? Maybe I should put it that way.
I'd say definitely a lot of the behind the scenes action that goes on in the whole production of it. I didn't really know, all the in-depth stuff that y'all do, before the show, during the show, and after the show. And then also just dealing with a lot of the phone calls too, the communication skills.
The public,
you have,
the public's something.
Of course. But I love it though. It's so entertaining, so much fun.
I'm talking about. It's been a while since Big Love Brooks did his internship here, and he still says that he can't get people out of his mind that he had to talk to.
You'll hear some stuff, especially the first day was that time. I think it was the Clinton caller. When we had on, that was my first day, and so that definitely was
day one.
Let's jump into it. Let's go.
Yeah, so you obviously have a little different look to Bubba's question to you because you grew up around it. So, but there still were things inside because you're older. When you're a little kid and you come up here with your cousins, maybe while they're y'all whatever, or come by a few times, you don't really understand it. You're saying you did. Of everything you thought you knew about it, you did pick up some things you didn't know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And the way it operates.
Like I said, just the behind the scenes stuff, and I'll say Adler for sure. Like all the stuff he does in there is unbelievable.
That's like a little workshop inside that little booth. There's a lot going on.
He's a magic man. In
there. He's
a magic.
Let me tell you what he is. He's a content producing gorilla. I mean, he is cranking content out of there. Like
it's unbelievable. You really got to pay attention when you're in there.
Yeah. More like
watching.
monkey, but I know what you're saying. Contact producing.
It was all a compliment.
That's kind.
I was trying not to make some sort of little joke.
Size thing.
Yeah.
Orangutan.
Oh, well, that's Speedy.
Hey,
but,
that's true.
Right.
Hey, your arms are very
right
big.
here, right here.
So
I'm right here.
All right. So you're
can I say something, Rick?
Yeah.
Watching him in the room.
Yeah.
React to certain humor on the show. He's just like us, but he loves when we get on Uncle Greg.
Oh, really?
He
Does that bring a little smile to Super P's face?
It does. It's pretty funny.
He really starts
Bunch of
laughing.
jerks.
I see a lot of oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Pounding the counter with his fist, and sometimes that feeds the kickoff hour to really get on Greg more. And I think it's just through all the years of him having fun with you. It's like it's back on him now.
Oh yeah, well Greg has tortured every single child in the
Rick,
family.
You kind of draft with me.
Do I?
Remember when Angie asked us why do we do that?
Right.
To children.
Oh yeah.
'Cause we do his little brother just like we did him.
Oh yeah.
we would just get so frustrated, and she would say, "What joy do y'all find?
Yeah.
in aggravating children?
Yeah.
Right.
Around Christmas, well, no gifts this year.
And then leave.
It was the worst thing to hear.
But he's got great work ethic because you can tell we've had so many interns over the years. You can tell the ones that are here to really learn and work hard, and he's going to do great.
Yeah.
And I will say that, and I understand that obviously Uncle Rick and Uncle Greg were family, but I also know nothing was guaranteed. So y'all easily could have said no to me coming to do this. So to everybody part of the staff, I just do want to say thank you, and I appreciate it, the opportunity.
Well, but if we said no to your sister, then we got to deal with mom.
Yeah, that's true. That is
But
true.
we did feel good about it.
No, but
if you'd have been like a loser, we would have said, "Look, he's a loser." We're not.
And I think
there he is again.
I think one of the best kept secrets is how funny your mother can be.
oh my God!
Oh, yeah.
And
Do you realize people want her on a podcast?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know
There's
that.
God,
no way
that'd be
she'd
great.
do it. There's no way she.
Maybe she can do it with mom.
Right? Can you imagine?
Please.
Can they get on something?
Can you imagine? Well, and what I would say to you, to your point back to us, there's two sides to that, and you're welcome. But there's also the side, and we've all been there. Okay, this is family, and so we're going to make this happen. please don't let this family person come up here and be an idiot. You know, and then everybody's looking at you like, thanks for loading this on us.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have actually come here and worked hard and been dependable, and you've done a good job that took the heat off Greg and I for having taken any flight.
Thanks for that.
You know, so
Of course.
for bringing some Nimrod in here.
Yeah.
So
I brought your crazy nephew in.
Right. So just remember this, okay? I want you to hear this.
All right.
You need anything? I'm talking about 24/7. Just call Speedy.
He'll handle it. Will do. You got his number ready to go.
Yeah. Proud of you, buddy. Super
thank you
P,
so
great.
much.
Finish the
the
show.
world.
Now get back to work. And Super P headed out to the world, toting a degree at the end of this show, and common sense, and ready to go to work. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this. 14 minutes now to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I wasn't going to either.
Yeah, what? We just talked about Jesus. Don't lie.
I ain't going to.
Talk about the free market. The free market.
The free market demands I lose a few.
Bubba, you can go eat a piece of that cake.
So you're going to watch me eat that cake, and you're not going to
Bubba,
eat it.
I
come
don't
on,
need
buddy.
to.
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Look,
You
I know
don't
you
need to do
don't.
a lot of things.
I'd already thought, hey, I'm not going to eat any cake today.
Okay.
I might be talked into.
I love how you were thinking it, right?
I was thinking about it.
That's right.
I don't like the thought, though.
Rick, I do have one wish today.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to happen right now.
Okay.
Because I certainly don't want to put him on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
But Jalen Fruithurst told us a few weeks
Oh,
ago
yeah.
that he could do a Rubik's Cube in less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes I can do a Rubik's
I'd like to
Cube.
see
I'm in.
And so now I know this is going to shock y'all. I actually have one from the house.
Do you
I
really?
actually had a Rubik's Cube at the house.
Oh, do you?
So I've brought it and I've messed it up and all
Is
that.
it oiled up good?
And so at some point today, I would like him to get this in
Well,
2
now's-
minutes.
How about
Now's
now?
a great time. Why
Well,
don't he
I-
work on it while we're doing our story?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that
And then we'll
cool?
stop the minute it's done.
I'll
Or we
bring
can
it
do-
to you. I'll bring it to him, and I'll put a timer on him, and then in 2 minutes I'll go get it and bring it out.
No, I want him to come out
he's
here
gonna
and do
stand
it.
right
No,
here. and
I
do
want
it.
to see it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I want
your
him
birthday,
standing
but I
between you and Speedy.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
whatever y'all want to do.
I'd like him by the cake.
Or
Here,
like we
Speedy,
normally
I want
do.
you to mess it up too, so that we.
Okay.
Yeah. all
Or
right.
like we did with video, we can also watch him do it and let it be silent on the radio.
Yeah. You know what? No, Greg, I'll add things like this. Wow.
Wow.
Is it
Oh,
always
Rick, almost there.
Yeah. Is it
Oh,
always
watch,
in-
do it.
Watch him go.
I love that people can do this, but he
All right,
just
put the timer
threw
on
down
him,
the
Rick.
gauntlet and said, I can do it in 2 minutes.
I'm ready. I got timer right here.
Okay, you
Can you
good?
push that?
All right, and go.
All right.
Boy, here he goes.
Oh
again.
boy, let me tell you
I'll
something.
get the buzzer.
Wow, that's amazing. I don't know how you know how to do
Good
that.
night.
You gotta get, there's something not right about
How do
that.
you know how to do
Oh,
that?
he looks like he's stymied.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
a little
know.
nervous,
I don't know.
handshake.
Yeah, a little
That's
bit.
all right. Don't be nervous.
Yeah.
There's only a little less than 2 million watching you right now.
How do you-
Listen.
Right.
How the
He's
crap
about
do you
finished,
do
guys.
that?
This is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
he really is. We're only at 20 seconds, by the way.
Right.
So,
I don't
Good night.
understand
Really
how it works.
shaking.
right.
I
Yeah.
don't understand how it works.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
By the way, to me, to be able to complete a Rubik's Cube, you might as well ask me to split the atom.
I thought I did good when I could get one color on one side.
Yes, I did too.
I thought, man,
I never-
Just 3 of them.
I never even did that.
Terry
Jim?
came clean the other day and said when she was little she popped off the little
Guys,
pieces
look
and
at
put
how
them on right.
fast
You
he's
know what?
going through
That sounds like
this.
something I would have done.
It takes a little time. You got to move
It
him
was so
around.
frustrating.
All right, we're at
Where we at?
50 seconds.
Well, long 50.
Oh, wow.
Right. Yeah. See,
He's nearly done.
He's got time.
He could be whistling right now. He's so calm.
Look at him. Look at his hands.
I
Dude. He's
know.
really going at it.
He really is.
Let me tell you, for those of you listening on radio, y'all really are missing out.
Yeah, you really are. Is this part, I mean, how do you feel on your birthday?
I
to
like
watch
it.
this?
See, I mean, you know.
Are you learning anything?
I think he's in
Not
trouble.
really.
Yeah, you're constantly smiling.
It's going to be close.
I think
he's going to make it.
I think he's in trouble.
Yeah.
Y'all don't make him
No
nervous.
pressure,
Did you
buddy.
give him some trick cube or something?
I didn't.
came out of the gate
I did
swinging.
mess it up real good.
Minute 17.
He came out the
You're
gate
fine.
swinging.
You got time. Don't
Oh,
panic.
yeah, you're
Is it
fine.
going to bother you if he didn't make 2 minutes?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Set back on your birthday.
Well, not necessarily bother me,
I like how
but
you can hear it on the
I
radio.
know.
You hear it.
Yeah, it's really
I'll be
good.
disappointed a little bit.
Okay, he's got one side.
30 seconds.
Y'all
We got
remember,
two.
we used to have a magician that came in and did sleight of hand tricks. on
Just
the-
look at the intentional focus on his face.
I know.
Oh, you got to make a move, buddy.
Golly.
15 seconds.
That white one is killing him. That one little white one out of place.
It's just like whiteness.
Oh, he
did it! At a minute 51. That is
awesome.
At a minute 51.
That is awesome.
Jalen!
All of Cleveland County is standing up in victory.
Did you see him slam it down on the counter like, take that?
He went from it didn't look like it was going to happen to done very quick.
I say fruit, you say hers, fruit, hers, fruit, hers. Dang. Got it in how about a minute 51?
That's pretty good.
That's awesome.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Wow.
Didn't that feel good?
And you know what? It's all solved with math.
Mm-hmm.
So relieved. Just now he came in the back room. He just goes, I was so nervous.
There was pressure on you.
That was amazing.
That spotlight's hot.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It was no warm up and no warning.
Didn't you think he was in trouble?
I did.
Yeah, but he got off to a good start. It looked like it was going to be easy, and then you get to those one or two that's out of place, and he had to work them through.
Here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. There's the exit interview with Super P. Now we put him back in the booth, and we do a phone troll. He's ready to go. 866-WE-BE-BIG, all 10 lines available. So if you move right now, you're going to get in. You're going to get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG, fire them up. Comments and questions and bringing information to the table. And how about this? There's a lot on the table we've already discussed. So if you want to comment on any of that or bring up a new topic, no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, none of that. None of that in the phone troll. This is all about content you're bringing to the table. You're making comments. You're asking questions, commenting on stories, or bringing up things you want to discuss. Don't forget tonight, Crestview, Florida. Hello. Blake Prime there tonight, the first man church for Emmanuel Baptist Church. They're brand new. They're kicking it off. They'll put you into one of our small groups at the end of the service tonight. Be there with all those men in the area at Emmanuel Baptist Church. Blake Prime speaking tonight. Next Friday, I'll roll to Austin, Texas. Be speaking into City Reach Church. Excited to be there. Everybody has been commenting, and the guys there on the ground, they're fired up. They've got a couple of our 40-week curriculum from themanchurch.com ready to go, and I'll be there with the message coming up next Friday night, City Reach Church, Austin, Texas. On the 6th of August, What's Eating Scott Gorosky. Scott Gorosky will be bringing the message. First Baptist Church, Starkville, Mississippi. They've been doing the strategy. This is their next man church, and you can be there with them. Tim Ashley in Mobile on August 19th. West Mobile Baptist Church, they have been doing the strategy, and they continue. This is their next gathering. And then on that same day, it'll happen that night, Hickory Hill Baptist Church, Westville, Florida. Brian Gunn will be there, and Todd Jones will be at East Heflin Baptist Church in Heflin, Alabama, as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy. That's August the 20th, and then I'll be at Indian Springs Baptist Church. They're kicking off the strategy on the 20th as well, about 3 minutes behind my house. So there you go.
I don't know why we love doing the Todd shout-outs, but I do for some reason.
Hey,
bring that message, Todd. Hey, bring that message, Todd. Amen, Todd.
So find all those at themanchurch.com under events, so you'll be ready to go. Let's go to John, Alabaster, Alabama. Listen to us on ZZK. Hey, Johnny, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy, for the call.
Hey, just wondering, have y'all seen the new music video from Tyler Childers? It's a song about holding... keeping somebody's love with you or whatever, and in the music
I wish we could have kept the love. I wish we could have kept that call as long as we should have kept the love.
We need you to write a song saying "Keep that cell."
It's a song about "In Your Love" is the name of the song, and it's two coal miners. Dudes that
shut up.
You're making that.
I'm not.
Brokeback Mountain in the coal mine.
Yeah,
Is this Brokeback Mine?
Like if you were to listen to the song.
Are you serious?
If you were to listen to the song,
you making that up?
I want to speak on behalf of coal miners.
You're doing that trying to stir Greg up.
From what I understand is,
Rick,
if you listen to the song, you wouldn't know. But then the music video tells the story of two coal miners from rural Appalachia who
Say
are
that again?
who are secretly in love
Appalachia.
during
Appalachian.
during from rural Appalachia is what I'm just saying.
Okay. You said Appalachia.
And the video tells the story of two coal miners who were secretly in
Please
love
stop.
during the 1950s.
Please stop.
Oh no,
Please
they
stop.
love each
There's
other,
more.
Joey.
Please stop.
After
Don't-
hiding their
No,
forbidden love.
no, please
Oh,
stop.
okay.
I said no.
The couple decides to no longer
Greg, I
hide.
can't quit you.
Let's
Come on, don't do
whatever.
that to coal miners.
Come on, coal miners got enough problems with
Yeah,
that.
they got black lung to
hard
worry
enough
about.
job. You know?
They just love each other. Joey?
Let's go to Matt, Talladega, Alabama. Matt, go ahead.
I tell you what.
First of all, is that Tri-Net from Mississippi still in there? We got.
Yes, he is.
He is.
Okay, good. A couple of things. Did y'all cover any more on the? I think it was Mr. North that had said that he thought Michelle Obama may run for president, and I just wanted y'all's quick thoughts on RFK Jr. Thanks.
It was Roger Stone that made those comments at CPAC. And what was the other question?
He asked, what do we think about
RFK?
Yeah.
He's extremely hard to listen to.
I'll tell you what I think of it.
Okay.
He's
can't quit on you.
He's kind of out there on a couple of points.
Hey, Bubba's trying to be
No.
serious.
Rick, we got guys with emails
Mark's
again.
going to emails again. Doggone it. But yeah.
Keep going, Bubba.
By the
You were
way,
actually in the
really,
middle of
you're promoting this weekend's podcast.
Yeah, I
There's
really
a big
am.
discussion
I really
about
am.
it on the podcast.
Yeah, you need to catch that. It's going to play into that. He is not as far left as most Democrats are now, but he's still out there on some topics.
He's still left.
He's still too far left.
I don't think they like him that much.
Oh no,
Well,
they don't.
They don't like him at all. Even though
They
you'd
don't
think
like
they
him
do.
because
why?
he's not far enough
That's
to the
my
left,
point.
and he is challenging the
don't-
norm of Biden now being the boss.
I'm a little off center.
Yeah.
I might just be an independent.
Talk about, we have comedians
It's
always,
hard to listen
doing impressions of the presidents. Imagine him.
Oh,
That'd be easy. Anybody can do me.
Let's go to
That is so hard to listen to.
Brian in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Thanks, man.
Also had a political question here. So Trump's got more indictments likely coming, and he's literally facing hundreds of counts. So my question is, if he's found guilty of just one felony, does the Republican convention, is there any policy or anything that would prevent him from being named the nominee?
Yeah, I think one of the charges, especially dealing with the January 6th fiasco, would carry part of the sentence that you couldn't seek public office. Right, Speedy? Am I not right on that?
14th Amendment?
It was something to deal with that one.
It was
Now,
a violation of that or something.
I think really the strategy has been just to throw so many lawsuits at him
Yeah.
that you tie him up. I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of obvious what it looks like.
We had
right?
3 more indictments last night or yesterday.
Yeah,
Johnny-
is that on the Georgia election thing?
It's on the documents, classified documents.
Yeah, it's.
Of course, everybody says that was kind of timely with Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden's
and
deal falling apart
yeah,
because
and all
it was
that.
shady to
They're like,
begin
oh,
with.
let's hurry up, let's release something on Trump.
And the judge actually saw through it, which congratulations.
Yeah, so we'll come back. Golden ticket seat folks will be with us. We'll say hello to them. We have many other stories to cover. And, of course, those of you who didn't get in on that phone troll, more opportunities will come as the show progresses. And the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Wonderful wheel of canned meat is going to happen today. As we'll light up that baby and watch those golden ticket seat guests just smile from ear to ear. See some extras coming in. Well, you never know. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know.
You didn't have any of the dog in there.
Yeah, well, the dog we were trying to preserve
We all
and
feel
for
bad. Well, he don't
Helmsy
like
to take
coconut.
home for the kids.
He don't like coconut.
But
I don't think
this
it's
is for you because we've been together a long
Thanks,
time, and I know what you like.
Bubba, do
buddy.
not take that piece of cake.
I Good appreciate night, it.
That is a piece of death.
That looks like first base.
Oh, yeah, Bubba.
Yeah.
Bubba, do not do that. You said you weren't going to eat it. Just put it up. Be done with it.
Look at that fork with icing on it. I know how you like the leftover icing, and I grabbed some for you.
Well, who doesn't like leftover? You act like that's something I invented. Everybody likes
Right.
that.
Well, I just scooped some up because I know you like that. 'cause I
Speedy,
know,
why did you
again,
do that? Why aren't you
Well,
helping?
I gave him
He
more
wanted
than
he doesn't want to eat.
I gave
Speedy's
him
looking out for me.
I gave him more than he wanted.
You know what he thinks. If I kick, he slides over.
That's
Here's
not
the
it.
spot.
If anybody should be giving that cake to, it should be me.
That's not
Daddy,
it,
if you're
Bubba.
listening, check the paperwork.
That's awful. That
Be
you
sure it's
think that.
updated.
I'm doing it because I know that's what you're going to end up eating. So why not just
Hey,
go ahead
Bubba,
and give it to
Let me
him?
tell you what he did. Is he moved that cake over. He started looking at that chair, see if he liked it.
Yeah, oh,
You
yeah.
know it?
I did it for my birthday in December. I gave you one about the size of a plate, and you ate it, and you loved it. And you didn't eat it all at once.
just
You ate
wanted
it
to be
throughout the
happy.
show, and by the end of the show,
Thank
you were done.
Speedy. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Do
No,
not.
just-
You've given him a piece of cake, like Greg said, that looks like first base.
I mean, gigantic.
That's huge.
Do you want to give it back?
Either that, Greg, or a brown brick. Hey,
All in
give
all.
me some mud.
I need some mud.
Well, there it is on top.
Right.
Rick, I don't know if you
Take that
intentionally did it or not, but Bon Jovi's one of my favorites of all time.
Well, happy birthday. Would you like some more Bon Jovi
I
music
would.
throughout the
See,
show?
I wasn't going to be that
Let's
guy.
have Bon Jovi bed music the rest
I
of the
wasn't
day.
going to be that
Done.
guy, but when you
There
played
it
that, I
is.
thought, does he remember that? Me saying that?
That
He's
and
being
wham.
that intentional with it?
Of course I did.
I see. That's
You know it, Rick?
I just looked at it and thought, that's a good song.
Rick, he loves Wham.
No, he does. Well, he's just going to have to keep on loving that.
no, I do not.
Jitterbug.
Y'all missed it. Bubba was in the break talking himself through being able to work through a big piece of cake like that. At first, he's like, "Nah, I probably shouldn't be able to
Oh,
do
he
it."
can do it.
Bubba.
And Rick and I continued to say, "Bubba, didn't you have a little incident this weekend with eating, blah, 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 blah?" And he goes, "Oh, I'll work through it. Ain't no
I'm-
big deal."
Well, I'm back now. That was Sunday night.
What happened?
If you really
This
don't
is
want it, I'll
Tuesday.
take it back.
Hey,
I
Chubb
was
Chubb
doing
had a
it
little
for you.
tum-tum. It was bothering him after the big Super Bowl celebration.
That's what he said.
I don't know. I think it was
Had
just
the
the whole game was just depressing or
It
something.
was.
I don't know.
That game just had some kind of curse on it or something. It just felt. I didn't enjoy any of it. It just felt weird.
It did feel
And I
weird.
can't even describe it. I can't even specifically talk about it.
It just, if you were having a party, maybe it felt different. I was sitting there watching it by myself.
There was
Maybe that
a haze over it or something. I don't know what it was.
and it was more than the bad call.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you this. If you're not a Saints fan and you didn't watch it because of the bad call, you're an idiot.
Greg,
Yeah.
Greg, there's Bop in Louisiana
that's
gonna be
stupid.
mad at you.
Greg,
Well,
you're
they're
gonna get
Saints
these
fans.
callers
I said
mad
if you're not
again.
a Saints fan. People say, I was mad about that call. Well, if you weren't a Saints fan,
Oh,
why
I
do
see
you
what you're
care?
saying. So the
No,
Louisiana people have a legitimate gripe.
Absolutely.
But those
I'm
you
saying
that-
if you're not a Saints fan
I
and,
got you.
your reason
Okay.
for not watching is because you didn't like that call,
I got
well,
you.
then you need help.
Look, here's the thing. I want you to understand. I kind of like to enjoy things, so I didn't go into it trying to have a bad experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly enjoyed the pregame. I enjoyed cutting up, watching my wife cry at all the different stories beforehand.
Yeah.
The bad thing about letting her see all the stories is then she gets upset in the game, like when number 77, because we saw a special in his whole family.
Right.
The tackle. She's like, oh, his kids are going to be so upset. And I because she'd seen them earlier, during the pregame thing, and they wanted Daddy to win, and the little boy prayed that nobody knocked Daddy down.
Well,
He's in trouble there.
You think Sherry didn't? She goes, he just prayed that his daddy didn't get knocked down. And I said, look, the size of him, ain't nobody gonna knock him down.
Not much.
Of course, he did get beat on the inside one time bad, and I pointed it out to her, and she said, please don't show me that. I said, how does he think his kid's like that when Mama had to say that sack's on Dad? Well, it was, Speedy. The guy went to the inside, and he didn't handle it. Yeah. You got to move.
Ready.
Hey, you got to move your feet.
Mm-hmm.
Good gosh. Inside first. Force make him go the longest way there. You let somebody beat you on the inside?
maybe he thought he had help.
He did, I think. I have to say that because I saw the special too, and I was touched by it.
But, Rick, the whole time you were talking, Bubba was staring at the cake. The whole time.
Let me have it.
He was just standing there like a dog.
Let me see.
Give it back to me. Seriously, I thought you might want it.
I want to
show the. Will you pick it up so the camera can see?
I want
it?
to see.
It's hiding.
This
from
is a
everybody.
big moment. I want to see you pick that up and throw it in the garbage.
Oh, don't throw it in the garbage.
Yes, well, that would be quite symbolic. There's plenty of cake in there.
I'm playing off.
Hey, Greg's playing off first. Just move it a little further away.
It's right there. It's fine.
You see that mellow yellow bottle? Move it past it.
It's fine right there.
Because as long as if it's from the mellow yellow bottle back, you'll still get it. Move it past the mellow
no,
yellow
I
bottle.
can reach it over there. It's fine. It's fine.
All right, let me see your arm reach. Reach out as far as you can. Speedy, this is not love right there.
I thought I was loving him because I thought that's what he wanted. I'm getting it. I'll get it. Here,
Listen, I'm starting to get texts from my family in regards to the cake.
Mm-hmm. It is 6 minutes past Rick and Bubba's show, No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, and we thank you for being here with us. From Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler here. Intern Super P says goodbye today. He graduates from Rick and Bubba University, clutching a degree in common sense, that now a superpower. Lord of the Jacket, also here, still learning. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being here and letting us do what we do.
Bubba, the golden ticket seat folk are here. There they are, and they've come from all over.
Yep.
The Elite Eight, the Great Eight. How many first-timers do we have? All first-timers.
Oh, the whole crowd.
I love it. Of course, deep down you think you never saw the Broadcast Plaza. That's one of those.
But at least they don't have anything to compare it to, so they can't be disappointed.
That is correct. So we're so glad you're here, and enjoy the rest of the show. And we thank you for those of you that brought food, sausage balls. Thank you for picking a food that owns me. But
there's some cookies in there too, Rick.
Okay.
I like cookies.
I know
delicious holiday treat.
I know that some of you didn't bring anything. Don't feel awkward. It's certainly not required. Is it a nice gesture? Yes, but it's not required.
You missed Bubba. He said today was going to be the day he started cutting back.
Just wait till Monday. Just wait till Monday.
I picked a terrible day to start cutting back.
I love that from Airplane. Bubba, one of our favorite topics, my friend. Here we go. The cult of climate change, the climate religion, false religion. We continue. We're going to have the great communicator, President Biden, throw a few at us.
All right.
We got a UN chief. It's going to be a little dramatic. And then we get KJP in there as well. It's going to be action-packed today, my friend.
And, Rick, this is all big news. It's hot in July every year. Burn, baby, burn.
Man-made climate change / global warming / climate disruption and whatever it'll be called in a couple of years. We did have, and we never played it. Adler had the video this week. We actually had the video of them predicting the ice age in the 70s.
Yeah.
So don't miss that one. But now,
one of my favorite things I have in my office.
Yep. That from the
and
Time
I appreciate that. Whoever sent that to us.
All right. So, Bubba, let's get started with the great communicator, President Joe Biden.
All right.
An inspiring man, certainly, by every account. So here we go.
He feels our pain.
Here's what he's going to do to save the planet. Are you ready?
For example, we should, in the international effort, we've got a commitment to, plant 1 billion trees over the next several years worldwide. I mean, there's a reason why. Anyway, you guys get it. And but we got to get through this crisis in the near term, and we got to keep people safe. And I really appreciate.
Number of government vehicles that will be stopped and sidelined today because of the damage they're doing to the environment. Would you like to know that number, Rick?
I'd love to know.
0.
That'd be zero. Thank you, yeah.
So he didn't really mean that.
No.
I like when he got in the middle of explaining.
billion.
Then he said, well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, 1 billion trees.
And look, we do
really
need
know,
trees.
Yeah.
We need to plant trees.
Do you know what trees need to live, though?
Yes, they need carbon dioxide.
They sure do, don't
yes,
they?
do.
So
they give us oxygen.
So wait,
back.
we're planting trees and then taking
already.
away the very thing they need to live?
Yeah, it's very confusing.
It really, and then what do they give us back, Bub?
The oxygen.
Yeah, that's a big. It's almost like that was the design, but
we have this system like with pine trees. We plant them, we grow them, we harvest them, and then we plant them again. It's really the most green thing you can do. By the way,
But let's talk about what just happened. Did anybody here raise your hand if you saw the movie Remember the Titans?
Oh yeah,
sure. Okay, yeah, that's why we're all here. Do you remember when he was telling Sunshine? When he said he didn't think he was ready to take the team.
Yeah.
And he says, I didn't think I was ready when I ended up having to raise my siblings. And he came, I can't remember how many siblings he said he had.
He had like 8.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was 10 or whatever it was. So the guy goes on the field and he gives it, and the assistant coach says, I didn't know you had 10 brothers and sisters. He said, I don't. And he said, how many do you have? And he said, 4. He said, yeah, 10 sounds better. Look, let me tell you something. That's what just happened. How many trees y'all want to throw out there? What do you think about 1 million? I mean, if you're thinking about it worldwide, you want to try 1 billion?
Yeah.
And then somebody said, 1 billion sounds better.
Let's go for it.
I like 1 billion.
I'd like to see.
Now, there's no way for us to document that there's actually been 1 billion trees planted, or that it even matters.
I'd like to see the breakdown of where those billion are going to be located.
Well, you know what I mean.
Country by country.
Does anybody think we're hurting for trees?
Have you been in an airplane lately?
I say a lot of them.
Good night.
That's all you can see is trees.
Yeah.
You can't find a city to look at
Bubba,
most of the time, unless you're landing or taking off.
Bubba, just when you think 1 billion trees was enough for you, you know how else we're going to be saved? By painting the roofs white. Here we go.
All right.
Well, it's not going to alleviate the heat problem right now. But we also have a number of programs to do everything from allow people to have the ability to get help to literally paint their roofs white, to change their windows and doors and get tax credits for doing it, so air conditioning doesn't escape. To be able, there's a whole bunch of programs that are out there that, as we get through the heat wave, as we get by this worst part, that we're able to invest in the communities to keep it from happening as badly next time it occurs.
Okay.
I know right now.
Can I say this? Speaking of hot air.
That's good. Right now, I know y'all think that we've recorded an old man that we encountered at the park.
Yeah.
This is the president.
The leader of the free world, Rick.
This is the,
Did you hear him catch himself when he acted like it would pass? For this wave.
Even he got tired of telling the story. Bubba,
he lost interest in his own
I thought he
story.
was going to say, "Oh shoot, Bubba," when he said windows. I mean, oh shoot, windows.
Shoot, windows.
And you know his staff told him this. Hey, look, something about the roof's white. I got it.
So wait a minute, 1 billion roofs? No, that's trees. We're gonna how many roofs?
Let me ask you
We're
this:
not gonna do a number on the roofs.
How is this white roof going to work when we get to the wintertime and we'll amazingly have record cold temperatures then?
Right.
Yeah.
And we need the heating on our roof.
My wife is not going to like a white roof on the house.
Well, that's
They are
the
about
reason we
everything.
don't have them now.
I mean, they won't even let me have hang certain things on the wall. She ain't going to put it
I'll
on
tell you what.
Let me ask
The
you
fact
this.
that he thinks everybody's roof should be white, that's a dog whistle for white supremacy.
It is, Rick.
Oh, there it
It's
is.
a dog whistle.
Because you're saying white is better.
That's right.
Look, there's no doubt white roof would be cooler, but there's only half of the year we need it to be cooler. The other half we want it to be
And it
warmer.
looks great.
And the wives are never going to allow it. But let me ask you this: exactly what paint can you take and put on a shingle roof and paint it white?
Yeah, that's my.
I don't know.
Anybody?
Is it a white?
that one out.
You talking about that good shingle paint they have?
Yeah,
Great.
because I've asked before, is there a glue or something, a clear coat we can put over them to keep them from blowing off?
Yeah.
We're going.
No, nothing will stand up to the heat up there.
We're already.
So white paint is going to do it. Well, I bet that'll look good
We're
when it
already
starts
moving.
flaking up.
Oh, it's going to be
Paint
wonderful.
everybody's house white. Well, what? Well, maybe a white sheet over it, like you have when you bed. We'll pull it across your roof. I mean, are we out of it?
That's your plan. So we got a problem, and this is how you're going to fix it.
I don't even.
Again, he could, with the stroke of a pen, he could put every government vehicle in the parking lot today. He doesn't do it. He could do more himself than any of us could ever do.
Where was all the concern when I was out there dying in the summer of '83? Everybody told me to suck it up and shut up about it.
Yeah.
Can we wear our white uniforms? Shut up! All right, so 2A, here comes Drama Queen, the UN chief. Here we go.
Get this quote, now, folks. Get this quote.
You got to really focus to understand it.
And for scientists, it is
Lord.
unequivocal. Humans are to blame. All this is entirely consistent with predictions and repeated warnings. The only surprise is the speed of the change. Climate change is here, it is terrifying, and it is just the beginning. The era of global warming has ended, the era of global boiling has arrived.
What a drama queen.
The air is unbreathable, the heat is unbearable, and the level of fossil fuel profits and climate inaction is unacceptable.
Oh, there's you.
Leaders must lead.
Global boiling.
He said leaders must leave.
I'm not
Livers
sure.
must live is what he said.
Oh, God.
Livers must live.
Livers? How dramatic. Don't ever miss the word terrifying. That's the goal.
Gotta scare you.
Yes,
we're,
that's
we're,
the goal.
we're out of time. Do you
And
want,
boiling, that's pretty scary.
you want KJP?
Well, let's pick it up. We're
It's real quick.
Okay, all right, go
Here's
ahead.
KGP on global warming.
How do we move forward as climate change is taking over every part of our lives almost?
Well, yeah, y'all are talking about it. I mean, you. Yeah,
They
can't y'all
gotta
see
scare
this?
us, y'all.
Can't y'all see this? Can't you see that net they pulled in between two trees? Can't you see us as antelopes? And can't you see them spooking us into the net? Mm-hmm. Ah! Ah! Whatever you have to do it. That's exactly what the goal is. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at
Amanda just texted me and said, Maddie, my 6-year-old daughter, Maddie said, Daddy hates Lexi. Why is she on the cake?
That is
She's
hilarious.
very observant, isn't she?
She also wants to know why there's a medicine ball in there, and I'll just let Amanda deal with that one.
Yeah.
Because she loves medicine balls.
You like to
likes
roll
to
the
play
medicine
with
ball.
Indeed.
Dogs like to chase balls, and sadly, sometimes they catch them.
yeah.
Repeatedly.
But you can't blame the dog for being a dog, right?
Okay, let's move on. Bubba, how long for you to sit there and just
How long what?
the over and under for you to sit there and not take a bite?
Oh yeah. You ain't even gonna hit the corner.
I mean, just eat
Speak, Greg.
Take the
Y'all
fork.
don't worry about the cake. It's fine. It's fine. What about the global warming update? At UAH shared a graph that he and fellow professor of atmospheric science John Christie assembled.
So he's a professor of what?
Atmospheric science.
Okay, so these are people so this is not just a couple of yahoos they put off the street with Trump hats on.
Right.
Okay.
They assembled and showed cold waves in the East and Midwest, which dated back to 1895, Rick. Went back to 1895.
Mm-hmm.
The climate change theory says that dwindling of Arctic sea ice has caused a negative impact on the polar vortex. Spencer, with the assistance of his colleagues, disputes that claim. He shows on the map there is no evidence in the data supporting the claim that decreasing Arctic sea ice in recent decades is causing more frequent displacement of cold winter air masses into the eastern U.S., at least through the winter of 2017-18, Spencer wrote on his global warming blog.
So what they did, now look, I don't know what these two men know, and they could run circles around me on what they know about climate and the atmosphere, but I kind of figured it out when they said that this was the worst cold wave in a generation, which meant not the worst cold wave or temperatures ever, but just in a generation. So right then I said, well, it can't be man-caused if it's happened before and the temperatures were even worse. Correct?
Yeah, and it happened at a time
a generation ago.
It happened at a time that we didn't have near as many cars and everything else on the road. Spencer's analysis was devoted to the study of cold waves in 27 Midwestern and Eastern states that have lasted more than 2 days and featured temperatures below the 50 percentile of daily January maximums. Okay? These cold air outbreaks continue to menace the United States, even as a global warming has caused global temperatures, average temperatures, to creep upward. An explanation had to be found, Spencer said in his blog. After all, snow was supposed to be a thing of the past by now. Remember?
Right.
That was all going away.
Right.
Spencer concluded that a connection between eastern U.S. cold waves and Arctic sea ice is speculative at best, just like most theories on climate change, he wrote.
There we go.
Thank you, Roy.
Yeah, so
the great Roy Spencer.
So to say that scientists all agree is just a misnomer, that's not correct. Here are scientists that say on this particular and this latest attempt to say this proves man-made climate change, it actually doesn't prove that at all.
No. It's just weather, guys. It's just weather, and it changes.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We have more to cover, and, State of the Unions tonight, too. Now, what was the other thing we were going to hear coming out of the break?
Ruth Gator.
What's that?
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Ruth Gator?
I almost said Gator. I meant Bader.
Ruth Gator Ginsburg.
Yeah.
That might be a good nickname for her.
Gator.
She's been seen, and will she be seen again tonight?
Will she make the State of the Union tonight?
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're back. 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is that number, and we'll get to some more phone calls coming up. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend. We interview A.J. Rice, the Woking Dead author, and also a lot of discussion about the future of the country and how we've gotten to where we are, and I think you'll enjoy A.J. He's definitely the type of guest that keeps your attention and is a great communicator, and it was great to get to know him. Enjoy that coming up this weekend. So I know, Bubba, that you, wherever you get podcasts, I know that you have been out on the cutting edge of tick scares. You remember Speedy had a tick scare.
Yes, he did.
You might remember that.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
might
he did.
remember that.
Big time.
Might
He sure
remember
did. And a
that.
slight misspeak.
And a misspeak, which really had us more concerned.
Yeah, it did.
And of course also had me, before I realized that it was a misspeak, I had him actually seeing a different doctor.
Right.
It wasn't just any tick; it was a deer tick. Too.
Right. Yeah. That made it worse, didn't it, buddy?
That's the one. That's to get you.
Yeah. So I know, Bubba, that you have been warning.
Yes.
You are for tick scares what these people we just heard are for climate change. You know, but
Bubba has been preaching alpha gal, whatever it's called. For
Well, it's because it affected a friend of mine,
Right.
and I was kind of walking through that with him. It was a very interesting topic. Why is it in the news today?
I don't know.
I mean, it's on every national.
Because
story.
all kidding aside, I'm not messing with you.
Right.
It was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
At least the first time Bubba ever brought it up.
I think it's in what I was reading in the story is because it's growing. More people are being affected by this allergy or this reaction
I don't know.
from tick bites, and I guess it's just growing in popularity. So now they have a story on it.
I guess so. Bubba's
So
ahead of his
I guess
time.
the Center for Disease Control has put out something about it. That's what's
It's a
got
nice
everybody's
image,
attention.
Alan.
A little-known life-threatening
Scary.
food allergy that is triggered by a tick bite could be affecting hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S., according to the Center for Disease Control. They warned about its, and I can't say that word, mortality issues this week. The condition called alpha-gal syndrome, AGS, known as red meat allergy or the tick bite allergy, begins when a bite from a long-star tick found primarily in the southeast and eastern parts of the United States.
Oh, yeah.
The tick saliva contains a sugar molecule called alpha-gal, which is injected into the body with the bite. This triggers allergies to certain types of red meat, primarily pork, beef, rabbit, lamb, venison, or products made from mammals, including milk, cheese, and other dairy products and gelatin.
Right.
When people eat any foods containing these allergens, they can experience serious allergy symptoms in a matter of minutes or hours. The CDC has only been aware of alpha-gal since 2008.
Oh, so use all over.
So I guess that's why it's in the news today. They're putting out more warnings about it. And you know, I had a friend, and he came on, did the podcast with us, talked about the fact he almost died.
Yeah.
Having
Does it last
anaphylactic
forever?
shock.
Does it last forever?
You know, I don't think there's enough research on it. I think some people have been treated and maybe their symptoms got less. I think Richard said his had subsided.
Yeah,
some
and
of,
I've talked to some people that said sometimes it subsides or,
Right.
or at least lessens.
Right.
So what number is that? Adler, I saw you put up. We did Rick and Bubba University on this if you want to go watch it and you missed it in the archives. I saw you put it up on the screen. Do you know what number it is?
121.
121.
121.
121. Episode 121. I forget.
With Richard Shin is the gentleman's name.
Big Richard.
Big Richard. So,
Played at the University of Alabama. Got a couple of national championships.
A road
And,
tide.
I'll never forget the day I saw him over in the corner eating a salad, and I thought, "What is going on?" Because that man was eating a side of beef a week.
I know.
You know, he's a giant man.
Be careful on the football stuff. We got a Seminole in August.
Wait a minute. Watch out.
Florida State played for Bowden.
Oh, that's okay.
For some reason, he's snapping me everything. I don't know what's on.
Well, I looked over a minute ago. I thought, is there something wrong with his arm? He's doing this the whole time he's sitting there. Anyway, we also tell me, who is this drama queen, Greg? Is it Casar? Casar, the guy who did the 7-hour hunger strike. Have you seen that?
Hey, Rick, 7 whole hours. He didn't even drink anything.
Better known as intermediate fasting or your normal routine every day.
Or like some people are saying, while I was sleeping.
Right, yeah. But apparently he's done something else. Now he's done a thirst strike, and it lasted less than 10 hours.
So he acts like, and when it's over, he's like people congratulate like he's done
And people,
something.
I even thought I saw somebody being emotional.
Unbelievable.
You martyr. I mean, he didn't drink anything for 10 hours, and he didn't eat anything for
what
7.
purpose?
That's not a.
Can I go here?
He's trying to bring
All
awareness
these
to something.
hunger strike people. How are you hurting anyone else? You're the one hungry. I tell you what. To get back at you, I'm not going to eat anything. I'm going on hunger strike. Well, good.
You know, I think.
So what? I'll eat what you had.
I think you could have better luck raising awareness with a community barbecue.
Absolutely.
Encourage
Eat
people.
more.
Yeah, and they come and hear.
We're going to
your
keep
little
eating
spiel
barbecue
and,
until we change it.
Okay, it's just what the president's talked about. Yesterday, he said, was incredible. I was honored to be joined at my thirst strike by workers in Texas.
Thirst strike.
And by lots of colleagues pushing the federal heat safety protections.
Guys,
who is
What is
against
wrong with
heat
it? What's
safety?
what's happened to this?
Who's against heat safety? Anybody?
Does anybody remember dealing with heat?
Yeah,
I mean,
Rick, water breaks. Nobody is not getting a water break.
This is insane. I mean, it's just become.
They're holding a sign that says water breaks. Come on.
who's not getting water break?
Let me tell you something. If I was,
I had a real job at one time, and I remember this time of year they say y'all be sure and drink a lot of fluid, guys, so you don't fall out.
Let me tell you this: if I were an enemy of this country, it is your time.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever talk about a bunch of
look.
He put a pulse oximeter or whatever it is on his
good night
on his finger. People were putting water bottles on his neck because he was without water on the Capitol steps for 8 hours.
I thought that checks the oxygen supply. In
It
your
does,
blood.
yeah.
What's
But it
that got
looks
to do
good
with
on
not
camera.
drinking?
Right. It looks good on camera.
Do y'all remember
What an idiot!
There was a time in this country, and I'm
I'd like
not
to fight
exaggerating. I don't think you could find one grown man, not one, that would say, "Yeah, I'll do that." Everybody would go, "Are you kidding me? That's embarrassing. I'm not doing that. My goodness, I have some self-worth. I would be so embarrassed to be sitting on the steps like that. You want me to do
He's suffering, Rick.
You
Look
want
at
me
him
to
suffering
you
for
want me
nearly
to,
7 hours.
You want me to act like I'm suffering? You want me to sit there and not eat for 7 hours and say I'm doing a hunger strike, and you don't want me to drink anything for less than 10 hours and claim I did a thirst strike? You want me as a grown man to do that? You couldn't talk one grown man into that.
The only thing missing is a stage.
Now
they were acting.
Now you'd have to do a lottery because there'd be too many people wanting to do it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
if she does, is that truly a living, breathing gator?
Now, Rick, she attended a concert Monday called Notorious RBG in Song in Washington, D.C.
Notorious. Say that again.
Just tell you what this says.
Because here's what I tell you.
I just glanced down and saw that. I
thought you said is that Ruth Bader Ginsburg went to a concert about the Notorious RGB or something.
It says it was called Notorious RBG in Song in Washington, D.C. I have no idea what that is, by the way.
So that's her, Ruth Bader.
The 85-year-old has been recuperating at home in Washington since her procedure at New York's Memorial Sloan Kettering to remove the lower lobe of her left lung.
Watch it.
2 nodules were discovered in a CT scan shortly after she broke her ribs in a fall back in earlier.
So do you?
She's had 2 previous bouts with cancer.
Back in earlier.
Back earlier. Well, let me tell you what it said.
It's tough.
It said the CT scan shortly after she broke ribs in a fall. And I thought to begin with it said broke her ribs back in the fall.
Right.
And then I realized we had a problem there, Houston.
So I guess these are people paying tribute to her, and they're doing some kind of Notorious RBG thing. And there's a. I was telling the guys I watched a really cool documentary last night that everybody needs to watch called American Gospel. But I noticed there is an option. There's a Ruth Bader Ginsburg documentary. I just couldn't click.
She had that movie come out about it.
Yeah, that's it. I guess that's this documentary.
Came out on Christmas Day.
Yeah. But the real question is: do we believe that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is still alive, or has she passed on and they're doing a weekend at Bernie's with her?
I tell you, they are hoping and praying that she hangs on. Now, she just barely makes everything. I don't know how she sits in there and judges on anything.
Guys, do y'all remember the picture that we all seen of her where she's falling asleep so bad she's falling forward?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was years and years ago.
Yeah, that really.
Can't imagine today.
Now, will she be at the State of the Union address?
Oh, she's probably boycotting it like everybody else.
I don't know. Who cares?
I know.
I hope that Donald Trump tonight, if he'll play this right, he needs to go in there and lay out the whole thing about why the wall needs to take place, and the thing he has done that he's done well, I think, is he's finally made the far left in our country show you who they really are if you'll pay attention, and I hope he stays on that track tonight. But didn't you say somebody was saying they think they're getting to some kind of deal on the wall, though? That's some kind of murmur campaign you're hearing? I don't know who that would be or whatever.
What was that? Say that one more time.
That they're getting to a deal on the wall, that there's something going on.
I've heard that, too.
Trump hinted at that the other day. He hinted at it, but I don't know if it's real or not.
Okay. So.
Now, according to Ruth Bader Ginsburg's son, she is currently, Rick, walking a mile a day and meeting with her personal trainer twice a week.
I heard she was doing CrossFit.
You say they're going too far with it. This makes me think because they're going too far with it.
Can y'all imagine how long it takes her to get that mile? Golly.
Is that including naps?
At the timer with a calendar.
No, Greg. Greg. But guys, this is going too far. You know how now we just go too far. You should just say she's doing great.
She's moving around.
And she's moving around. You can't go this far with it.
I heard she's going to run the marathon.
I mean, what's the next? She's doing burpees.
Well, I'm going to try to watch tonight because I want to see what Trump's going to do. But if it starts that crap where we got to clap and sit down, I can't make it.
Well, the good news is the demos won't be clapping. So
yeah, but I got to see it. But now his people will clap.
Oh, you're going to have that. You count on that. That happens every single time.
I said they got to change that.
So now we get into this thing of who is everybody bringing as their special.
Oh yeah, now everybody. Sure. This is the new thing. You bring guests who will absolutely be an insult to the person who's speaking, and Trump has done this too marvelously in the past. This is not the first time.
No, everybody does it. But now you told me that Michael Moore has just said that he hopes that Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, ACO, they call her.
Becomes the Democrat nominee.
Oh, he said that she is the leader of the Democratic Party. She is the face of the new Democratic Party, and she should be the one nominated for president.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba cannot announce celebrity deaths. Bubba keeps burying them. I buried them too early. But I think we are good on this one. Eagles founding member Randy Meisner, who sang Take It to the Limit, and others, but this is the most popular one he sang, dead at 77. And, of course, looks like there were some pulmonary issues that finally took his life. Spent my life running around. Of course, all Greg and I can remember is that Glenn Fry was mean to him because Randy didn't want to sing Take It to the Limit live every time because he said it was difficult.
Yeah, we saw it on that documentary.
Yeah, and Glenn Fry said, you think I ain't tired of singing Take It Easy? And he was like, no, it's difficult. It's hard for me to sing. And he's like, we're singing it. These people aren't coming to our show and not getting Take It to the Limit.
Big hit.
There were some personalities, wasn't it?
Yep, and he was replaced by Timothy B. Smith.
And we're not going to go in it, but I was reading the article earlier. His wife getting shot years ago, the most bizarre thing I've ever heard.
Oh, you did tell us about that a while back, but I'd forgotten about that.
What was it? What was the deal?
It was ruled an accident because they had a rifle in a case, and there were some spurs in there, spurs like you put on your boot. And when she picked the case up, the spurs rolled down, hit the trigger, and killed her. And they say that the evidence showed that's exactly what happened. That sounds a little fishy to me.
Sounds extreme.
But I don't know why. I mean, it was in the article this morning.
Those must have been some heavy spurs.
That's what I'm saying. They said that it was. I'm just telling you, really weird.
And then why was she carrying it so that if it was
it was in the case and shit? I don't know.
I mean,
I'm telling you,
you know what I'm saying? It would be hard to hold the case and the end of it be
Listen,
pointing.
I get it. Sounds kind of tough, but
yeah.
Well, there you go. Have one in the chamber.
Yeah. Also, finish.
Especially you can put spurs in the case.
Right.
That made a lot of sense.
Right. Right.
Everybody carries their spurs in their gun case.
How about
their
this?
loaded gun case?
Yes.
I think it's a pretty elite group that have spurs.
Yeah.
That's true. There's not many.
I don't have any.
See, if you wore New Balance, you wouldn't have that problem.
There you go.
I've always wanted a buckskin suit.
I know. You've always talked about it.
But maybe spurs. I don't know. Also, if you're a Cincinnati Bengals fan, Joe Burrow carted off calf injury. I saw the footage of that.
I think it's Achilles, right?
He pulled up lame. They said some kind of calf injuries with injuries. What they say here.
Ooh, hope it's
So
not
he's in the
Achilles.
contract.
It was a non-contact injury.
Yeah.
again.
Oh,
and
he
this is
was-
what we're
he-
talking about.
He was just rolling
these
out.
elite athletes that are just literally walking or running, not even full speed like cutting, and they have these knee and foot problems. There's something going on.
Well,
They ought to be stronger than that.
He's one of those players. He's been a game
Does it look
changer
like
for the Bengals.
Did
buddy.
he have it wrapped? So maybe he had an injury before.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, update on the story we brought you.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba
Well.
news update.
Bubba was trying to bring attention to this Obama personal chef death. And it's like,
fishy.
Well,
they're not helping now, by the way.
Now, just when we were ready to just say the story is what it is, now it gets weird. So Jesse Waters, Fox News, has a couple of comments about it.
Fox News alert, the Daily Mail is reporting that there's something strange going on with the police call logs on the night Obama's chef drowned. In the section where the cops are supposed to write the reason for the call, it was left blank. Could be a mistake, but every other call that night was properly filled out. Police haven't released the 911 call yet or said who made the call, but the logs also state that the call came from an address 2 miles away from the Obama home. But when this story first broke, we were told it came from the Obama's property. We're also finding out the 911 call was made by a woman. And we'll keep you updated on the story and give you answers as soon as we have them.
Now I realize that Fox News can be a bit dramatic, but these are strange. The story is different than how it was first reported.
Well, we have, Rick. Here's the thing too. You do have these conspiracy people that
Right.
will carry anything too far.
And we're certainly not that way.
No, not us.
No.
But you've had this string of things with the Clintons that we all admit was rather peculiar.
It was.
Okay, if
It
you
was.
just look at the numbers involved.
It was. Yep.
And now you have this. Okay, well, the chef went out to swim He could swim. He was in 8 foot of water, and he drowned. Terrible tragedy. But then, why do you have things like this? Why wasn't the thing logged? Where did the call come from? You know what I mean? And it just feeds these conspiracy things. So why don't you clear that up right now before it's made into fodder on the internet and 6 different TV shows about it? Right?
Right.
Unless there is something to be concerned about.
Bubba, next, as if that's not something.
Don't y'all admit that's weird?
No, it is.
Shouldn't it be on the 911 log, the blotter,
Yeah.
just like everything else it was called in?
Right. If you're somebody that says he was on the inside, he got some information that might have been damaging, as we've seen throughout highly influential politicians, mainly Democrats, where people seem to be tied to them, seem to have these mysterious deaths. You just go, well, and it there's maybe nothing to it, but that's that
it is strange.
Just when we were ready to put it on the shelf,
and of course
it won't go up there.
Right. And of course the Obamas were out of town, many miles away from the whole incident.
But we won't tell you who was with him.
But he was paddleboarding at night?
I don't know that it was at night.
11?
I don't know.
11 p.m. 11:40 p.m. I thought where it said it, but maybe not. I don't know.
When these things happen, like every time we have something happen, why don't you just be upfront right away, clear up all these things? Don't let them get roots and start growing.
Nope. So we'll see. Continuing to follow
Unless
that
they didn't
story.
tie their loose ends up.
Sure.
Of course, don't forget they also built a home in a place that if what they say about climate change is right, will be wiped away.
Yeah. See, to me, that's one of the more comical things of the whole climate change and the water level of the sea is going to come up. By their own prediction, the seawater would be in their house.
Right.
Right on the water.
They're only 4 foot above sea level.
Right.
Where their house is.
Correct.
And they have, they predicted sea levels much higher than that to rise. So doesn't that just seem that it would contradict the whole argument a little bit?
It'd be like me screaming grizzly bears will get us all, and then I build a house right in the middle of Yellowstone.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just
rolling butter.
Right.
You know,
it doesn't it doesn't make any sense. But there's bigger things to fear. Just asked Omar. One thing that you should be more fearful. Let me try it again. Hey guys, welcome to the show. One of the things that you should be more fearful of. I mean, you going out there. We're everywhere too. We are everywhere. White men.
The woods are full of us.
Because the Democrats always want to run the list of fear, the playoff of fear. And Omar wants you to know on the list of all the things the Democrats want you to be terrified of, white men should be on the list. Here we go.
I would say our country should be more fearful of white men across our country because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country.
Really? Mm-hmm. So we cause most of the deaths. We can say, if you look right now, if you just want to look at real numbers on murders, we'll just stay there.
16 through 21. That's the latest data we have.
Yeah, you actually see white men make up a large part of the population. 17,000 deaths tied to white people or white men. I'm sorry. So black people make up what 13% of the population.
13 to 15.
That means that black men would make up even less than that. 24,000 murders committed by black men. So. I'm not in fear of black men, but if you just looked at the numbers.
Well, she brought it up.
Yeah, she brought it up. I don't think people should live in fear of black men, but if she's going to make this statement that we should be afraid of black men, it looks like if we're going to be afraid of men, white men would not be the most to be afraid of if you just look at numbers.
So she's not only racist, but she's also wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're going to be bigoted and racist, at least get your numbers right.
Right.
Have something to go off
so,
sure.
Now, Bubba, we go to the people that are serving in our government that we can't believe it, what we saw from Mitch McConnell yesterday, what we repeatedly see from the president. Now we have the very spry 90-year-old Dianne Feinstein. 90. Watch this when it's time for her to vote.
Hey, and just stay with this because her staff is really
telling her what to do, and she's not listening to him.
All right, watch
but
this.
it ends really awkwardly.
And this is about a $800 billion military
Of
budget
course.
vote, I think.
Right,
Is
yeah,
that right?
full room. Look at the room.
Very important.
Yeah.
Really important.
Senator Feinstein.
She just has to say A.
Say aye. Pardon me? Aye. Yeah.
To say
I would like to support a yes vote on this. It provides $823 billion. That's an increase of $26 billion for the Department of Defense. And it funds priorities submitted.
Yeah, just say aye.
Okay, just
Great,
aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Just say aye, you old bat.
Yeah, they've been trying to get her to say aye.
I counted about five times.
Didn't you feel like that's where they were getting?
God.
Just say aye for the love of all that's good. You whole bad.
All she needed was Fetterman
We
beside her
just
trying
want
to
you
vote.
to say aye. What is this monologue? Somebody tackle her. Say aye.
Just say aye. Just say
Oh,
aye.
aye.
Just say aye. Just say aye.
On both sides of the aisle.
For the love of God, just say aye.
We're in desperate need of generational change.
Yeah, her,
okay? I'll say
McConnell,
that.
and then now this,
Oh,
and then
my.
Fetterman with his hoodie on.
We got them hung in
And-
stairs.
Our president.
We got them wandering off. We got them. They can't even understand how to say aye.
Can't get off the stage.
Oh my!
Somebody help me.
Somebody help me!
In America, if you're over the age of 80, you're either allowed to be a Walmart greeter or running the entire stinking country.
Oh. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big.
Aye.
Super P ready to go. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I agree. 'Cause
Another-
I don't think she got a snowball's chance.
Yes.
Greg, careful.
I know.
Guys, I want everybody to tap the brakes.
You're
for,
right.
For just
You're
a minute.
right, Rick.
You better
Nobody
be.
thought Trump would get
You bet.
elected.
No. Worse.
No, think about Bernie though. Bernie.
You better be thankful we got Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton's what put Trump in.
Yeah, that's
As
true.
much as Trump put himself in, and you give him somebody over the thing rally around.
Now,
You better watch it. Those states he had to get might not go this time.
you're probably right. You're right, yeah, because
If Bernie Sanders had become the nominee guy, I shudder to say it. I'm not so sure we wouldn't have had a different outcome.
And boy, you talking about a different direction in our country.
Yeah.
It will be over for the way we've known
The
life.
bulldozer of Trump was definitely he came up during the only time he could get elected, but also Hillary running also helped
she
that
was a
happen.
bad candidate.
And you got to be careful. You know, the Michael Moores of the world, of course, he's another celebrity who conveniently has decided he wants socialism after it won't affect him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Trump
right.
made millions. I'm all for socialism.
He's got the bank filled up.
I do feel like these Ocasio-Cortezes and Bernie Sanders and Kamala Harris's, I think they do go so far left
Let's
that
hope.
it's unrecognizable to most, and that would never happen. Now, I will say this. I think if Joe Biden would have been running instead of Hillary, we'd have had Joe Biden in the White House. I really do believe that.
Well, here's the point you make that I have to probably concede to, because my first thought is that there's a ton of young people, and God love them. I don't mean that they lack the ability or they lack intelligence.
Yeah.
When I say young and dumb, I mean you don't have any wisdom yet,
You
and
just
that's
don't
just
have
a fact.
experience.
Well,
And that's
You don't have
that's just a
experience.
fact.
Yeah.
And most of them don't understand the constitutional republic and capitalism and the free. They don't really fully don't understand it.
No, they
They
don't.
certainly weren't taught it in school. Okay, to Bubba's point many times. But usually one of the things when everybody gets fired up about the young, and we all love the youth, and there's I've met some impressive.
They're passionate. I like that part about them.
But here's the thing, boy, they don't follow through.
No.
And because they hadn't got to the point where they do that yet. Because so you
remember Vote or Die?
Yes, remember Vote or Die, the MTV generation, all that, and there was a lot of good rallies. And
They had rallies
and the
by the
concerts,
thousands.
and the
Yeah.
concerts were well attended. Then it came time to go out and vote.
They didn't show up.
A bunch of them didn't get registered. Some of them didn't get out and vote.
Yeah, didn't get to it.
You know, it's just a tough crew to put into action as far as actually finishing. Now, they love to shout and make signs and be emotional, but when you say, I need you to get up at a certain time, I need you to complete this paperwork, and I need you to know where you're voting, not a lot of follow-through.
It is
there.
funny because they will spend all day getting up, making signs, standing in the rain, protesting, yelling, but they won't go get their paperwork done and turn out at the poll at a given time.
Couldn't make a deadline if their life depended on it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that's a general comment because most of them that have kind of got their act together at a young age are not going to vote Democrat anyway.
Right.
I mean, because there's no way that you can continue to support that kind of party if you've ever developed any wisdom. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. There's so many things that are illogical about it. Now, emotionally, I can see where it draws you, but it's illogical when you finally get in there and figure it out. And it's certainly anti-American to want a gigantic central government that handles you from the womb to the tomb. That is not a constitutional republic.
Yeah.
And that's not the Constitution. And that's not the vision of the Founding Fathers.
No.
Now, it's if you want a new country with a new thing, then sure, but it's not this country. And it's
talking about the ones that we're seeing fail every day.
Yeah.
Do you remember that song, Womb to the Tomb?
Yes.
It was good.
Guys,
there's things you can. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just talking about y'all were talking about guests that are coming to the event. Some kid whose last name's Trump that was bullied is going to be a guest of the president.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, that's just
that's funny.
Yeah, he's 13. He during the election, his last name's Trump. He's not kin to Trump, but he was bullied, so he's going to be a guest.
That's funny.
That's just
weird. Casio, of course, keep in mind, this is the same people that say they're anti-bullying unless they're bullying you.
Yeah.
How about Casio Cortez says she's bringing the person who berated Brett
Jeff
Kavanaugh's controversial Supreme Court confirmation process and got on Jeff Flake in the elevator. Of course, that turned out none of it to be true. But
Look, there'll be several that try to interrupt the speech tonight.
Well, I was going to
That's the
say,
best I can do.
there's things you can wager on. How many viewers, who the president will mention first. Will it be interrupted by something other than applause? Protesters. How many standing ovations will he have? Who's the designated survivor? I mean, there's a lot of things you can
Do we know who the survivor is?
The color of his tie.
Kiefer Sutherland.
it is Kiefer Sutherland. To the phones we go now, 866 We Be Big. I will say this, a vast number of the golden ticket seats just made the journey to the restroom, all received a water break. They have been rehydrated, they're back and ready to go. Phone calls coming in, and we'll take yours. Jacob is out of Tennessee. Jacob, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you guys, Green Acres.
It's our pleasure.
One of them.
Little montage there. Go ahead.
Sure. So I just want to tell you guys, I'm pretty disappointed in Tyler Childers. I was excited to see the new music video. I love his music, and I went in yesterday to watch the music video, and I saw what I saw. And I'm tired of having it kind of shoved in my face, and I don't really care for Jason Aldean. I feel like he's the White Claw of country music, but I fall more in line with him.
He's the Watt of country. The Watt of country music.
White Claw.
The White Claw, yeah, kind of
That's
basic.
pretty good, by the way.
funny.
Don't necessarily agree, but I like the reference.
What does that mean?
White Claw's a beverage, a drink.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I'm Baptist.
Baptist. We didn't get it. Sorry.
I didn't know that. I was surprised
no
Bubba
worries,
didn't know it. Yeah.
Men don't necessarily want to be seen drinking a White Claw.
Right.
Okay. Oh, is it worse than a Bud Light now?
Well, not really. Close. Not anymore.
Okay, Jacob. So you're disappointed. So is this a line? Because we all give certain artists, certain actors, and entertainers a pass, but they can get to a point where we can't continue to give the pass. Is this it for you?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm kind of more old school like Hank Jr. We went and saw him in Knoxville about a month ago, and those guys you see people and you're like, that might kind of be more in line with him, and then they come out and do stuff like that, and you're like, nah, can't have nothing, I guess.
I mean, you can't even have a Tyler Childers. I've never even heard of Tyler Childers, by the way, till today. So 866 We Be Big. Let's continue. Let's go to Jimmy, also in Tennessee. Jimmy, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, was listening to y'all discuss the Prince Sinead O'Connor song yesterday. Nothing compares to you and and I didn't know if y'all knew it or not, but he initially wrote the song for a group that he was promoting called The Family, and it was a little bit funkier than the Sinead O'Connor, the Sinead O'Connor deal on it, and then of course Prince redid it with Rosie Gaines later. But
I heard that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we played Prince's version of it, but I've never heard what he put together for the family. So no, I didn't know that, Jimmy. I sure didn't.
Jimmy, very knowledgeable.
He is very knowledgeable. Yeah. Let's go to Robert in North Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
How y'all doing this morning? Happy Friday.
Thank you, Robert.
I just have to say that if that gentleman in Washington really wants to get his point across with all of these different strikes he's going on, he needs to bring his butt down to the South and just sit outside one afternoon. He can get it all done at one time.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to see him go through 2 a days. Down there in South Alabama, maybe go down to Louisiana, pick up a mosquito or two. Let's go to Eric, Pensacola. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, morning, guys.
Hey,
I just wanted to ask Bubba, had you guys listened to the podcast Haunted Cosmos? Have you heard of that?
I have not.
Have not.
Okay, it's by 2 guys in Utah, and they're Christians. One of them's a pastor, and maybe the other guy is too, but they discuss supernatural phenomena and also bring a biblical view to it. It's very good. It's kind of creepy, but the thing I really liked about them is their last episodes. They did a 3-part podcast about Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh.
And they went back to the 90s, I believe, and talked about the history of it.
Yeah, Robert
the
Bigelow.
reports that had been, yes, and talked about the reports that they had experienced. Went through the owner before Travis's crew are working there, and then got into Travis's section. But it was very good. They go into a lot more detail. It was fascinating, and they have some other stories too. And it's odd that some of the stories the reports that they cover mirror each other. In other words, some of the same type of phenomena is happening in each report. I thought it was really good, and especially bringing it from a Christian view.
Did you email that to us?
Probably did he?
I saw
Haunted Cosmos.
I saw an email that was making reference to this in the email. I didn't get to go and watch an episode of it, but I did see an email, and I didn't know if he was the one that sent it or not.
Mark in Prattville. Mark, go ahead.
Interesting.
Good morning, y'all. I wanted to speak to the elderly that's running our country, and I just think that this says less about them and more maybe about how unsmart the voting populace or bloc that they come from are.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, what everybody does, we're at the point now where the ideologies are so different. I think people are like, whoever is representing that ideology, I don't even look if they can function, if they can do whatever. I'm certainly not voting for the other party. So it's really the responsibility of the party to put somebody there. But I understand the dilemma. I mean, think about yourself if you're a conservative. If we had a person who didn't have good, Mitch McConnell. So, and you go, well, it's Mitch McConnell. He got nominated again by his bunch, or whoever, in the primary. Am I going to vote for Mitch McConnell, or am I going to vote for the Democrat? You're not going to vote for the Democrat. You're going to vote for Mitch McConnell. So how they keep representing the party is the problem. Once it gets down to that, we're so divided that we couldn't even get people in Pennsylvania to continue to like Dr. Oz.
And Rick
against Federal.
I thought everybody liked Dr. Oz.
Yeah, but the ideologies. Once he put an R by his name, the largely Democratic Pennsylvania folks in that area went against him. Even no matter what Fetterman was bringing to the table.
I think it goes back to the movie that Helms brought to the table, Social Dilemma.
It is.
I think social media is driving this divide.
Yep. Top of the hour, still some more good phone calls, so we'll come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
in the break, these gambling people, they can bet on anything. And then I heard Greg say in the break that how much money to kiss Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Did I just hear you say
How
that?
much would it take?
They were happy.
You know how we always do challenges.
Let's have a little fun with it. Who would you kiss? Bob Kraft.
Oh, good night.
Or Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Oh, Kraft.
I'd have to go with Ruth. There's something about this dude thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Because we know Tom Brady kissed.
Is it after the Super
Mr.
Bowl
Kraft.
for on both?
By the way,
Are we on the field?
I just
at the
I
end
just
of the
still have
Super
the term Bob Kraft. Is that even his name?
Robert
Robert,
Kraft.
yeah.
But back to
The one's closest to him, call him Bob.
But
Hey,
that
Bob.
means I'm a Super Bowl champion quarterback, though.
No, they're just standing here.
Oh,
I still kiss Bob.
Yeah, I think I'm going with Ruth.
Yeah, I got to go.
I'd like to see you give me $1,000 too. Add it to it
All right.
Well, I didn't say I'd do it for free.
for appearance fee.
So what about just back to RBG, a grand? You wouldn't kiss Ruth for a grand?
Oh, Ruth?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
so she's a
Is
woman.
it just like
like kissing your grandma or something?
Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah, I'll get a grand.
Now, we're not on the lips. are
Oh,
we?
yeah.
Oh yeah, we're talking about
what do you-
serious
yeah.
business.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd still rather kiss her than Robert Kraft, though.
All right, then, and if we're in that, if
Y'all
we've
were
all
talking about
agreed,
this.
You have
okay.
to close your eyes. But
So Nancy Pelosi or Ruth Bader?
we're not calling a winner here either way, y'all. We're talking. Just
I'll probably
get
have to go
by.
with Nancy.
I gotta go, Nancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many Mississippis? Is it just like one Mississippi?
It's just
two
a little peck
Mississippi?
on the
just-
cheek.
I will say this: if you
Don't
meet
go
Tom,
down.
if you beat Tom Brady and he puts his hand on top of your head, look out because I've seen him in several pictures. That's his move.
It is.
Right
Oh,
before
yeah.
he pulls you in to put the
That's
smack on.
Grabs
It's a
you.
big old head too,
Pulls you too.
and a big old hand.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
I don't know why he's worried about deflating footballs. He throw it fine full. It looks like.
I can't believe that the things people are betting on the State of the
Oh,
Union.
yeah.
You guys, if you're betting on things like how long the president says something, you really got to check your life out.
Mm-hmm. Who's going to be mentioned?
If you're part of these gamblers today that are arguing on how long the national anthem was based on Gladys Knight saying "brave" twice, you got problems.
Yeah.
You shouldn't put money on something like that. That's not good. That's not the right way to live.
The first Brave was under, the second Brave was over, though, Rick.
No,
That
here's-
doesn't make sense.
You bet on how long the national anthem would last. End of subject. Like an idiot. And so when it ended, that's the time. But how many words were said or what was repeated doesn't matter. All right. You can tell I had a few people that bet with me. No, I'm just kidding. So, Bubba, these animal stories today, they are not good.
Rick, one of these is very strange too. I've been trying to kind of dissect it and figure it out here. We have footage of a toll booth worker from Mexico, 34 years old.
This is awful.
As she's being chased by a pack of 11 wild dogs.
Good
They
night.
said that after she left the frame of this, that she fell. They attacked her, ripped her scalp off,
Oh,
and
my
mauled
gosh.
her to death.
Oh,
Is that
my
it right
God.
there?
The
Oh,
world.
That's what it says.
That's a bunch of little dogs.
Yeah.
Now, as I comb through the story, I'm trying to figure out where this happened. And there's
Look
one
at that.
theory here that she wandered into to the area where these dogs felt like it was their area. It looks like she's going across a piece of pavement, but they never are really clear. I mean, I thought to begin with it was like she was leaving work and they got after her or something.
Mm-hmm.
But these dogs don't look like coyote type wild. They just look like house dogs.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a
Couple of them
white
are
one, a
wagging their
black
tail.
one. Yeah. I don't know. This story's very strange.
Well, they've
to me.
developed a pack mentality, though.
Yeah, but
They don't even like to running that hard after.
yeah, this story is
So
weird.
she's a toll booth worker, but that has nothing to do with the story. Other
In
than
Mexico,
other
right.
than that was her occupation.
And I
because-
don't know why, if she's just out roaming around where wild dogs would be, why is there a security camera that could capture this? You know, it doesn't make sense.
See, when I first read the story, I thought, well, if they're telling us she's a toll booth worker, they must have attacked her.
Right.
Had something involving work.
Well, you would think that because they probably have, security cameras at the toll booth.
Exactly.
Not out in the middle of nowhere where these dogs would consider it their territory. I mean, you got black dogs, white dogs, little brown dogs,
Yeah, they
spotted
look like
dogs.
a pack
It
of
does
dogs that
not.
could
This
hurt
doesn't look
anybody.
like coyote type dogs. You know. I don't know. That story's strange, Rick. I'm gonna put that under. We
at
need to
'em.
keep an eye on that.
But you know that any domesticated dog, if they go out and turn wild and get packed, they will attack you.
Yeah, I
They don't have
doubt
to have
that
a
they
certain
could.
look about them.
Looks
Look,
like to me the problem
yeah,
is the
I
two
can
or
beat
three
them
that are
all.
at her legs right now.
Yeah, but
And
look-
then the other ones kind of join in. The other ones seem to be like there was two of them just kind of wagging their
Why
tail.
did she stay in the toll booth?
well, Greg, that's
So
what we're
we
trying
don't
to
know
figure out.
where this is. That's the problem. And why was there a security camera out in the middle of nowhere?
If you look though, the two wing guys, see the two on the wings?
Yeah.
They're going to drag her down.
yeah.
They're going up for the higher torso. They're going for the jugular while the ones get in the legs and take her down.
Yeah.
They work as a
Well,
team,
this-
guys. You don't want them to develop
This
a
is
pack
why
mentality.
you got to be prepared when you go out. Also, Rick, a Colorado runner was attacked Monday by a mountain lion during a trail run in the northern part of the state. that resulted in puncture wounds to his face, arm, legs, and back. And, Rick, I will say, luckily, the death of the animal.
So what happened?
It appears that the man was running alone at Horsetooth Mountain open space near Fort Collins when he was attacked from behind. The runner, whose name has not been released, fought off the cougar, killing it in the process, and hiked out of the area and drove himself to the hospital. The Denver Post reported that the runner had suffered serious injuries that include facial bite wounds and lacerations to his body, but he is expected to recover.
But see, this is the problem with running in these mountain line areas. We read this a lot. That triggers their instinct.
Yeah.
When they see you go by and they see that back, it triggers. You remember I told you when I went on the safari, I was told do not run from these big cats. If you do, you will only be tired when you die.
Wildlife.
I say Rick and Bubba. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world, catch the show every day either live or on your own time with the various archives. How do I get Rick and Bubba on my own time? Find it at rickandbubba.com. How do I get it live? Find it there at rickandbubba.com too. The gang's all here, and we are thankful you're here. The wonderful wheel of canned meat coming up this hour. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bush.
Rick, glad to be here, and all we ask for is a mere 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
No, that's not too much to ask.
That's
Bubba, I have an email here.
I mean, that ain't even a good hunger strike.
No, it's
you know what I mean?
I have an email here. We like to make dreams come true.
Yes,
when
we do.
people.
Yes, we do.
He said, I've been listening since 1996, and he says one of my favorite things is hearing you walk the bed music. It reminds me of how I loved to listen to radio when I was a kid, and that's why we do it. You and I, Bubba, all of us grew up listening to radio and the way that sounded.
Now, I hated it when I was trying to record it at home,
Right,
like a cassette
right.
recorder. But
I heard the song You Are Everything by the Stylistics today, and immediately I imagine you walking it in. I'd love to hear you do so, and on the show tomorrow. I listen every day and always catch up with the whole show via podcast, so it really doesn't matter when you do it. If I miss it live, I'll still get it. Okay, all right. So that's not an easy walk. The one he's asked for is a tough one, and I'm not as familiar with it. I do remember it, so I'm gonna see if I can do this.
Well, we don't have a lot of the cool things that we.
All right, let me stop.
Hold
that
on
one.
there. Hold on, Eagles.
All right, all right.
We don't have a lot of the cool things we had then, or they even more now. I mean, they can see up there on the screen exactly to the second how long they can
let
talk.
me just see, because
and even fix it if they need to.
I was jockeying so long, it's kind of in me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to have the rhythm on this.
Yeah, it's like Bubba does when I bring him in. Sometimes we just know it. Even if we're not familiar with the song, we can sense it.
Right.
So I don't know whether I can do it. And, of course, this will be our fake radio station, WREB. Okay, for Rick and Bubba. All right, here we go.
I got to have DJ.
And by the way, I'm afternoon drive right now.
Okay, good.
I'm moving to afternoon drive.
Yep.
All right, here we go. 1047 WRAB. Rick Burgess driving you home with the afternoon extravaganza. A hot one in Alabama today. Stay cool. Listen to the air conditioning in the show. Here's the Stylistics. You Are My Everything on RAB. Close. Yeah. Close. We went on RAB. Rick Burgess in the afternoon getting you home. A hot, muggy day in Alabama today. Span says it's not going to get any better. 99 the high today. So get inside, cut the air conditioning on, and lay back and relax with WRAB and the Stylistics. You are my everything. There we go.
There it is. Well, and two, at least in my world, we used to have a discussion about should you walk it till they start singing, or do you walk it and end it on the end of a measure so that it goes?
Either one. You can post it. That one kind of goes all the way to the singing. It doesn't give you a whole lot there.
Right.
But that's a good song. I remember that one. Do you remember that one, Greg? The Stylistics. You remember everything?
Yeah. When I was in college radio,
You used to sing it.
we had this software program that you
Just
could
cheating.
You could mark You
Cheater.
could mark where, like, say the riff starts like real heavy, or like, or when the words start, and so you knew I have 24 seconds to talk, and we could mark that in every single song if we wanted to. And you could just walk it down and be like, "This is Wiggle Daddy, what boy, what?" And you know, that kind of thing. And boy, it made you sound so good.
Did you also bowl and keep the things up on the side of the rails?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Adler, you got to feel it.
And
then I
now,
would
if you were voice tracking, even if you were short, you could move it. You could fix your voice.
Yes, totally.
So I never experienced the voice tracking.
I haven't either. That's all after.
I remember that when some of the old radio stations we worked in, I never had one of these.
Right.
But I remember seeing them. They had a light that would flash when it was about to come to the post.
Well, a lot of the carts had one of the tone alerts, the tertiary or something would light when you had 5 seconds or whatever, just depending on how they said it.
What was your? Well, this is not a fair question. I'm sorry. It's not fair because there's so many. Do you remember like a song you really liked to walk? There were some that just said we as DJs could not stand, and most of the artists do it now. A lot of them do it a lot. I don't play a lot of the current bed music because they don't give you any time to put it. They have cold starts or they go one measure, and you don't have time to even play a drop over it.
Right.
No, I can't think of one that I just thought, well, that one is, but like you said, I worked at places, and you did too, where we didn't have that.
Right.
We didn't have the light. We didn't have. We certainly didn't have the computer screen. So you had to know the song, or you just had to be able to feel the rhythm.
Yep.
And you knew they would run through a few measures, and then where they would start again, and you could kind of sense that.
Yep.
But we all messed them up too. I mean, it happened.
Yeah, but it got to the point where you're 100% though.
You felt pretty good with it.
Yeah. Of course, we had the cue records and everything else that you youngsters didn't have to fool with.
Right.
Key burns,
Yeah.
all that.
And you could cue the countdown to be like a riff or whatever, or the music, or the singing. If you're talking on top of singing, you're just such a loser.
You are a loser.
Yes.
The other thing used to drive us crazy on AM radio. We had to back time to the top of the hour.
Yes.
We had to back time to the national news.
Yep.
And I remember as a little kid, I'd get so mad. I'd be listening to a subpar DJ, and my song would be like, "I love this song, ABC News."
Yes,
and I'm like,
right
"What
off.
happened?" And,
I remember that.
And what it was, the guy couldn't back time to the top.
Yep.
The idiot. I mean, you got to back, and that required a lot of skill, by the way.
And one of the things on the engineering side that used to, I think back, it's kind of funny now because record players were such a big deal, and you didn't want them to move. So I remember one of the most extravagant engineering feats I had seen, and it was in Gadsden at the time, where they took and made a concrete column all the way through the floor,
I saw that.
down to the ground. And that's what they set the record player on. So you could not shake it. Somebody walking, bumping a wall had nothing to do with it. It had its own concrete base, each record player.
Let me tell you,
was crazy.
And if you really were gifted, because we had two turntables, okay, and you would cue up, your song in the commercial break, then cue up another one so that you could mix them or whatever. If you ever got distracted, like you got to cutting up with the sports guy or whatever, because the stations were fully staffed then. You had a sports guy, you had a news guy, you had a reporter, you had everything: program director, music director, salespeople, people who wrote copy. Of course, that's long gone. You can tell by the copy we read. But anyway, and so you'd get to interacting with him after he did the sports and forget and not cue one up.
Oh no!
And all of a sudden that one's in, and you if you could come on the air and like talk and get over there and get one up on the turntable and get it kind of where you thought it was right.
Yeah.
And roll. That required quite a skill set.
Now, Rick, at WPID, we had all of our music on carts. So.
Yeah, well, y'all were big time.
Yeah.
And,
well, you spared no expense.
But the problem I had with the cart music when people tried that is loading that and all the commercials in all the same things. That was a lot of cart machines.
Well, you had to keep up with it.
Yeah, and then you had to have 2 cart machines so you could mix the songs.
Right.
Yeah, we had 6. We had 6 of them.
You know, and when you could really show out walking a song is when they hadn't started singing yet, but they might like make a noise or hum, and so you're walking it out, and then you pause, and then you bring it back and go to the like Greg Kine. Is it Greg Kine Band Jeopardy? Greg Kine Band Jeopardy. Yeah. He goes whoa, whoa, and you pause there. And then pick it back up. I like to see you walk that one out. That's a good walk.
That is a good one. That is a good one.
Coming out of break, I'd like to see you do it.
You hear about Jeopardy by Greg Kent?
I always hated that song.
Yeah, but it's a good walk.
Thanks, Greg.
It's a good walk.
Taking the sting out of our moment.
There's
uplifting spirit. I just never liked it.
But as a DJ, there's songs you might not like, but it was a good good
walk.
If
you like,
no question. Yeah, I mean, I remember songs I didn't like.
Singing it earlier.
I didn't like it all, but I like walking.
Yeah.
You better know Hall and Oates. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
back in the day,
they owned it.
All right. Yep. What's my setup? Am I
same radio station, but you need to pause when they.
Oh yeah, when he comes in, hitting that, that's
and
a
then
tough
bring it back, and then bring it back.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's it. 104.7 WRAB. Rick Burgess in the afternoon, driving you home. Coming up a little bit later on, your opportunity to win free pizza from Custom Pizza on Noble Street. Here's the Greg Kent Band. Still got it. All right.
That's good.
Yeah.
We need to do the walkout challenge.
Yeah.
And then, like, during a segment, people can call up, say a song, and we have to cue it up and walk it out.
You know what, Bubba, an idea? What if I started a podcast, and it was a podcast that sounded like the radio used to sound?
Oh, yeah.
You went there, and all I did was just play music for you, and I DJ for you, and that was my podcast.
That's a great idea.
By the way, it's not a bad idea.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The trail found the juvenile mountain lion's body near several of the runner's possessions. They estimated the animal weighed about 80 pounds. Said the runner did everything he could to save his life. In the event of a lion attack, you need to do everything in your power to fight back, just as this gentleman did. Well, there's valuable information.
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Hey, if you're attacked, if a mountain lion jumps on your back and starts ripping you to shreds, fight back.
You know, journalism.
Thank you.
Journalism is dead, and stories are poorly done. Can you tell us how he killed it so we can write that down?
We're thinking he choked it.
I mean,
that's what I'm thinking.
You think he got it around the throat?
But why won't they tell us?
I know.
How did he kill it?
Right.
I need to know how he killed it. What good is this to me if I don't know how he killed it? How did you kill a mountain lion?
Now, this was an 80-pounder. It was a juvenile.
Yeah, but still, Greg, can you not give me a?
And Greg, this is
I'm
what
with
I
you
get
on
to.
that. I'd like to know.
This is
Did
what
he
I
have a
get
knife?
to. They say mountain lion attacks are not common in Colorado.
Yeah, whatever.
And it is unfortunate that the lion's hunting instincts were triggered by the runner. Now, the last mountain lion attack was back in June of 2016. That's not that long ago.
No, it wasn't.
All right.
So I think it's safe to say running in some areas of Colorado, the likelihood of being attacked by a mountain lion go way up.
I got a question. 1 minute kiss with Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
1 minute?
Or fight off a mountain lion.
Good night.
It's as hard as that is to decide.
Pucker up, Ruth.
Yeah. Pucker up, Ruthie. I'm coming in.
Do I have a weapon?
It's 1 minute.
Do I have a weapon?
With a mountain lion?
For either one.
You have a knife with a mountain lion. A show enough good knife.
Have I got it out? I mean, is he on
Oh, yeah,
me?
you've got it out.
Okay.
But does it attack me and I don't know?
Oh, it's gonna come up behind you.
Oh, it's going to do some
I've
damage.
got puncture wounds.
You do. You're gonna have to go to the hospital, but you'll survive.
Let me ask you
Yeah,
this:
I'm
if a
kissing.
mountain lion is attacking
It's
you
1
and it's
minute.
laying
I'm back
on
to the
top
mountain
of
lion. I
you,
didn't know I had a knife.
and it's laying on top of you, what is the best defense? Do you just go for the choke?
Well, but this is what makes me mad. What if I was up here? What's the first thing you ask me? I come in here with bandages all over me. And
How did you kill it?
Yeah, and I'm going to say, well, I was able to kill the mountain lion. And then, what, do you want me just to move on? Or are you going to come back and say, hey, let's get back to that thing about killing the mountain lion? How'd you do it?
Okay, it's biting you, it's scratching you for all it's worth, okay? We've all been scratched by a house cat, and you know how aggravating that can be if you ever tried to bathe one.
Mm-hmm.
So you got this 80-pound cat I mean, how do you get it in a choke hold? Try to snap its neck? How do you stop this? Or do you go to gouge its eyes out?
Greg says you stick your fist in their throat, back of the throat,
like you do a kitten that's biting,
and you try to pull them inside out.
Yeah. So in other words, you give up your hand and fist. You let him, and you just ram it.
I feel like this guy probably got a good chokehold because it was a young one. Well,
he followed my instructions I've talked about for years. If they come after you, you got to go nuts.
Yes.
You got to go nuts. You got to be the most difficult kill on the planet and hope they'll give up or you kill them. Just go crazy.
But we want to know how he killed this.
Yeah, and I've pulled up other stories. It just says the runner managed to kill. It doesn't say.
Is it that big a deal to tell it? You know what? I guarantee you that's on purpose. They're not telling us on purpose. Yeah. And now I'm really mad. Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If not, then again. "22 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show." Phone calls. I'm sorry, we had a whole bank of calls, and then I think we had to reset the phone system or something. So, yeah, if you were on hold and we lost you, dial us back up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. How would you feel today if you lost your job at Anheuser-Busch and you're having to watch Dylan Mulvaney post his Defiant video celebrating 500 days of being a girl? What if you're the hundreds that have been laid off, and now they've laid off even corporate staff after the $20 billion trans marketing disaster, and you've got to watch him today doing his 500 days of being a girl celebration?
How about that?
And you don't have a job anymore. Yeah. Let's go to
celebrate that.
Carl in Arkansas. Carl, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Yeah, this is Carl Childers from Sling Blade.
Okay, Carl, go ahead.
Want to talk about that Tyler Childers.
Okay.
Ain't no kin of mine. Ain't no kin of mine.
Okay, Carl, thank you. I'm glad we clarified that. I know you were
funny, funny queer.
You can say that now.
That's a good Carl. You
can.
It's back.
Yeah,
it's back.
We get a lot of Carls. That may be the best one.
That's the best Carl I think we've had.
Yeah, because we've had some not very good ones.
Right. Patrick in Alabama. Patrick, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so the Obamas had that chef killed because he walked in and found out that Michelle Obama was, in fact, a man.
Oh, no, Patrick.
Okay, here we
Patrick.
go.
Michael.
Let's go to anonymous caller out of Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey,
Hey.
So have y'all heard anything about Jeremy Pruitt going to high school to be a PE coach?
Yeah, Plainview.
Somebody did say that.
I
saw the
That's
story.
where he went to school at. His dad was the coach. May still be the coach.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he had to be anonymous for that.
Yeah, well,
I don't want y'all to know how many I'm asking about Jeremy Pruitt in Plainville.
I don't know. I don't know why that had to be anonymous, but he's afraid the Pruitt family didn't want that out. I mean,
I saw it in the article the other day.
Yeah.
They posted it online.
But I will say, I mean, you go from being a sought-after defense coordinator, head coach at Tennessee.
Won a couple of national titles as coordinator, right?
Yeah.
Florida State,
Yeah.
Alabama.
Yeah. And then now PE coach at Plainville.
But I'm sure he probably got a pretty good chunk.
No,
after he's all said and done.
sure.
Is it why not just go
It's
coach?
Plainview.
Plainview.
Plainview. Yeah. Is that the
I think
the
it's home
Bears?
of the
Dancing Bear.
It is,
right?
Bubba. Me and you just.
Yeah. Cody in
That's where
Birmingham.
we had to play I Swear about 50 times.
Yes, you're right. Cody, go ahead. I remember y'all telling me about that. Cody.
Great anchors, fellas.
Thanks for the call. Now I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I don't know what kind of job you have because I've looked at one time you were on hold for 48 minutes. And
Truck driver.
okay. Truck driver.
Give us a honk.
Perfect. All right, go ahead.
So, just wanting to give y'all an update on Reed Watts, the boy who was attacked at Rock the South.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's doing pretty good. He's in good spirits. He's still his funny, joking, self, and didn't put him down one bit. He's recovering real well, and they're real glad that because my mom's friends with his mom. We know about the guys getting arrested and everything before it even got announced, and they're really glad that happened.
It's good.
Well, that's good. It's those of you around the country who may have no idea what Cody's talking about. That there's in one event we actually saw, it was a huge event in Alabama, one of these outdoor concerts called Rock the South, and unfortunately, there was a fight that broke out, and the guy he's talking about was beaten up badly and had to be hospitalized, and he's letting us know that he's doing okay. So that's what he's talking about.
And they did arrest.
And they did arrest. There's 3 people been arrested in the fight. So. Sad stuff, but glad he's doing okay. Diana in Hoover, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Diana, go ahead.
Hi, gentlemen. Good morning. How are y'all?
We're good. We're good.
This message is for you specifically, DJ Rick Burgess. I just wanted to thank you for those memories with that song.
Well, you're welcome. It's a bygone era, and it was the radio that Bubba and I fell in love with. Speedy, maybe you too. I don't know. I mean, that was the radio that we listened to. That I mean, I couldn't get enough of it.
Yeah, that's why we fell in love with radio.
It was.
That's right.
Every shift, the disc jockey had their own personality, and they had freedom to actually kind of connect with the audience, which was a big deal. Yeah. And I mean those were the people that got you where you were going and then got you back. Then you got home, Bubba, when you really were fired up. He was listening to Nighttime Guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He was a legend.
Yeah.
Gary Love.
Y'all remember working with the records, the turntables, how you'd have to cue it up and then do half a turn back. So when it would start, it wouldn't go.
Well,
it would.
One of the things you had to do was you had to get to the turntable and figure its speed out.
Yes,
it varied wildly.
And
you had to learn it.
It varied if it was an album cut or a single.
Do you remember when it was a cold start, you'd hold it and go ahead and hold the power to it, then
that's it.
And then let it on.
No, you were showing off.
And at the time, 92J.
Those of us have been doing it a while.
In Self Hall, it was over to the right, and so you'd have to kind of lean a little further than you wanted.
First
and the speaker was underneath the counter,
speaker,
and the cue, and so you would
you could barely even hear it. Yeah, and then of course they get cue burn. You hated that. Remember cue burn?
And then it started to go.
You tell the music director, you got to get another copy of this. This thing's cue burn. And then. But what was also then of course you break format. That was always if you were really a rebel, you'd play an album cut off there that wasn't in the rotation.
Couldn't play a yellow dot during a blue dot hole. You'd be in trouble.
My friends call and say, "Burge, come on, play." I said, "I'll just stand by. I like it's a mistake. I'll play it for you.
I'll get it next hour.
Yeah, no problem.
50 minutes after
when you were climbing power poles, Greg.
I
didn't know nothing about a cue burn.
Yeah, we're gonna coming back. We're gonna let Helmsy and Greg walk one.
All right.
Okay.
Look at it.
You don't want that.
You don't want that.
No, we come back. You're going to spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. And the golden ticket seats are going to get an opportunity to give that baby a spin. And you out there all across America and around the world may get an opportunity to win something. when the wonderful wheel of canned meat comes your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about part of our 25-year celebration? We're getting gifts now in the mail.
That is cool.
Have you seen this? We just got this, and I want you to listen when you open the card. It says "Woohoo Ooh" on the front, and then you open the card and celebrate in the card. And it says, "Congratulations on 25 years. Keep up the good work, Bobby and Dianne Harding from Panama City Beach, Florida."
Well, thank you all.
And
Very
we have,
kind of
and there's
you.
gifts in here. First of all, they've given us the crackers that we like. That's those crunchy crackers. You
Oh
can't-
yeah,
you can't find
with the
in
little
stores.
bitty pack so they don't get stale.
And what are they called? The fresh stacks, and of course you can't get those in stores anymore because we use them all. Now, Greg has ruined the bit by already opening up his gift.
He can't help, but he's
Well, I
got
didn't
some
know we were
about
gonna do it on
boxes.
air.
I don't know. Some about boxes.
What
he
is
loves
that?
to.
Is that DVDs for everybody?
Yeah, it is. So Greg
Who
received.
got mine? Come on.
I took it over here because you ruined the bit. Greg was supposed to open this right now, and we go, "Oh, Greg, what did you get?" And he would have said, "I got Blu-ray DVD of Smokey and the Bandit, the 40th year anniversary edition."
In my defense, we've received packages before. We've never opened them on air.
No, I wouldn't say never.
You know,
We've ordered some.
25-year
25
celebration.
years, Greg.
I'm just saying,
They said
though,
happy 20
I'm in a habit of opening my present.
Speedy brought it in here and asked me, "Would you want to do a bit about
after
that?"
I had already opened it.
No, is that true?
Well, yeah, it is
Okay,
true.
all
It
right.
is true. But I gotta say this:
not
he
bad.
has something.
Speedy's
about,
a liar.
There is something about you with presents and gifts
It's
and
something
boxes.
about him with boxes. It's like he's like a kid. You can't even fully get it open. He's grabbing his and opening it up.
All right.
Like,
Like a
Greg,
cat.
wait.
Here's
Good
mine.
From this
night.
point forward, I'll quit doing it because I
this
didn't know we
point
did them all.
forward.
Mumble.
No.
So
There we go.
this is exciting to me.
Speedy.
I like
Thank you, buddy.
this.
Helmsy.
Oh my gosh, Rick.
All right,
Yeah.
so Adler. No, I'm just kidding. Adler, yours is in here too, buddy.
Adler, you want Greg to open yours since he
I
already
kind
opened
of
his?
feel like I know what mine's going to be.
Let's see what mine is.
I'm going to see if I'm right.
Rick, mine is
Oh,
a double
cool.
feature: Kelly's Heroes and the classic Where Eagles Dare.
Awesome!
That's
I've
so
got the
good.
rookie. How about
Oh,
that?
that's a good one.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a
that's
good
good.
one.
Thank
y'all.
There's
This
no
is
telling
good.
what
Thank
Adler-
you guys so much.
This is good right
guys.
here.
Greg's already
What'd you get,
run his.
Helmsy?
I guess since I'm back at Highlands College, back to school with Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, that's a good one, by the way.
Adler got an adult
good.
film.
Hey, Greg.
Burgess.
Say that.
I saw it.
I got RV.
Oh,
Starring
that's a good
Robin
one.
Williams.
Good movie.
Yeah.
That's good. And I got Clint Eastwood, the outlaw Josie Wells.
Oh, yeah.
Adler, you also could have got
Classic.
Karate Kid.
Yeah, it's true.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
here we go. It's time for the wonderful Wheel of Meat. It's been illuminated, and here come the golden ticket seat guests to spin on behalf of America. Everybody's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City, and they're ready to go. On the wheel, canned meat is a possibility for you today. Moultrie Mobile, a possibility, and a lot of really cool gifts out of the Rick and Bubba store. Also, there's Pitfalls. There's Henry the Horse, too. All those are a possibility. We'll get started by going to Jessica. Jessica is in Hueytown, Alabama, and Jessica is listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Spinning for Jessica will be Caleb Copeland. So Caleb is up, ready to go. And Jessica, what do you say to Caleb to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Caleb.
I think this is the first time we've had every single person in the ticket.
It is. And we'll never get them in 10 minutes, but you know what?
We're going to try.
We'll do the best we can. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens here. Do we get a winner for Jessica? Yeah! T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it! Jessica, how about a go for Jessica, Greg? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Jessica, you can have any Rick and Bubba T-shirt you want that we have in stock. And all you have to do is tell the guys what size you wear, and the Rick and Bubba store send that right to you, okay?
All right, thank you.
No, thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba show. So there's Jessica on hold. Up next is Kyle. Kyle is also out of Birmingham, Alabama, same area. Lydia Ingram out of the Golden Ticket Seats will be spinning on the behalf of Kyle. What do you say to Lydia to get her to spin that wheel for you, Kyle? Whoa, Lydia.
What a wheel.
Lydia. Whoa. Yeah, okay. All right, here we go.
I love it.
All right, Lydia, wait for him to say, wow, what a wheel. All right, Kyle, go again.
Wow, what a wheel.
Now, Lydia. Yeah!
Yes.
Go,
Big
Lydia. Let's go, Lydia. Let's go, Lydia. All right, Kyle, let's see if we can get a winner.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's Henry the Horse. Henry the Horse. Lydia has spun the horse from Kyle. There you go, Lydia.
He's in the back 40. He's trotting toward the barn.
Somebody, here he comes. Come on, horse. There's Henry.
There he is.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing okay. You may have heard that the U.S. government has confirmed the existence of aliens. So, in a related story, I no longer believe in aliens. Because I don't know if you guys do this, but the government is just like me, full of horse crap.
There you go, the horse. Good job. There you go. What a horse. What a horse. Everybody. Yeah. We go to Muscle Shoals, Alabama, WLAY. Brian is standing by. Creed Carlton is ready to spin for you. So what do you say to Creed to get Creed to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Creed, let it rip, buddy. Let it rip. There you go. We'll
Big spin by Creed.
Big spin by Creed. Here we go. Does Creed spin a winner? And yeah! T-shirt, 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 wear it. Greg, how about a go for Brian? Go, 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 go. Brian, just tell us what size and what Rick and Bubba shirt you want, and if we got it in stock, we'll send it right to you. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. All right, let's go to Rob in Springville. Rob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Mark Wolf is up there ready to spin for you. What do you say to Mark from the Golden Ticket Seats to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Mark. Reverse spin.
Oh, with a curve
there. There's a reverse spin.
A little off speed.
Here we go. Let's see what happens. Can we get a winner for Rob?
Oh, yeah, we can.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. That's a big one right there, Rob. It means anything in the store you want, you can have one of them. Just go to the store, say this is what I want, and we will send it to you as our gift to you, and thank you for listening.
Hey, appreciate it.
I think that gets a go, Greg.
Yeah.
Go! Go! Go, 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 go! A lot of winners today. Yeah, a lot of winners today.
Let's keep it going.
What was that? Joey. Yeah, Joey. I'm standing by my Joey. All right, Joey is up next. Savannah Carlton's ready to go. Savannah, you ready to spin? All right, so here we go. What do you say to Savannah to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Savannah. Roll. Oh, a little soft touch. A little touch. All right, let's see what happens.
Little English on
Little English on it. Look at here. Oh, my goodness. It has landed on spam. It's spam.
It's fuel for the brain.
She spun a spam.
Make it fry.
You got an autographed can of spam.
Cause it eases stomach pain.
Are on the grill. Served with candied yams. Everybody.
I don't care what else you give me.
Just give me spam. Oh, Joey.
Give me spam.
Joey, just when you thought today couldn't get any better, you've got an autographed can of spam. And we will ship that out to you. Greg's in charge of that, so you should probably get that by Christmas. So we'll put you on hold, and may you have a Merry Christmas with that autographed can of spam.
Slightly before the 12 days.
I bet he can barely contain his emotion.
I know.
All right, so we'll put him on hold. Let's go to Dianne in Helena, Alabama. Dianne, Clay Ingram has made his way to the wonderful Wheel of Meat.
You mean the Seminole?
That's the Seminole, and here we go. Dianne, what do you say to Clay to get him to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Clay.
I feel like we ought to do the Seminole chant for him.
All right, let's see. Meat. Bubba, that means we get to reach into the drawer, and you pull out just any can of meat.
Speedy's pulling it out.
Yeah, just
throwing
leave
it on the floor.
No, Speedy, let him reach in there and grab one.
Let's get this right
All right, what did canned meat did Dianne
this is
get?
chunk light tuna.
Chunk light tuna.
Yeah.
Oh.
You feel the water in it when you slosh it.
Oh, Charlie. It's even got Charlie tuna on it. Dianne, a nice can of tuna. And we'll autograph that and send that to you as well. Boy, what a big day for canned meat. What a big day. Let's go to Jamie, Sylvester, Georgia. Spinning for Jamie, Scott Cunningham. Scott's made his way to the wheel. So, Jamie, what do you say to Scott to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Scott. Let it rip. He's got English on it.
The nice, easy spin.
Oh, look at here.
Yeah.
Mug, drink it. All right, how about it's the Rick and Bubba coffee mug, just like the one I hold here in my hand. It's available at the Rick and Bubba store. It's got the Rick and Bubba studio logo on it. And Jamie, send us a picture of you drinking delicious coffee with that Rick and Bubba coffee mug.
Thank you, my friends. Keep up the good work.
Yeah. All right, Bubba, we're going to make it. We're to our eighth one, and Tripp is standing by. I like our action today. What we did, we got after it. We didn't chase any rabbits. Caroline Wolf is here, and she is ready to spin, Tripp, and thanks for listening. What do you say to Caroline? Tripp?
We got a lot of
What do you say to Caroline?
Wow, what a week.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens. Bubba, do we get yet another winner?
I can't believe it. It's Henry the horse again.
Henry the horse again.
How can it be? How can it be?
Well, how's that even possible? Wow. Tripp, you did it again. You spun Henry. Oh, he's hurt his lower back.
What's wrong, Henry?
What's wrong, Henry? You okay,
In between me saying I don't believe in aliens just now, and right now, I was abducted, and what they say about aliens is true.
A horse is a horse, of course, of course.
Oh.
Henry the horse, congratulations to all the winners today.
And the spinners.
And the spinners. Good job, gang. Yeah. All right, so that wraps up another week of the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat. And congratulations all around. In the break, America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City, will be playing for all the tubers, Those of you watching us on YouTube, that'll be what you'll do during the break. For the rest of us, we'll get back and we'll see what's on the table to wrap up another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we'll say hello to all those in the golden ticket seats today when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go, Greg, go.
Well, I used to believe in aliens, and then the government told me they exist, so I no longer believe in aliens because the government told me that aliens exist. Yeah. Don't believe anything the government says, unless it is the government of rock and roll city, oh yeah. Welcome to the city of rock. Rock and roll city, that is, where aliens do exist.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show wrapping up another hour. Say hello to the golden ticket seats today. Well, you've heard them all already since they all got to spin the wheel of meat, but let's review. Carolyn Wolf, Mark Wolf, Creed Carlton, Savannah Carlton, Scott Cunningham, Caleb Copeland, Lydia Ingram, Clay Ingram. All right, Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 10.
We shuffle these, by the way. Speedy's explained that before.
Yeah.
What about, how many we got, Rick?
10.
What about 5?
I'm sorry, I meant 8. Sorry, 8. No, 1 and 8.
What about 5?
That'd be Caleb Copeland. Hey, Caleb, congratulations. Caleb Copeland picks up a $100 American Express gift card, so lunch is on Caleb. Did Caleb go to the bathroom? Where's Caleb? Oh, there he is. Oh, there. Okay. I looked up and I was like, where's Caleb?
How can you not find Caleb?
It's $50. I say 100? Did I say 100? You did. I've said that like 3 times over the time. I think I want it to be 100, but 50 is pretty good.
No, it's 50 for him, 50 for me. So that
understood.
No, I'm kidding.
But you know,
Caleb.
50 bucks, you can get a good lunch.
Yeah.
I mean, a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's only
so-
feeding one now,
Yeah,
but I mean,
so-
you're getting a good one.
Well, that's all right. There you go. So Caleb,
I told them a good place to go. They're going to
Okay,
find
good,
it.
good.
Caleb, thanks for being here today, buddy, and appreciate that very much. And Bubba, in our golden ticket seats today, there's a lot going on. I mean, we've got people that service in our military, which I've already said hello to them and thank them. We've got people bringing gifts in from Florida State who played for Bobby Bowden.
We got national champions.
Yeah, we got
military.
everything. And Bubba, we have a couple that's expecting a child.
How about that?
And so here they are. And so we're going to do a baby prediction. Everybody say,
who that?
So Creed, who spun the wheel of meat, he's here.
Before we start
and Savannah, who also spun the wheel of meat.
I got to know how you got the name Creed.
Creed.
You don't hear that a lot.
Was your dad and our mom a big Rocky fan?
No, it's actually my great grandfather's name on my mom's side. So,
Really?
yes, sir.
And
So
I
it's
don't
an
thi-
old name, Red
I don't.
Sox.
I think you're too old for you to be named after the guy from The Office. But well, he's a character, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, but gosh, one of my favorite characters on The Office, by the way. But anyway, so
And Rick, they told me too, the tornado that tore
Yeah,
our
I
lake
heard them
house
talking about
up said went right over their house too. So.
that's right. So y'all's okay?
Thankfully, it had picked up by the time it got to us. But I think in Alabama that makes us cousins or something.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
I told them if they see a couch out in their yard, let me know. We still got one missing.
It also means that God has two messages. Yours and Bubba's very different.
I ain't sleeping here no more.
So Creed and Savannah are expecting a child. 30 weeks, right?
That's
Savannah,
right.
is that right?
That's right.
All right.
What is that in months?
7.
Seven
Okay.
months. So we're good there.
We can't translate that.
So what we do is we focus on dad, since that's where the gender, and we do believe there's only two genders that come from dad.
Since science says that.
Since science says that, but anyway, so let's talk about first of all what dad does for a living. What does he do?
He's a pharmacist.
A pharmacist.
Okay.
No wonder Bubba took your card. I'm on a roll today, right? I mean,
Thank you.
Can we move on to somebody else?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so
About Greg's time again.
Greg's had years of it. All right, so pharmacist, so doesn't sweat a lot in air
No,
conditioning.
what kind of activities do you have away
hobbies?
from work other than the obvious?
I enjoy hunting. Also live on a farm, so I do stuff on that.
Okay.
He's country strong.
So he
right?
get you get out there and sweat and work and whatever, all that.
His favorite thing to do in his free time is get on the tractor and bush hog.
Oh,
yes.
We
He
air
loves
condition.
I wish.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
I wish I could get Gary to fall in love with it. Hey,
you
let
mean
me
that,
tell
you mean that place where the deer keep their fawn?
Hey, that's where them deers come over and put them little babies. I'll have to bush hog it after that's over. After they winged them. All right, so let's talk about. You want to talk about the hair on the body first?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So well, let's finish with that first.
Yeah.
What kind of underwear does he wear?
I
Is
start
it
to say you skip one. of them.
boxer briefs, loose boxers, briefs, or commando?
It's the boxer briefs, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know how y'all let those things run down on your legs like that. I feel like I'm wearing 2 pair of pants. But anyway, but those are tight. They're not loose. So that's all we're really wondering about. And then Bubba, we talk about how this pregnancy has affected mom now.
Yeah. What is the hair on your legs? More or less, or about the same?
Maybe a little bit more.
Do you agree with that, Creed?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. No.
It's getting harder to shave it, I'll tell you that. So I
well,
think I would say a little bit more. It seems to be coming in faster.
Do you feel like if you picked up a little mustache or something, or hair where it normally doesn't grow?
No.
Okay.
Creed, you want to comment on that?
What's your feeling
Well,
a second?
yeah,
Wait a minute.
He's
See there?
right. He's right. Just a little bit on my stomach.
Oh, well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I said
Well,
anywhere it
forgot.
normally doesn't grow.
I've been living with it for so long now, I
Okay.
forgot.
Okay. All right.
It's a trail.
I understand. Me too.
Well, Bubba, here comes this one, and boy, this one's up. We need a straight answer on this now. We missed one the other day because we didn't get a good answer on this. Your cravings from about the 6 month on.
Salty or sweet?
Ooh, from 6 months on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like right now, what are you craving?
Yeah.
I don't crave much right now, but in the very beginning, it was sour and salty all the way.
No doubt.
No doubt.
But that was in the beginning.
Has
That
it
was in the
changed?
beginning.
Has it changed?
I don't really crave much right now.
6 months on.
Would you rather have potato chips right now or maybe
ice
some-
cream?
or ice cream?
Potato chips.
Okay. We have to take that into account, Bubba. Gosh, we were really on the road there too, weren't
we were getting such clear answers at one time.
I know. Well, let's not overthink it. Let's stick with the science.
By the way, first child together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Let's stick with the science.
Yeah, I think.
Do
so.
you both think you know?
We know.
You think you know?
We haven't said yet. You don't know.
We've had so many pictures though. and
Well,
all right.
The TV
pictures
and
from
the
sound, I don't know.
and the blood tests. We're pretty confident.
Okay.
Well, those things go south sometimes.
I have a feeling we could be throwing you a curve right now, but we believe, based on what you just said, that it's going to be a girl.
Doctor says boy.
The cravings is where it went south for you. The boxer briefs would line up. The hair would definitely line up.
Yes, that is a strong indication
The
of
fact
a
that you have
male.
gotten out of the
Yeah.
pharmacy and worked and sweated
Yep.
a little, and but that she kept sticking with the salty sour.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just telling you. I'm not trying to tell you what
So
to do.
you think a boy though?
We've got a picture we can show you. We're pretty sure.
If you saw a cookie, would you tear up that cookie? Or would you?
I would.
Yeah, but you would.
I don't really crave one more than the other right now, but
So
I
you're saying
certainly eat both.
What we can look at, Bubba, if we want to keep, because it's all right to take new data.
Yeah, we're always updating.
I think we should take a note that she was sour and salty, then cravings seemed to go away. She didn't replace it with a sweet craving, but she did stop craving that.
Right.
They did. They
Do you
went
see how
away.
we're scientists? We would look at that and go, do we now put that over in the other column if it stopped?
Yeah. Well, but from the science standpoint, it should be later,
No,
like
you're-
after
you're-
6
you're right,
months.
you're right. Yeah,
So I don't know. We'll look. We'll see.
Yeah.
I
Y'all
did
not having
see-
twins, are you?
No twins, but I did see her with a tub of chocolate icing.
Savannah.
So that's important information.
I'm worried this one may have to go into the bad information.
Savannah,
column. You know, I mean,
you can't leave out I ate icing.
Well, maybe
I leave it. I leave it out when I
She's
eat
eating
it, but you shouldn't leave it out.
I did that before I was pregnant. No.
Okay.
It's pretty good. Isn't it?
Fetch is my baby daddy.
Kind of puts
case,
a little
our
kick in your
doctor's
step for a
listening.
little while.
Well, we say congratulations.
Yes,
Yeah,
either way.
You know, but Bubba, if this one goes the way it looks like it's going, we've missed 2 in a row.
Yeah.
That's been a long time since that's
I
happened.
know.
It's all right. But thank you for allowing us the opportunity.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all for
And
doing
thanks
it.
for being here on the show today.
And we'll see y'all at Chuck's Pizza one night.
That's right. And thanks to all of you for being here today. If you're out there and our time together is over, well, don't forget, you can always go get any part of the Rick and Bubba show that you missed, either audio only on our podcast archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel or on our YouTube channel if you want to watch the archive.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.